47. Cycle. In Albano, another spirit spoke than in Scop, but the two soon met. To the count, the night-like forms of crepe, the still funeral banners, the dead march, the creeping sick man's walk, and the tolling of the bells opened wide all earth's charnel houses, especially as before his blooming eyes these death plays came for the first time. But one thing more loudly than all one will hardly guess what proclaimed before him the partings of life, namely, the beat of the drums stifled by the funeral cloth. A muffled drum was to him a broken reverberation of all earthly catacombs. He heard the dumb, strangled complainings of our hearts. He saw higher beings looking down from above on the lamentable 3 hours comedy of our life, wherein the ruddy child of the first act fades in the fifth to the old man in Jubilee, and then, grown up and bowed down, vanishes behind the falling curtain. As in spring, we think more of death, autumn, and winter than in summer, so also does the most fiery and energetic youth paint out to himself in his season of life's year, the dark leafless one oftener and more vividly than the man in that stage which is nearest to it. For in both springs the wings of the ideal unfold widely and find room only in a future. But before the youth, death comes in blooming Greek form, before the tired, older man in Gothic. Scop generally began with comic humor and ended with tragic. So also now did the empty mourning chest, the crepe of the horses, their emblazoned caparisons, the prince's contempt of the heavy German ceremonial. In short, the whole heartless mummery lead him up to an eminence, to which the contemplation of a multitude of men at once always impelled him, and where, with an exaltation, indignation, and laughing bitterness hard to describe, he looked down upon the eternal, tyrannical, belittling, objectless and joyless, bewildered and oppressed frenzy of mankind, and his own too. Suddenly a gay, shining knight broke the dark chain. It was Rockwherall, on the parading gala horse, who agitated our two men and none besides. A pale, broken-down face, glazed over with long inward fire, stripped of all youthful roses, lightning out of the diamond pits of the eyes under the dark, overhanging eyebrows, rode along in a tragic merriment, in which the lines of the veins were redoubled under the early wrinkles of passion. What a being, full of worn-out life! Only courtiers or his father could have set down this tragic exultation to an adulatory rejoicing over the new regency, but Albano took it all into his heart, and grew pale with inward emotion, and said, "Yes, it is he. Oh, good Scop, he will certainly become our friend, this distracted youth. How painfully does the noble one laugh at this gravity, and at crowns and graves and all. Ah, he too has indeed once died." "There the writer is right," said Scop, with quivering eyes, and suddenly tapped Albano's hand and then his own head. "My very skull here appears to me like a close bonsoir, like a light extinguisher, which death claps upon me. We are neat silvered figures, kept up in an electrical dance, and we leap up with the spark. Fortunately, I am still alive and kicking, and there is our good lector creeping along, too, and trailing his long crepe." In which respect Auguste's citizenly serious mood contrasted very strongly with the humanly serious one of the librarian. All at once Scop, out of patience with this general emotion, said, "What a masquerade for the sake of a mask! Rag and tag for a piece of rag paper. Throw a man quietly into his hole and call nobody to see. I always admire London and Paris, where they toll no alarm bells, nor set the neighborhood stirring, when the undertaker carries one, who has fallen asleep, to bed." "No, no," said Cesara, full of capacity for grief. "I admire it not. To whomsoever the holy dead are of no consequence, to him the living are so too. No, I will gladly let my heart break into one tear after another, if I can only still remember the dear being." Oh, how did the neighborhood accord with his heart! In a cistern, before which the coffin of the coffin passed by, there stood a bronze statue of the old man on horseback, who saw pass by below him the unsaddled mourning horses and the mounted festive steed. A deaf and dumb man was stopping from door to door, and making, with his bell, a begging jingle, which neither he nor the buried one could hear. And was not the forgotten prince laid in the earth all unseen, and more lonesome than any one of his subjects? O Cesara, it sank into thy heart, how easily man is forgotten, whether he lies in the urn or in the pyramid, and how our immortal self is regarded, like an actor, as absent, so soon as it is once behind the scenes, and frets and fumes no longer among the players on the stage. But had not the grey hermit, Spener, laid upon the sunken breast of that deeper hermit a double youth? Oh, in this frosty hour of pomp and pageantry, counts not the faithful Julienne every tone of the funeral bell with the beads of her tears that poor daughter whom sickness has exempted from the ceremonials, not from pain, who now has lost her last but one, perhaps her last relative, since her brother is hardly one. And will not Liana, in her Elysium, guess the farce of sorrow which is acted so near to her over behind the high trees in Tartarus? And if she suspects anything, oh, how profoundly will she mourn! All this the noble youth heard in his soul, and he thirsted hotly after the friendship of the heart. It was to him as if its mountain and life air floated down from eternity and blew the grave dust away from his life path, and he saw, up yonder, the genius place his inverted torch upon the cold bosom, not to extinguish the immortal life, but to enkindle the immortal love. He could not now do otherwise than go forth into the open air, and, amid the flying tones of spring and the deep, hollow murmur of the receding dead march, write the following words to Liana's brother, in which he said to him, after a youthful style, "Be my friend." To Charles, "Stranger, at this hour, when, in the Dead Sea and through our tears, the triumphal columns and thrones of men and their bridge-posts appear to us broken, a true heart puts a question to thee frankly, and let thine answer it willingly and in truth. Has the longest prayer of man been answered to thee, stranger, and hast thou thy friend? Do thy wishes and nerves and days grow together with his, like the four cedars on Lebanon, which can bear nothing around them but eagles? Haste thou 2 hearts and 4 arms, and livest thou twice over, as if immortal in the battling world? Or standest thou solitary and alone upon a frosty, dumb, slender glacier point, having no human being to whom thou canst show the Alps of creation, and with the heavens arching far above thee and abysses yawning below? When thy birthday comes, haste thou no being to shake thy hand, and look thee in the eye and say, we still cleave together faster than ever. Stranger, if thou hast had no friend, hast thou deserved one? When spring kindled into life, and opened all her honey cups, and her serene heaven, and all the 100 gates of her paradise, hast thou, like me, bitterly looked up and begged of God a heart for thine? Oh, when, at evening, the sun went down like a mountain, and his flames departed from the earth, and now only his red breath floated upward to the silvery stars, hast thou beheld the brotherly shadows of friendship which sank together on battlefields, like stars of one constellation, stealing forth through the bloody clouds out of the old world, like giants? And didst thou think of this, how imperishably they loved each other, and thou, like me, wast alone? And solitary one, when night, that season at which the spirit of man, as in torrid climes, toils and travels, reveals her cold suns above thee in a sparkling chain, and when still among all the distant forms of the ether there is no dear loved one, and immensity painfully draws thee up, and thou feelest, upon the cold earth, that thy heart beats against no breast but only thine own, O beloved. Weepest thou then, and most bitterly? Charles, often have I reckoned up on my birthday the increasing years, the feathers in the broad wing of time, and thought upon the sounding flight of youth. Then I stretched my hand far out after a friend, who should stick by me in the Charon's skiff wherein we are born, when the seasons of life's year glide by along the shore before me, with their flowers and leaves and fruits, and when, on the long stream, the human race shoots downward in its 1,000 cradles and coffins. Ah, it is not the gay, variegated shore that flies by, but man and his stream. Forever bloom the seasons and the gardens up and down along the shore. Only we sweep by once for all before the garden, and never return. But our friend goes too. Oh, if thou at this hour of death's juggleries art contemplating the pale prince, with the images of youth on his breast, and thinking of the grey friend who secretly bewails him in Tartarus, then will thy heart dissolve, and in soft, warm flames run round through thy bosom, and softly say, I will love, and then die, and then love, O Almighty, show me the soul which longs and languishes like mine. If thou say'st he that, if thou art thus, then come to my heart, I am as thou. Grasp my hand and hold it till it withers. I have seen thy form today, and on it the marks of life's wounds. Hasten to me, I will bleed and struggle at thy side. I have long and early sought and loved thee. Like 2 streams will we mingle and grow and bear our burdens and dry up together. Like silver in the furnace, we will run together with glowing light, and all slags shall lie cast out around the pure shimmering metal. Laugh not then any longer so grimly, to think what e'ens fadui men are. Like e'ens fadui we burn and fly away in the rainy storm of time. And then, when time is gone by, we find each other again, and it will be again in the spring. Albano de Cesara, cycle. How gloriously before all the beating veins of the inner man, like those of the outer in old age, have stiffened into gristle, and all the vessels have become inflexible and earthy, and the moral pulse, like the physical, hardly makes 60 strokes in a minute, and before the shy old fool, at every emotion, reserves a piece of his nature which he keeps cold and dry, and which is to wait for another occasion, as sprinkled raspberry leaves always remain dry on the rough side. How gloriously, I say. Before this period of espionage, does a youth, especially in Albano, step along his path, how freely, boldly, and exultingly, and seeks with equal confidence the friend and the foe, and closes with him to fight either for him or against him. Let this excuse Albano's fiery letter. The next day he received from Rockwherall this answer: I am as thou. On Ascension evening I will seek thee among the masks. Charles. The redness of mortification rushed over the Count's face at this artificial postponement of the acquaintance. He felt that, after such a tone from the heart, he would have immediately, without a dead interim of 5 days, and without an homage day masquerade in a double sense, gone to his friend and become his. But now he swore no longer to run to meet him, but only to wait for him. However, the roused indignation soon subsided, and he began to invent fairer and fairer mitigations for the first leaf of the so long sought favorite. Charles might certainly, e.g., not wish to mix up the holy time of the first recognition with this bustle of taking the allegiance oath, or that first suicidal masquerade might have made every succeeding one an inspiring era of a new second life. Or he knew, perhaps, in fact, about Albano's birthday, or, finally, this glowing spirit chose to run or fly on his own track. Meanwhile, his note made the Count reproach himself for his own letter, as if it had been a sin against his scop. He held it to be a sin in one friendship to yearn after another. But thou mistakest, fair soul, friendship has steps which lead up on the throne of God, through all spirits, even to the infinite. Only love is satiable and, like truth, admits no 3 degrees of comparison, and a single being fills its heart. Moreover, Albano and Scop, in such a mutual metempsychosis of their ideas, and such a near relationship of their pride and nobility, held each other far more dear than they showed to each other. For, as Scop, in fact, showed nothing, one could love him in return only with the finger on the lip, but perhaps so much the more strongly. Albano was a burning hot concave mirror, which has its object near, and represents it erect behind itself. Scop one which holds the object far off, and throws an inverted image of it into the air. On the evening before his birthday, and the day of allegiance, Albano stood alone at his window, and pondered his past, for a last day is more solemn than a first. On the 31st of December, I reckon up 365 days and their fates. On the 1st of January, I think of nothing, because, in fact, the whole future is transparent, or may be all out in 5 minutes. While the vesper bell pealed over the fast-closing 20th year of his life, and the vesper hour rose within him, he measured the abside line of his moral being, and looked up at the towering pile of the approaching morrow, which hung full either of spring showers or hailstones. Never yet had he so tenderly surveyed the circle of his beloved beings, or glanced through the open doors of futurity, as at this time. But the fair hour was spoiled by Malt, who burst in with the information that the limping gentleman had leaped overboard. From the dormer window might be seen a returning village funeral procession, conglomerated around the spot on the bank where Scop had plunged in. With frightful wildness, for an Albano indignation was next-door neighbor to terror and pain, he dragged along with him, as he flew to the rescue, the lazy provincial physician, and even threatened him with hard words. For Sphex was going to wait for a carriage, and meanwhile represent to himself the possible cases of too late preparations for a rescue, and besides, perhaps, cherished a hope of serving up Scop, on the anatomical table, as doctor's feast of science. The youth ran out with him through cornfields, amidst tears and amidst curses, with alternate clenched fist and outspread palm, and his eye grew more and more dim and dizzy, and his heart hotter and hotter, the nearer they approached the dark circle. At last they could not only see the librarian, but also hear him. In good case he turned towards them his curly head from among the reeds, and occasionally, as he was haranguing the morning retinue, he flung up, in a fiery manner, his hairy arm above the water plants. Of course the case stood thus. His sorites, as long as he lived, was the following. He had come into the world, not feet foremost, but head foremost, and, accordingly, carried his head and nose high and lofty, because he could not help it. Now he knew of no more genuine freedom than health. Every malady shuts up and warps the soul. And the earth is, merely for that reason, a universal blockhouse, La Salpêtrière and House of Bruises. Whoso made use of an oyster snail viper medicine was himself a slimy, snaky, sticking viper, oyster, snail, and therefore the ever-free savages killed their invalids, and the vigorous Spartans gave no patient an office, least of all the crown, and strength was especially necessary in our degenerate days, in order to maul qualified subjects, because, to his certain knowledge, the fist with some substance in it was the best plaintiff's plea and actio ex lege diffamery which a citizen could institute. Therefore he bathed summer and winter in ice-cold water, just as he, for the same reason, kept himself temperate in all things. Now then, in this odious May weather, he had merely in his grey hussar cloak, at home, his nightgown and with shoes down at the heel, gone to the waterside. He had previously stripped himself at the house so as to be ready as soon as he should arrive at the bank. The morning company, who saw him go at his swift pace down to the water, and at last throw off everything and leap in, could not but believe the man meant to drown himself, and ran in a body to his bathing place, not to let him do it. "Do not drown himself," cried the morning company of blacks, while yet afar off. He just let them come on till he could discourse the matter to them somewhat nearer, in the following wise. "I am yet open to conviction. I can hear reason, good folk, though I am already standing up to my neck in the water. But suffer yourselves to be correctly informed in this case, dear Churstons generally, for so Christians were called in the time of Charles. I am a poor sacramentarian, and can hardly recollect what I have hitherto lived on, it was so bloody desperate little. Whatever I have undertaken in this world, no blessing went with it, but it was all crabstrack backwards and forward. I set up, in Vienna, a neat little magazine of snipes' dung, but I made nothing out of it for want of snipes. I took hold on the other end and hawked about in Carlsbad, for the lords and great ones, who are accustomed to set a picture upon every old stool and piece of trumpery, fine engravings for waste paper and privy purposes, in order that, instead of the mere printed paper, they might have something tasty for consumption. But the whole set was left, a dead loss, on my hands, because the manner was too hard and not ideal enough. In London, I prepared ready-made speeches, for I am a litterateur, to be used by men who are hanged, and yet would fain have something to say for themselves. I offered them to the richest parliamentary orators and even knaves of booksellers, but came near having to use the speeches for myself. I would gladly have got my living by vomiting, but that requires funds. I tried once to get a settlement as note-stand to Count's regiment, because it looked stupid enough on drill and parade days to see everyone with a musical flap hanging on his shoulder, from which his next neighbor behind plays. I offered for a trifle to wear all the musicalia on my own person and stand before them with the notes, but the first lieutenant, who is at once in the Regency and in the Treasury, thought it would make the fifers laugh when they came to blow. Thus has it fared with me from time immemorial, dear Churstons, but don't trample about on my precious cloak there. As ill luck would have it, I entered into wedlock with a lady of Vienna who was endowed with melted seals. Her name was Praenumerantia Elementaria Philanthropia. You don't know what this means in German, a real hellbroom, who chased me, all heated, like a hunted stag, into the reeds here. Churstons, I should defame myself in the water, were I to come out plainly with the whole story of our woeful condition. In short, my philanthropia before marriage was soft as the spines of a newborn hedgehog, but in the nuptial state, when the foliage was off, I saw, as on trees in winter, one raven's and devil's nest after another. She was all the time dressing herself and dressing herself, till it was time to undress. When a fault in me or the children had been removed, she would still continue to scold a little, as one continues to vomit when the emetic and everything is out. She indulged me preciously little, and had I had a fontanelle she would have reproached me for the fresh pea which I should have been obliged every day to put into it. In short, we two pulled opposite ways. The linchpin of love came out in the struggle, and I came with the forward wheels down into the water here, and my Praenumerantia stays with the hind wheels at home. See, my women, this is why I do violence to myself besides, The knowing man would have, at any rate, caught me by the throat. But behold yourselves in me as in a mirror. For when a man who is a litterateur, and therefore, as you yet know by the case of Fichte, goes about as instituted overseer, schoolmaster, and mentor of the human race, leaps overboard before his wife's face, and lets his effery and tutorship go, you may conclude from this of what your own husbands, who cannot measure themselves with me at all in learning, are capable, in case you are such prenumerantias, elementarias, and philanthropias as unfortunately you have the appearance of being. But he concluded suddenly, as he saw Albano and the doctor, clear yourselves away, I am going to drown myself. Ah, dear Scop, said Albano. Scop blushed at his situation. It must be a clown, said the retiring funeral retinue. What child's foolery is this, then? Asked Svex, resenting Albano's former passion and the anatomical misshot, and derived satisfaction from telling the story of the latter's rage. Scop knew how heartily the noble youth loved him, and he would not say anything, because he was ashamed, but he swore to himself, in the grotesque style to which he was accustomed even in soliloquy, very shortly to let him into his breast cavern, and show him hanging therein a whole, wild heart full of love. 49. Cycle. The blue day on which an ascension, a rendering of allegiance, and a birthday were to be celebrated already stood over Pestitz. After having cast off its mourning red, 2 horses were already harbingers of 4. The lowly coach-box, of the highest the country nobility, already went down, uncomfortably frizzled, into the rooms of the inn, and scolded at being cheated out of the fairest weather for Heathcock coupling. And the city nobility, yet unpowdered, spoke of the day. But without real earnestness the court micrometer, the court-martial, was surrounded by all his quartermasters, the court transit instruments. The courtiers, instead of their half-holiday, when they work only in the afternoon, had a whole working day, and were already standing at the wash-table. The allegiance preacher, Shape, believed almost every word of his discourse, because he had read it too many times over. And the nearness of publication infused emotion into him. There was no longer a domino to be had for the evening, except among the Jews when a man alighted at the door of the doctor's house, who among all others was the most honest and hearty about the allegiance, the director Weifritz. There were a son and a father in each other's arms, a fiery youth and a fiery man. Albano seemed to him no longer to be the old Albano, but warmer than ever. He brought with him from his women, as he called them, congratulatory letters and birthday presents. He himself made not much of the birthday, or forgot it, and Albano had only celebrated it a little just after waking. These festivals belong more to the other sex, who gladly toy with times and seasons in the way of loving and giving. The titular librarian marched out to a village named Klosterdorf, where the mayor with his family, after an ancient custom, had to imitate the prince with his, and so, as commissioner, drive in the allegiance of the neighboring circle. This, Scop said, he still was pleased with, but the other worked too fatally on his inwards. The director, dazzled by the prospects of the day, and posted in the front with an official speech to the chivalry, fell into a quarrel with Scop. The exchequer and the court, said he, have been, of course, from time immemorial, such as they are, but the princes, dear sir, are good. They are themselves sucked dry, and then they seem to be the suckers. Somewhat, rejoined Scop, as the death vampires only give out blood from themselves, while they appear to take it. But I make up for that again by attributing wholly to the regents, besides the sins of others, the merits, victories, and sacrifices of others also. Herein they are the pelicans, who shed a blood for their children which really at a distance seems to be their own. All went off, Scop out into the country, Weifritz to church with the procession, Albano into a spectator's box in the Allegiance Hall, for he would not in any wise be stuck into the train of the prince, not even as embroidery. Soon the noisy stream of pomp came sounding back into the hall. The chivalry, the spirituality, and the cities mounted the stage, where the oath was to be taken. In the courtyard of the castle 1 foot stood upon another, and a needle might, to be sure, have reached the ground, but no one could do so, to pick it up. Everybody looked up at the balcony and cursed before he swore. The prince, too, stayed not away. The throne, that graduated and paraphrased princely seat, stood open, and Freistorfer had decorated it with beautiful mythological and heraldic shoulderpieces and appendages. Opposite the count bloomed the court dames, and below them a rose and a lily, Julienne and Liana. as one lifts his eye from the stiff frosty landscape of winter to the blue-breathing heavens which look down upon our spring evenings, and wherein the light summer clouds floated and the rainbow stood, so did he glance over the shining snowlight of the court at the lovely grace of spring, around whom remembrances hung, like flowers, and who now stood so far aloof, so cut off, so imprisoned in the heavy finery of the court. Only through her friend, who sits beside her, was she gently melted and harmonized with the dazzling present. Now began fine official speeches, the longest being made by the old minister, the shortest by Weifritz. The prince let the warm eulogies glide over his December visage without thawing it down a mistaken indifference. For the praise of the minister, as well as of other court servants, may yet help him with posterity, since, according to Bacon, no praise is of more consequence than that which servants give, because they surely know their master best. Then the upper secretary, Heidershade, read Luigi's genealogical table, and illuminated the hollow family tree, together with its dryness and the last pale green twig. With sunken eyes Julienne heard this amid the vivat of the people, and Albano, never subdued by one thought alone, saw her eyes, and could not, however intently the regent listened, avoid the funeral picture, how one day, and that very soon, this extinguished man would bear down after him the name of his whole race into the vault. He saw them carving the inverted arms and hanging the shield upside down, and heard the shovels strike against the helmet and fling the earth after the coffin. Gloomy idea, the tender sister would certainly have wept had she only been alone. At last the turn came to those, to whom it never comes first, although they are the only ones who have a hearty meaning in such ceremonies. Heidershade stepped out on the balcony and caused the noisy swarming multitude to stretch out the forefinger and thumb and repeat the oath after him. The mass, always fascinated, shouted their vivat. In the dazzled eyes gleamed the confident expectation of a better regency and love for the unknown individual. The count, whom a multitude generally made enthusiastic, as it did Scott melancholy, glowed with the inspiration of brotherly love and thirst for achievement. He saw princes, like omnipotent ones, holding sway on their eminences, and saw the blooming provinces and the gay cities of a wisely ruled land spread out before him. He represented to himself how he, were he a prince, could, with the electric sparkling of the scepter point, dart, with an animating shock, into millions of united hearts at once, whereas he could now, with so great difficulty, scarcely kindle a few of the nearest. He saw his throne, as a mountain in morning light, pouring out, instead of lava, navigable streams through the lands, and breaking the storms, with a hum of harvests and festivals around its feet. He thought to himself how far, from such a high place, he could send light abroad like a moon, which does not hide the sun by day, but from her elevation, flings his distant brightness into the night, and how he would, instead of only defending, create and educate freedom, and be a regent for the sake of forming self-regents. "But why am I not one?" said he mournfully. "Noble youth, do thy estates, then, furnish thee no subjects? But just so does the lesser prince believe he would govern a duchy quite otherwise, and the higher one believes the same in regard to a kingdom, and so does the highest in regard to universal monarchy." Meanwhile, all through this singular uneasy day, wild perspectives of youth passed to and fro before him, and the old spirit voice, which he was going to meet today, repeated in him the dark exhortation, "Take the crown." Weifritz came back in the evening with a red face from the fiery allegiance banquet, and Albano took an agitated leave of him, as if of the ebb and calm of life his childish youth. For today he launched out deeper into its waves. Scott came back and wanted to have him before the sight-hole of his show-box, wherein he slid through the vicariate allegiance swearing in Klosterdorf in a series of comic pictures. But these contrasted too severely with higher ones and gave little pleasure. At night, Albano put on his beautiful, serious character mask, that of a Knight Templar, for a comic one his form, and almost his mood, was too great. The latter was made still more solemn by this funeral dress of a whole, murdered knightly order. After he had caused to be described to him once more the awful paths of Tartarus, and the burial place of the prince's heart, to avoid mistaking of the way in the night, he went forth, about 10 o'clock, with a high-heaving bosom, which the night larvae of fancy, together with friendship and love and the whole future, conspired to excite. 50. Cycle. Albano stepped, for the first time, into the inverted puppet world of a masquerade, as into a dancing realm of the dead. The black forms, the slit masks, the strange eyes, gleaming as out of night behind them, which, as in that moldering sultan in the coffin, alone remained alive. The mingling and mimicking of all ranks, the flying and ring-running of the clinking dance, and his own solitude under the mask, all this translated him, with his Shakespearean frame of spirit, into an enchanted and ghostly island full of juggleries, chimeras, and metamorphoses. Ah, this is the bloody scaffold, was his first thought, where the brother of thy Liana rent his young life, like a mourning garment, and he looked fearfully round, as if he feared Rockwell might again attempt death. Among the masks he found no one under which he could suppose him to be, this meaningless cousinship of standing parts, footmen, butchers, Moors, ancestors, and see these could not conceal any loved one of Albano's. Lonesomely and inquisitively he paced up and down behind the rows of the Anglaise, and more than 10 eyes, which glistened opposite in the annular eclipse of the lace mask for women, from their open-heartedness, do not love masks, but are fond of showing themselves, followed the powerfully and pliantly built form, which with the bold helm and plume, with the crossed white mantle and the gleaming mail on his breast, seemed to bring a knight out of the heroic age. At last a masked lady who was chatting between unmasked ones came up to him with long steps and large feet and boldly grasped his hand as if for a dance. He was extremely embarrassed at the boldness of the summons and about the choice of an answer. It is valor precisely that loves to marry itself to gallantry, as the Damascene blade, besides hardness, possesses a perpetual fragrance. But the lady only wrote in his hand his initials, with the interrogation mark after them, VC. And after the yes, the charming one said softly, "Do you not remember me? The master of exercises, von Falterl?" Albano testified, notwithstanding his dislike of the part, a real joy at finding again a companion of his youth. He asked which mask was Captain Rockwell. Falterl assured him he had not yet arrived. By this time as the footmen, the butchers, Falterl and C, were only the snowdrops of this masquerade spring better flowers, violets, forget-me-nots, and primroses had sprung up or come in. For one such forget-me, not I see a churl entering, puffed out behind and before, and convex like a burning glass, who now opened the back door and shook out confects from his humpback, and then the front door and produced sausages. Hafenreffer, however, writes me the invention has once before appeared at a masquerade in Vienna. Then came a company of German play cards, which shuffled and played out and took each other. A fine emblem of atheism, which exhibits it wholly free from the absurdity wherewith men have so loved to disfigure it. Mr. von Augusti appeared also, but in simple dress and domino. He became, incomprehensibly to the Count, very soon the polar star of the dancers, and the controlling Cartesian vortex of the dancing school. With what miserable, black ammunition biscuit and beggar's bread of enjoyment these people get along, thought Albano, to whom, all day long, his dreams, those Jupiter's doves, had been bringing ambrosia. And how pale and stale is their fire, their fancy, and their speech, he thought too. Verily, a life down in a gloomy glacier chasm, for he imagined everybody must speak and feel as intensely and ardently as he. Now came a limping man, with a great glass chest on his belly. Of course it was easy to recognize the librarian. He had on either because he sent too late, or would not pay, for a domino something black, which he had borrowed of a mourning cloak lender, and was covered from shoulder blade to shin bone with awful masks, which he, with many finger signs, offered mostly to those people who played their parts behind the opposite kind, e.g. short-nosed ones to long noses. He was waiting for the beginning of a hop anglaise, the notes for which stood just on the hand organ of his chest. Then he, too, began. He had therein an excellent puppet masquerade which had been planed out by Bestelmeer. And now he set the little masks to hopping parallel with the great ones. His object was a comparative anatomy of the two masquerades, and the parallelism was melancholy. Besides, he had rigged it all out with bywork. Little dumb persons swung their little bells in the chest. A tolerably grown-up child rocked the cradle of an inanimate doll, with which the little fool still played. A mechanic was working away at his speaking machine, by which he was going to show the world how far mere mechanism could go toward giving life to puppets. A live, white mouse sprang out by a little chain, and would have upset many of the club if he could have broken it. A starling, buried alive, a true first Greek comedy and school for scandal in miniature, was practicing upon the dancing company the death blow of the tongue with perfect freedom and without distinction. a looking-glass wall mimicked the living scenes of the chest so deceptively that everyone took the images for true puppets. The point of this comico-tragic dagger came home directly enough upon Albano, as, besides, the hopping wax figure cabinet of the great masquerade seemed to double the solitude of man, and to separate two selves by four faces. But Scop went further. In his glass case stood a faro bank, and by it a little man who cut out the masked banker in black paper, but into a likeness of the German gentleman. This picture he carried into the card chamber, where a bank-keeping mask most certainly Sufficio must needs hear and see him. The banker looked at him some time inquiringly. Another, dressed wholly in black, with a dying expression, which represented the Hippocratica facies, did the same. Albano looked towards it with a fiery glance, because it occurred to him it might be Rockwell, for it had his stature and torch-like eye. The pale mask lost much, and kept redoubling its loss. At that it drank out of a quill immoderate draughts of champagne wine. The lector came up. Scop kept on playing before the eyes that crowded round. The pale mask looked steadily and sternly at the Count. Scop took off his own before Bouverat, but there was another under it. He pulled this off. It disclosed an undermask of the undermask. He carried on the process to the fifth root. At last his own rough face came forth, but bronzed with gold beater's skin and distorted, as it turned towards Bouverat with an almost frightful glaze and smile. The pale mask itself seemed to start, and hastened with long strides off into the dancing hall. It threw itself wildly into the wildest of the dance. This, too, confirmed Albano's conjecture, as well as its great defying hat, which seemed to him a crown, because he prized nothing more highly about manly attire than fur, cloak, and hat. More and more fingers continually drew the letters VC in his hand, and he nodded composedly. The time surrounded him with manifold dramas, and everywhere he stood between theater curtains. As with uneasy head and heart he stepped to the window, to see whether he should soon have moonshine for his night walk, he saw a heavy hearse, flanked by torches, move along across the market, which was conveying a manor lord to his family vault. And the undisturbed night watchman called out, "Behind the creeping dead man, the beginning of the spirit hour and of a birth hour, which is precious to us." Could his smitten heart refrain from saying to him how sharply death, the hard, solid, insoluble with its glacier air, sweeps through the warm scenes of life, and leaves behind it all over which it breathes stiff and snow-white? Could he help thinking of the cold young sister, whose voice now awaited him in Tartarus? And as Scop with his puppet parody came to him, and he pointed out to him the street, and the latter said, "Bon, friend Death sits on his game wagon and glances quietly up, as if the friend would say, 'Bon, only dance on. I make my return trip, and carry you two to your place and spot.' How close must it have been to him under his sultry visor?" At this second the pale mask came, with others, to the window. He opened his glowing face for coolness. A hasty draught of wine, and still more his fancy, showed him the world in burning surfaces. The mask surveyed him closely, with a dark, uncertain glow of the eye, which he at last could no longer bear, because it might as well have been kindled by hatred as by love, just as the spots on the sun seem now like abysses and now like mountains. 11 o'clock had gone by. He suddenly disappeared from the hot looks and the crushing throng, and betook himself on his way to the heart without a breast. 51. Cycle. While he stood at the gate awaiting his sword, a group of new masks, mostly representatives of lifelessness, e.g. a boot, peruke stand, and C, came running into the city and peered with astonishment at the tall, white, knightly stranger. He took his sword with him, but no servant. Whatever the danger into which the visit of a secluded, gloomy catacomb avenue, and the foreknowledge of this visit on the part of others, might plunge him, his character left him no other choice than the one which he had made. No, he would sooner have let himself be murdered than shamed before his father. How thy spirit mounted aloft, like a lightning flash darting upward toward heaven, when the great night, with her saintly halo of stars, stood erect before thee. Beneath the heavens there is no terror, only under the earth. Broad shadows lay across his road to Elysium, which on Sunday had been colored with dewdrops and butterflies. In the distance, fiery prongs grew out of the earth and moved along. It was the hearse with the torches in the lower road. When he came to the crossway which leads through the ruined castle into Tartarus, he looked round toward the enchanted grove, on whose winding bridge life and songs of joy had met him. All was dumb therein, and only a long gray bird of prey, probably a paper dragon, wheeled over it to and fro. He passed through the old castle into an orchard that had been sawed down and looked like a tree churchyard, then into a pale wood, full of peeled may trees, which with faded ribbons and banners all looked toward Elysium, a withered pleasure grove of so many happy days. Some windmills, with their long shadow arms, struck into the midst, and were continually seizing and vanishing. Impetuously, Albano ran down a stairway darkened with hangings, and came upon an old battlefield-a gloomy waste with a black wall, of which the monotony was broken only by white gypsum heads, which stood in the earth as if they were on the point of sinking or of resurrection. A tower full of blind gates and blind windows stood in the midst, and the solitary clock talked with itself therein, and with its iron rod swaying to and fro, seemed fain to divide the wave of time, which ever tended to run together again. It struck 11:45, and deep in the wood the echo murmured as if in sleep, and softly spake once more to fleeting man of fleeting time. The road ran in an eternal circle round about the churchyard wall, without coming to a gate. Alban must, according to his information, seek a spot in the wall where it roared and reeled under him. At last he stepped upon a stone which sank with him. Then a section of the wall fell down, and a tangled wood, full of clumps of trees, whose stems twined together into bushwork, intercepted every beam of the moon. As he looked round him under the gate, there hung over the shadowy stairway a pale head like a bust of the murder field, and passed down without a body, and the bloodless dead seemed to awake and run after it. The cold hellstone of horror contracted his heart. He stood, the death's head hovered immovable over the last step. All at once his heart sucked in warm blood again. He turned toward the misshapen wood with drawn sword, because he was bearing along his life in his hand near armed death. He followed in the darkness of the moss-green towers the roar of the subterranean flood and the rocking of the ground. Unfortunately, he looked round again, and there stood the death's head behind him still, but high in the air on the trunk of a giant. The extreme of horror always drove him with compressed eyes full upon a phantom. He called twice through the echoing wood, "Who's there?" But when, at this moment, a second head seemed all at once to stand beside the first, then his hand clove, frozen, to the ice-gold key of the gate of the world of the dead, and he tore it away bleeding. He fled and plunged through thicker and thicker twigs, till at last he came out into an open garden and into the splendor of the moon. Here, when he saw the holy, immortal heavens and the rich stars in the north gleaming again, which never rise nor set, the pole star and Friederich's Eyre, the bear and the serpent, and Charles's Wain and Cassiopeia, which looked down upon him mildly, as if with the bright winking eyes of eternal spirits, then his spirit asked itself, "Who can lay hands on me?" I am a spirit among spirits, and the courage of immortality beat again in his warm breast. But what a singular garden! Great and little flowerless beds, full of yew, rue, and rosemary, divided it among them. A circle of weeping birches drooped like a funeral train around the mute spot. Under the garden murmured the buried brook, and in the middle stood a white altar, near which lay a man. Albano was strengthened by the appearance of the common dress and the mechanic's bundle on which the sleeper rested. He stepped quite close to him and read the golden inscription of the altar. "Take my last offering, all gracious one." The heart of the prince must here be mouldering in the altar. After these rigid scenes, it soothed his soul even to tears to find here human words and a human sleep, and the remembrance of God. But as he looked with emotion at the sleeper, suddenly that sister's voice which he had heard on Isola Bella said softly in his ear, "I give thee Linda de Romero." "Ah, good God!" he cried and turned round, and there was nothing on either side of him, and he held himself up by the corner of the altar. "I give thee Linda de Romero," it said again. Frightfully the thought seized him that the hovering death's head might be speaking near him, and he shook the sound sleeper, who woke not, and shook and called still more violently when the voice spake for a third time. "What?" said the drowsy man. "Directly, what will he you?" and raised himself reluctantly and with a yawn, but at the sight of the naked sword fell down on his knees and said, "Mercy, I will indeed give up all." "Cesara," a cry came from the wood, "Cesara, where art thou?" And he heard his own voice, but now he boldly called back at the altar. A black form rushed out with a white mask in hand and hesitated in the moonlight before the armed one. Then at length Albano recognized the brother of Liana, for whom he had so long panted. he flung his sword behind him and ran to meet him. Rockwell stood before him mute, pale, and with a sublime repose on his countenance. Albano continued to stand near him and said with emotion, "Hast thou been seeking me, Charles?" Rockwell nodded silently and had tears in his eyes and opened his arms. Ah, then could the blissful man, with all the flames and tears of love fall upon the long-loved soul, and he kept saying incessantly, "Now we have each other, now we have each other." And more passionately he embraced him, as the pillar of his future, and melted into tears, because now indeed the buried love of so many years and so many choked-up fountains of the poor heart could at once gush forth. Rockwell, trembling, only clasped him to himself gently with one arm, and said, but without passion, "I am a dying man, and that is my face," holding forth the yellow death mask. "But I have my Albano and will die on his bosom." Wildly they twined around each other. The sap of life, love, ran through them with a creative power. The ground over the rolling, subterranean flood shook more violently. And the starry heaven, with the white, magic breath of its trembling stars, floated around the magic glow. Ah, ye happy ones! 52. Cycle. Some men are born fast friends. Their first finding of each other is only a second, and they then, like those who have been long parted, bring to each other not only a future, but a past also. This latter our happy ones demanded of one another impatiently. Rockwell answered Alban's question, how he came hither, in a fiery manner. He had been following him this whole evening. He had gazed at him at the window during the funeral pomp with such a painful longing, and had almost been constrained to fly and embrace him. He had already, but a moment ago, stood close by him, and at his question, "Who's there?" immediately taken off his mask. Now did Albano's fallen arm strike again, tensely through the thin magic lantern show of ghostly fear, as he now learned that the two-headed giant had grown entirely out of an optically magnifying, mistaken notion of the distance of a form which was so near. And the death's head had forfeited its body on the stairway only by the dark curtains and its black dress. Even the hard spirit scene at the altar seemed to him now less insuperable through the rich gain of living love. Rockwell asked him what woe or joy had driven him hither at midnight to a Moravian churchyard, and whither he had sent the man with the sword. Albano did not know that Moravians reposed here, and moreover, he had not observed that the sword, probably from fear of its being used, had been stolen. He answered, "My dead sister was fain to speak with me at the altar, and she has spoken," but he feared to say more of this. Then Rockwell's countenance suddenly changed. He stared at him and demanded confirmation and explanation. During this, he looked into the air as if he would draw faces from it by his looks, and said monotonously, fixing his eyes, however, on Albano the while, dead one, speak again." But only the death flood went on speaking under them, and nothing more. But he threw himself before the altar on his knees, and said in measured tone, and yet with trembling lips, "Fly open, spirit gate, and show thy transparent world. I fear not you, the transparent ones. I become one of you when you appear and walk with you, and become an apparition myself." "Oh, my good one, forbear," Albano entreated, not only from piety but from love also. For an accident, a night bird shooting over might indeed kill them by horror. This horror stood, too, not far from them, for on the illuminated side of the weeping birches stepped out a white, majestic old form. But when Rockwell, frantic with wine and fancy, reached out the dying mask into the air, and said, turning toward the grave of the heart, "Take this face, if thou hast none, old man, and look at me from behind it." Alban seized him. The white form stepped back with bowed head and folded arms into the branches. The round tower on the battlefield struck the hour, and the dreamy region, murmuring, struck a response. "Come to my warm heart, thou passionate soul. Oh, that I were permitted to receive thee on my very birthday, at my very birth hour." This sound melted at once the ever-changing man, and he hung upon him with wet eyes of joy, and said, "And to keep me even till our dying hours. Oh, look not upon me, thou unchangeable, because I appear so wavering and broken. In the waves of life man breaks and crinkles as the staff flickers in the water, but the essential being stands nevertheless firm as the staff. I will follow thee into other parts of Tartarus, but still relate the history." To give this history amounted to opening a sanctum sanctorum of the inner man, or even a coffin to the light of day. But do you believe that Albano bethought himself a minute? Or would you yourselves? We are all better, franker, warmer friends than we know and show. Only let the right spirit meet you such a one as thirsting love ever demands. Pure, large, clear, and tender and warm end you give him everything, and love him without measure, because he is without fault. Albano found in this stranger the first friend who ever responded to his whole heart with like tones, the first eye which his shy feelings did not shun, a soul before whose first-tier flowers started up out of his whole future life, as out of the dry wastes of torrid climes during the rainy season. Hence love gave his strong spirit only the equable, broad motion of a sea, whereas his friend, although older and longer trained, was a stream with waterfalls. Charles led him into the so-called catacomb, while he listened to the ghost story of Isola Bella, which, however, from having been exhausted by the former, he heard with diminished fear. A dreary, charred vale, full of sunken shafts, basked gray in the moonshine. Out of the wood crept forth the death flood below their feet and leaped down a stony stairway into the catacombs. The two followed it on another that ran by its side. The entrance bore as frontispiece an old dial plate, of which the lightning had once struck away the hour one. "One," said Albano, "singular, just our coming hour." How adventurously does the catacomb now wind onward. The long death flood murmurs obscurely far in through the darkness, and glimmers at times under the silvery stream which the moonlight sends in through the shaft openings. Immovable creatures, horses, dogs, birds stand drinking on the dark bank, that is to say, their stuffed skins. Small gravestones, worn smooth by time with a few names and limbs, are the pavement. On a brighter niche we read that a nun was immured here. In another stands the petrified skeleton of a miner, who was buried alive, with gilded ribs and thighs. In scattered spots were black paper hearts of men shot by the arquebuse, and heaped-up nosegays of poor sinners. The rod which had whipped a forgiven penitent to death. A glass bust with a phosphorus point in the water, chrism cloths and other children's clothes and playthings, and a dwarf skeleton. As the explanatory words of Rockwell, whose life path always ran down into vaults and out over graves, beat out life more and more thin and transparent before him, Cesara, after his manner, at once shaking his head, heaving forward his breast, stamping in the sand, and cursing, which he easily did in terror and in strong emotion, broke out with the words, "By the devil, thou crushest my breast and thine own. It is not so. Are we not together? Have I not thy warm, living hand? Burns not within us the fire of immortality. Burnt-out coals are these bones, and nothing more, and the heavenly flame which has consumed them has again seized upon other fuel, and blazes on. Oh," he added, as if comforted, and stepped into the brook and looked through the opening of the shaft up to the rich moon, which streamed down from heaven, and his great eyes filled with splendor. "Oh, there is a heaven and an immortality. We remain not in the dark hole of life. We, too, sweep through the ether like thee, thou shining world." "Ah, thou glorious one," said Charles, whose soul consisted of souls, "I will now bring thee to a more cheerful place." They had hardly gone 8 steps when it darkened behind them, and a sword, flung in overhead, came perpendicularly down and struck with its point in the sand under the waves. "O thou infernal devil up there!" cried the infuriate Rockwell, but Albano was softened at the thought of the iron virgin of the death hour, who had folded her sharp arms together so near him. They clasped each other more warmly, and went silent and sad towards a low music and a grave mound. They seated themselves upon it opposite an avenue which formed a right angle with the tormenting catacomb, lined with green moss, and of which crumbled sparks of rotten wood pointed out the extent. It lost itself in an open gate, and a prospect of Elysium, of which only the white summits of some silver poplars were distinguishable, and in the distance was seen the spring redness of midnight blooming in the heavens, and 2 stars twinkling overhead. The gate, however, was grated, and guarded by a skeleton with an Aeolian harp in his hand, which seemed to strike upon it the thin minor tones which the draught of wind just now wafted into the cavern. "Here," said Charles, at the beautiful spot, and made more curious by the deadly fling of Albano's sword, "finish your narrative of today." Albano reported to him candidly the word which the sister's voice had spoken. "I give thee Linda de Romero." In the tumult of his inner being he thought not of the anecdote, that she was the very one for whom Charles when a boy had proposed to die. "Romero?" He started up. "Be still, she. O thou mocking executioner, fate, why she and today?" "Ah, Albano, for her I early braved death," he continued, weeping, and sank upon his breast, "and that is what has made my heart so bad, because I have lost her. Do thou only take her, for thou art a pure spirit, the glorious shape which appeared to thee on the sea, so she looks, or now still fairer." Ah, Albano, this noble youth trembled at the complicated plot and at the destiny and said, No, no, thou dear Charles, thou thinkest falsely about everything. Suddenly it was as if all the constellations rang, and a melodious spirit choir thronged in through the gate. Albano was startled. Nothing, let be, said Charles. It is not the skeleton, the pious father is walking in the flute dell and is just drawing out his flutes because he prays. But how sayest thou, I think falsely of everything? How? Repeated Albano, and could not, in the magic circle of these echoes, which all powerfully brought back to him that Sunday morning, either think or speak. For did not the silver poplars wave to and fro against the stars, and rosy clouds lie couched about the heavens, and did not the whole Elysium pass openly by with the sounds which had floated through it, with the tears which had besprinkled it, and with the dreams which no heart forgets, and with the holy form which eternally abides in his breast? And now he held so fast the hand of her brother, so near was he to love and friendship, those two foci in the ellipse of life's pathway. Impetuously he embraced the brother, with the words, By heaven, I say to thee, she whom thou hast just named concerns me not, and never will. But Albano, thou dost not surely know her yet, said Charles, pursuing his inquiries perhaps too hardly, for the noble youth beside him was too bashful and too steadfast to unlock the sanctuary of wishes to the kinsman of his loved one. To a stranger he could have done it much more easily. Oh, torment me not, he answered sensitively, but he added more softly, Believe me, I pray you believe me, this first time, my good brother. Charles yielded full as seldom as he, and although swallowing the inquisitive tone and speaking in a right loving one, nevertheless said this, By my bliss, I'll do it, and with joy. A heart must have been heartily loved and divinely blessed which can renounce such a one. Ah, does Albano, then, know that? He only leaned silently, with his fiery cheek full of roses, on Liana's brother, shunning scrutiny for shame. But when the expiring calls of the flute dell gathered together like sighs in his breast, and reminded him too often how that Sunday morning closed, how Liana stole away, and how he looked after her with dim, wet eyes from the altar. Then, although his heart did not break, his eye broke into tears, and he wept violently, but silently, on his first friend. Then, with mute souls, they turned homeward and looked thoughtfully toward the long, vanishing ways of the future. And when they parted, they well felt that they loved each other right heartily, that is, right bitterly. On the morrow, the pious father lay prostrate under a shock which was more blissful than mournful. For he said he had in the night seen his friend, the deceased prince, walking, clad in white, through Tartarus. 10th Jubilee. Roqueural's Advocatus Diaboli, the festival day of friendship. 53 Cycle. Not toward the years of childhood, but toward the season of youth, should we revert the most longingly, if we came forth out of the latter as innocent as out of the former. It is the festival day of our life, when all avenues are full of music and finery, and all houses are hung round with golden tapestries, and when existence, art, and virtue, like gentle goddesses, still woo us with caresses, whereas, in after years, they summon us like stern gods with commands. And at this period friendship dwells as yet in a serenely open Grecian temple, not, as later, in a narrow Gothic chapel. Richly and majestically did life now glitter around Albano, covered with islands and ships. He had his whole breast full of friendship and youth, and could now let the impetuous energy of love, which on Isola Bella had rebounded from a statue, from his father, burst freely and joyously upon a man who appeared to him fully as his youthful dream had sketched him. He could not let go Charles for a day. He laid bare to him his soul and his whole life. Only Liana's name retired deeper and deeper into his heart. All models of friendship among the ancients he was fain to copy and renew, and do and suffer everything for his loved friend. His being was now a double choir. He drank in every joy with two hearts. A double heaven embosomed his life in pure ether. When on the following day he met the form of the new friend, which was all that remained to him of the nightly showpiece of the spirit world, as a pale moon is left by the extinguished stars of night. And when he found him so bald-headed and white, as the fiery smoke column of an Etna ascends gray in the daytime, he seemed to see the whilom suicide standing before him, the more freely, but all the more warmly, did he stretch his hand across to the solitary being, who, after his leap over life, dwelt now only on his grave, as on a remote island. Others, for this very reason, would draw their hand away. The baffled self-murderer, who has made a rent in this fair, firm life, comes back from his death hour as a strange, uncomfortable ghost, whom we can trust no longer, because in his ungovernableness he may at any moment play again the giveaway game with the human form. Therefore Albano saw in the chaotic life of the captain only the disorder of a being who is packing up and marching away. When he stepped for the first time into his friend's summer chamber, he saw, of course, a servant's livery wardrobe, a theatrical green room, and an officer's tent before him at once. On the table lay confused tribes of books, as on a battlefield, and on Schiller's tragedies the Hippocratic face of the masquerade, and on the court almanac a pistol. The bookshelf was occupied by the sword belt, together with its washball of chalk, a chocolate mill, an empty candlestick, a pomatum box, matches, the wet hand towel, and the dried mouth napkin. The glass house of a run-down hourglass, and the washing and the writing table stood open, on which latter I, to my astonishment, look in vain for any support whatever, or writing sand on it. The comb cloth, or powder mantle, leaned back on the ottoman, and a long neckcloth rode on the stove screen, and the antlers on the wall had 2 hats with feathers shoved over the right and left ears. Letters and visiting cards were impaled like butterflies on the window curtains. I should not have been capable of writing a billet there, much less a cycle. Is there not, however, a sunny, bright, free-fluttering age, when one loves to see everything which announces roving unrest, striking of tents, and nomadic liberty, and when one would be thankful to keep house in a traveling carriage, and write and sleep therein? And does not one in those years look upon precisely such a student's chamber as this as a spiritual student's endowment of genius, and every chaos as an infusorial one full of life? Forgive my hero this truant time. There was still something noble in his nature that kept him back from becoming an imitator of what he eulogized. As, after the melting away of a late winter, all at once the green garment of earth flutters up high in flowers and blossoms, so in the warm air of friendship and fancy did Albano's nature start up at once into luxuriant verdure and bloom. Charles had and understood all states of the heart. He created them dramatically in himself and others. He was a second Russia, which harbors all climates from France even to Nova Zembla, and wherein, for that very reason, everyone finds his own. He was everything to everybody, although for himself nothing. He could throw himself into any character, although for that very reason it sometimes took his fancy only to carry out the most convenient. The girths, belly bands, cruppers, and saddle straps of court, town, and city life his Bucephalus had long since cleared. And if the Count was vexed every day at the lingual leading string of the lector, who pronounced everything correctly, canister instead of naster, juffin instead of jutchen, funfzig instead of fufzig, and barbarin, the R in which I myself take to be a stupid barbarism, Rockwherall was a freethinker, even to the degree of being a hectoring free speaker, and spoke, according to an expression of his own, which was at the same time an example of the fact, right out of his liver and jaw. He was annoyed that there should still cleave to the Count a certain epic dignity of speech acquired from books. They often thought over and cursed with one another the pitiful bald life which one would lead, who, like the lector, should live as a well-bred citizen of extraction, have conduit and a nice dress, and a tolerable dapper knowledge of several departments, and for refreshment his table wine, and taste for excellent masters in painting and other arts, and should advance to higher posts merely as stepping stones to still higher. And yet, after all this, have to stretch himself out, all frizzled and washed. In his coffin, in order that the gigantic body world might forsooth hand over its pestits representative also to the sublime world of spirits. No, said Albano, rather throw a dark mountain chain of sorrows into the dead level of life, that one may, at least, have a prospect and something great. But Rockwherall was not the man that he seemed to him. Friendship has its deceptions as well as love, and often, when he had long looked upon this love-drunken, high-hearted youth, with his chaste maiden cheeks and proud, manly brow, who reposed such a confidence upon his wavering soul, and whose heart stood so wide open, and the holiness of whose fancy even he envied, then did the delusion of the noble one move him even to pain, and his heart struggled to break forth, and longed to say to him, with tears, Albano, I am not worthy of thee, but in that case I lose him, he always added, for he shunned the moral orthodoxy and decision of a man who was not like a maiden to be provoked and repelled and won back again, all in sport. And yet the day came, the momentous day for both when he did it. How could he ever have resisted fancy, when he only resisted by and through fancy? I do him half injustice. Hear the better angel, who opens his mouth. Rockwell is a child and victim of the age. As the higher youth of our times are so early and richly overhung with the roses of joy that, like the inhabitants of Spice Islands, they lose their smell. And by put under their heads a sybarite pillow of roses, drink rose syrup and bathe themselves in rose oil, until nothing more is left them thereof for a stimulus except the thorns. So are most of them, and often the very same ones stuffed full in the beginning, by their philanthropic teachers, with the fruits of knowledge. So that they come soon to desire only the honey-thick extracts, then the cider and perry thereof, until at last they ruin themselves with the brandy made of that. Now if, in addition to this, they have, like Rockwell, a fancy that makes their life a naphtha-soil, out of which every step draws fire, then does the flame, into which the sciences are thrown, and the consumption becomes still greater. For these burnt-out prodigals of life, there is then no new pleasure and no new truth left, and they have no old one entire and fresh. A dried-up future, full of arrogance, disgust with life, unbelief and contradiction, lies round about them. Only the wing of fancy still continues to quiver on their corpse. Poor Charles, thou didst still more. Not merely truths, but feelings also, he anticipated. All grand situations of humanity, all emotions to which love and friendship and nature exalt the heart, all these he went through in poems earlier than in life, as play actor and theater poet earlier than as man, earlier on the sunny side of fancy than on the stormy side of reality. Hence, when they at last appeared, living in his breast, he could deliberately seize them, govern them, kill them, and stuff them well for the refrigeratory of future remembrance. The unhappy love for Linda de Romero, which, at a later period, would perhaps have steeled him, opened thus early all the veins of his heart, and bathed it warmly in its own blood. He plunged into good and bad dissipations and amours, and afterward represented on paper or on the stage everything that he repented or blessed. And every representation made him grow more and more hollow, as abysses have been left in the sun by ejected worlds. His heart could not do without the holy sensibilities, but they were simply a new luxury, a tonic at best. And precisely in proportion to their height did the road run down the more abruptly into the slough of the unholiest ones. As in the dramatic poet angelically pure and filthy scenes stand in conjunction and close succession, so in his life. He foddered, as in Suriname, his hogs with pineapples. Like the elder giants, he had soaring wings and creeping snake's feet. Unfortunate is the female soul which loses its way, and is caught in one of these great webs stretched out in mid-heaven. And happy is she, when she tears through them, unpoisoned, and merely soils her bee's wings. But this all-powerful fancy, this streaming love, this softness and strength, this all-mastering coolness and collectedness, will overspread every female psyche with webs, if she neglects to brush away the first threads. Oh, that I could warn you, poor maidens, against such condors which fly up with you in their claws. The heaven of our days hangs full of these eagles. They love you not, though they think so, because, like the blessed in Mahomet's paradise, instead of their lost arms of love, they have only wings of fancy. They are like great streams, warm only along the shore and in the middle cold. Now enthusiast, now libertine in love, he ran through the alternation between ether and slime more and more rapidly, till he mixed them both. His blossoms shot up on the varnished flower staff of the ideal, which, however, rotted, colorless in the ground. Start with horror, but believe it, he sometimes plunged on purpose into sins and torments, in order, down there, by the pangs of remorse and humiliation, to cut into himself more deeply the oath of reformation. Somewhat as the physicians Darwin and Sydenham assert that strengthening remedies, Peruvian bark, steel, opium, work more powerfully when weakening ones, bleeding, emetics, and C, have been previously prescribed. External relations might perhaps have helped him somewhat, and the vow of poverty might have made the two other vows lighter for him. Had he been sold as a Negro slave, his spirit would have been a free white, and a workhouse would have been to him a purgatory. It was for this reason the early Christians always gave those who were possessed some occupation or other, e.g. sweeping out the churches, and see, but the lazy life of an officer wrought upon him to make him only still more vain and bold. So stood matters in his breast, when he came to Albano's, hunting like an epicure after love, but merely to play with it, with an untrue heart, whose feeling was more lyric poetry than real, sound being. Incapable of being true, nay, hardly capable of being false, because every truth assimilated to the poetic representation, and this again to that. Able much more easily on the stage and at the tragic writing desk to hit the true language of passion than in life, as Boileau could only imitate dancers, but never a dance. Indifferent, contemptuous, and decided against the exhausted, worthless life, wherein all that is settled and indispensable hearts and joys and truths melted down and floated about. With reckless energy, capable of daring and sacrificing anything which a man respects, because he respected nothing, and ever looking round after his iron patron saint, death. Faint-hearted in his resolutions, and even in his errors fluctuating, and yet devoid only of the tuning hammer, and not of the tuning fork of the finest morality. And in the midst of the roar of passion, standing in the bright light of reflection, as the victim of the hydrophobia knows his madness, and gives warning of it. Only one good angel had not flown with the rest friendship. His so often blown up and collapsed heart could hardly soar to love, but friendship it had not yet squandered away. His sister he had hitherto loved as a friend so fraternally, so freely, so increasingly, and now Albano, splendidly armed, had come to his embrace. In the beginning he played with him, too, lyingly, as he had with himself at the masquerade and in Tartarus. He soon observed that the country youth saw him falsely, dazzled by his own rays, but he chose rather to verify the error than to correct it. Men end here like the fountain of the sun near the temple of Jupiter Ammon, which in the morning only was cold. At noon, lukewarm, in the evening, warm, and at midnight, hot. Now he depended so much on the seasons of the day, as the sound and vigorous Albano did so little, who accordingly imagined a great man was great all day, from the time of getting up to the time of lying down, as the heralds always represent the eagle with outspread wings, that he seldom went in the morning, but mostly in the evening, to Albano, when the whole girandole of his faculties and feelings burned in the wine spirit which he had previously poured upon it out of flasks. But do you know the medicine of example, the healing power of admiration, and of that soul-strengthener reverence? It is shameful of me, said Rockwherall, when he is so credulous and open and honest. No, I will deceive the whole world, only not his soul. Such natures would fain make good their devastation of humanity by being true to one. Humanity is a constellation, in which one star often describes half the figure. From this hour forth, his resolution of the heartiest confession and atonement stood fixed. And Alban, before whom life had not yet run down into a jelly of corruption, but was capable of being analyzed as a sound and well-defined organism, and who did not, like Charles, complain that nothing would take right hold of him, but everything played round him like ere it was who was to bring back youth to his sick wishes, and with the help of the pure youth's unwavering perceptions and the danger of losing his friendship. Rockwherall proposed forcing himself to keep with him the word of fruit-bearing repentance, which to himself he had too often broken. Let us follow him into the day, when he tells everything. 54. Cycle. Once Albano came early in the forenoon to the captain, when the latter was usually, according to his own expression, a fag-end of a yesterday's candle stuck on thorns. But today he stood working away blusteringly at the pianoforte and writing desk by turns, and like a dried-up infusorial animal, was already, even at this early hour, the same old, busy creature, because wine enough had been poured upon him, that is to say, a good deal. Full of rapture, he ran to meet the welcome friend. Albano brought him from Falterel the childish leaves of love, for the master of exercises had not had the heart to throw them into the fire which he had written from Blumenbuhl to the unknown heart. Charles would have been moved on the subject almost to tears, had he not already been so before the arrival. The Count had to stay there all day and neglect everything. It was his first day of irregularity. It was comic to see how the otherwise unfettered youth, subservient, however, to a long habit of daily exertions, struggled against the short calm, in which he should sail no ship as against a sin. Meanwhile, it was heavenly, the low-lying day of childhood, which once clothed him with wings when the house was full of guests, and he, wherever he wanted to be, came up again above the horizon. The conversation played and made gifts with everything which exalts and enriches us. All his faculties were unchained and in ecstatic dance. Men of genius have as many festal days as others do working days, and hence it is that they can hardly endure a trivial and commonplace intercalary day, and especially on such days of youth. When Charles conjured before him, tragic storm clouds from Shakespeare, Goethe, Klinger, Schiller, and life saw itself colossally represented in the poetic magnifying mirror. Then did all the sleeping giants of his inner world rise up. His father came and his future, even his friends stood forth there as in new relief, out of that shining, fantastic time of childhood, when he had dreamed of him beforehand in these characters. And in the internal procession of heroes, even the cloud that floated through the heavens and the guard troop marching away across the market were incorporated. His friend appeared to him far greater than he was, because, like all youths, he still believed of actors and poets, that, like miners, they always received into their bodies the metals in which they labored. How often they both said, in that favorite metaphor of the young man, life is a dream, and only became thereby more glad and wide awake. The old man says it differently. And the dark gate of death, to which Charles so loved to lead the way, became before the youth's eye a glass door, behind which lay the bright, golden age of the belated heart in immeasurable meadows. Maidens, I own as their conversations are more fragmentary, matter-of-fact, and less intoxicating instead of such an Eden park, go for a spruce Dutch garden, well trimmed with crab shears and lady scissors, which is furnished them every day in the afternoon by the black hour, which serves up to them on the coffee or tea table, the small blackboard of some evil reports, a couple of new shawls sitting by, a well-bred man who passes by with a will or marriage certificate. And finally the hope of the domestic report, come back to our young men. Towards evening the captain received a red billet. Very well, said he to the woman who brought it, and nodded. You'll get nothing out of that, madam, said he, turning toward Albano. Brother, guard only against married women. Just snap once, for a joke, at one of their red beauty patches. Instantly they dart their fish hooks into your nape. 7 of these hooks, such as you see here, have made a lodgment in mine alone. The innocent child Albano. He took it for something morally great to assert at once the friendship of 7 married ladies, and would gladly have been in Charles's case. He could not see the mischief of it that these female friends, like the Romans, love to clip the wings of victory, namely, of ourselves, so that the divinity may not fly any farther. On a fine day, nothing is so fine as its sunset. The Count proposed to ride out into the evening twilight and on the hill to look at the sun. They trotted through the streets. Charles pulled off his great cocked-up hat, now before a fine nose, now before a great pair of eyes, now before transparent forelocks. They flew into the Linden Avenue, which was festily decked with a motley wainscoting of female street-sitters. A tall woman, with piercing, fiery eyes, in a red shawl and yellow dress, strode through the female flower-bed, towering like the flower goddess. It was the authoress of the red note. She was, however, more attentive to the beautiful Count than to her friend. On all walls and trees bloomed the rose espalier of the evening redness. They blustered up the white road toward Blumenbohl. On both sides the gold-green sea of spring heaved its living waves. A feathered world went rowing about therein, and the birds dove down deep among the flowers behind the friends blazed the sun, and before them lay the heights of Blumenbohl, all rosy red. Having reached the eminence, they turned their horses toward the sun, which reposed behind the cupolas and smoke columns of the proudly burning city, in distant, bright gardens. In wondrous nearness lay the illuminated earth round about them, and Albano could see the white statues on Liana's roof blush like life under the blooming clouds. He drove his horse close to his companions, to lay his hand on Charles's shoulder, and thus they beheld in silence how the lovely sun laid down his golden cloud crown, and, with the fluttering foliage breath around his hot brow, descended into the sea. And when it grew dusky on the earth, and a glow lighted up the heavens, and Albano leaned across and drew his friend over to his burning heart, then rose the evening chime in Blumenbohl. And down below there, said Charles with soft voice and turned thither, lies thy peaceful Blumenbohl like a still churchyard of thy childhood's days. How happy are children, Albano, ah, how happy are children. Are not we so? Answered he, with tears of joy. Charles, how often have I stood on high places in evenings like this, and fervently stretched out my childish hands after thee and after the world. Now indeed I have it all. Truly, thou art not right. But he, sick with the murmur and ringing in his ears of long past times, remained deaf to the word, and said, only our cradle songs, only those cradle songs, sounding back on the memory, soothe the soul to slumber when it has wept itself hot. More silently and slowly they rode back. Albano bore a new world of love and bliss in his bosom, and the youth not yet a debtor to the past, but a guest of the present sweetly unbent by the long jubilee of the day, sank into clear obscure dreams, like a towering bird of prey hanging silent on pinions open with ecstasy. "We will stay all night at Ratto's," said Charles, when they reached the city. 55. Cycle. They alighted down in Ratto's Italian cellar. The house seemed to the Count at first, after the contemplation of broad nature, like a fragment of rock rolled upon it, although every story, indeed, groans under architectural burdens, but the heavy feeling of subterranean confinement soon forgot itself. And singular was the sound that came down into the Italian vault of the rattling of carriages overhead. The captain bespoke a punch royal. If he goes on so in his good fire regulation, and always has a full cask at home as extinguishing apparatus, and his hose-pipes well proved, then my book cannot be touched by the objection that, as in Grandison, too much tea is consumed. More likely is it that too much strong drink will be absorbed. Scop was sitting in the Italian souterrain. He loved not the captain, because his inexorable eye spied out in him two faults which to him were heartily intolerable: the chronic ulcer of vanity and an unholy guzzling and gormandizing upon feelings. Charles paid him back his dislike. The hottest waves of his enthusiasm immediately bristled up in ice beaks before the titular librarian's face. Only not today. He drank so amply of King's punch whereof a couple of glasses might have burnt through all the heads of Briareus, or of the Lernean serpent, that he then said everything, even pious things. "By heavens," said he, healing himself in this Bethesda pool by drawing from it, "since it is all fiddle-faddle about this growing better, one should obfuscate himself with a shot, in order that the baited spirit may once for all go free from its wounds and sins." "From sins," said Scop. "Lice and tapeworms of the better sort will by all means emigrate from my territory, when I grow cold, but the worst of them my inner man will certainly carry up with it. By the hangman? Who tells you, then, that this whole churchyard of poor sinners here below shall at once march home as an invisible church full of martyrs and Socrateses, and every bedlam come out a high-light lodge? I was thinking today of the next world, when I saw a woman in the market with 5 little pigs, every one of which she would fain drive before her with a string tied to its leg, but which shot off from her, and from each other like wisps of electric light. Now, said I, we, with our few faculties and wishes, which this cultivating age sets out in quintuplo, fare already as pitifully as the woman with her drove. But when we get 10 or more new pharaohs by the rope, as the second world, like in America, must surely bring new objects and wishes, how will the Ephorus manage his office there? I prepare myself to expect their greater indescribable distresses, feudal crimes, and oppositions. But Rockwherall was in his red blaze. He exalted himself far above Scop and above himself, and denied immortality plumply, by way of parodying Scop. An individual man, said he, could hardly, on his own account alone, believe in immortality. But when he sees the masses, he has pity and holds it worth the while, and believes the second world is a Monte Testaceo of human potsherds. Man cannot come nearer to God and the devil hereafter than he does already here. Like a tavern sign, his reverse is painted just like his obverse. But we need the fictitious future for a present. When we hover ever so still above our slime, we yet are continually flapping, like carps lying still, with poetic fins and wings. Hence we must needs dress up the future paradise so gloriously that only gods shall fit into it, but just as in princes' gardens no dogs. Mere trumpery, we cut out for ourselves glorified bodies, which resemble soldiers' coats, pockets and buttonholes are wanting. What pleasure can they hold then? Albano looked upon him with amazement. Knowest thou, Albano, what I mean? Just the opposite. So easy is everything for fancy, even freaks of humor. At this moment he was called out. He came back with a red billet-doux. He put on his cravat. He had been sitting there a la Hamlet, and said to Albano he would fly back in an hour. At the threshold he paused, still thinking whether he should go, then ran swiftly up the steps. In Albano the cup of joy, into which the whole day had been pouring, overflowed with the sparkling foam of a waggish humor. By heaven, drollery became him as charmingly as an emotion, and he often walked round for a long time without speaking, with a roguish smile, as slumbering children smile, when, as the saying is, angels are playing with them. Rockwherall came back with strangely excited eyes. He had stormed wildly into his heart. He had been wicked, for the sake of despairing, and then on his knees at the bottom of the precipice, confessing to his friend the nature of his life. This man, so willful, lay involuntarily bound to the windmill wings of his fancy, and was now fettered by a calm, now whirled round by the storm, which he imagined himself cutting through. He was now, after the analogy of the fire-eaters, a fire-drinker in the uneasy expectation of Scop's departure. The latter departed at last, despite Albano's entreaty with the answer, "Redeem the time," says the apostle, but that means prolong your life all you can, that is time. To this end the best shops of the times, the apothecaries, require that a man, after punch royal, shall go to bed and sweat immoderately. Now how changed was all. When Cesara joyfully fell on his neck, when the delirium of youth grew to the melodies of love, as the rain in Derbyshire Hollow at a distance becomes harmonies when from the Count's lips flowed sweetly, as one bleeds in his sleep, his whole inner being, his whole past life, and all his plans of the future, even the proudest, only not the tenderest one. And when, like Adam in the state of innocence, according to Madame Bourignon, he placed himself in such crystal transparency before his friend's eye. Not from weakness, but from old instinct, and in the faith that such his friend must be, then did tears of the most loving admiration come into the eyes of the unhappy Rockwherrall at the unvarnished purity, and at the energetic, credulous, unsophisticated nature, and at the almost smile-provoking, naive, and lofty earnestness of the red-cheeked youth. He sobbed upon that joy-drunken bosom, and Albano grew tender, because he thought he was too little so, and his friend so very much in that mood. "Come out a doors out, oh, doors," said Charles, and that had long been Albano's wish. It struck one, as they saw, on the narrow cellar stairs, the stars of the spring heaven overhead glistening down through the entrance of the shaft. How freshly flowed the inhaled night over the hot lips! How firmly stood the world rotunda, built with its fixed rows of stars high and far away over the flying tent streets of the city! How was the fiery eye of Albano refreshed and expanded by the giant masses of the glimmering spring, and the sight of day slumbering under the transparent mantle of night! Zephyrs, the butterflies of day, fluttered already about their dear flowers, and sucked from the blossoms, and brought in incense for the morning. A sleep-drunken lark soared occasionally into the still heavens with a loud day in her throat. Over the dark meadows and bushes the dew had already been sprinkled, whose jewel sea was to burn before the sun, and in the north floated the purple pennons of Aurora, as she sailed toward morning. With an exalting power the thought seized the youth, that this very minute was measuring millions of little and long lives, and the walk of the sap caterpillar and the flight of the sun, and that this very same time was being lived through by the worm and God, from worlds to worlds, through the universe. "O God!" he exclaimed, "how glorious it is to exist!" Charles merely clung with the drooping, heavy feathers of the night-bird to the cheerful constellations around him. "Happy for thee," said he, "that thou canst be thus, and that the Sphinx in thy bosom still sleeps. Thou knowest not what I am about to do. I knew a wretch who could portray her right well. In the cavern of man's breast," said he, "lies a monster on its 4 claws, with upturned Madonna's face, and looks round smiling, for a time, and so does man too. Suddenly it springs up, buries its claws into the breast, rends it with lion's tail and hard wings, and roots and rushes and roars, and everywhere blood runs down the torn cavern of the breast. All at once it stretches itself out again, bloody, and smiles away again with the fair Madonna's face. Oh, he looked all bloodless, the wretch, because the beast so fed upon him and thirstily lapped at his heart." "Horrible," said Albano, "and yet I do not quite understand thee." The moon at this moment lifted herself up, together with a flock of clouds that lay darkly camped along her sides, and she drew a storm wind after her, which drove them among the stars. Charles went on more wildly. "In the beginning, the wretch found it as yet good. He had as yet sound pains and pleasures, real sins and virtues, but as the monster smiled and tore faster and faster, and he continued to alternate more and more rapidly between pleasure and pain, good and evil, and when blasphemies and obscene images crept into his prayers, and he could neither convert nor harden himself, then did he lie there in a dreary exhaustion of bleeding in the tepid, grey, dry mist-banks of life, and thus was dying all the time he lived. Why weepest thou? Knowest thou that wretch?" "No," said Albano mildly. "I am he? Thou, terrible God, not thou." "Oh, it is I, and though thou despisest me, thou wilt be what I know, my innocent one, I say it not. See, even now the Sphinx rises again. Oh, pray with me, help me, that I may not be obliged to sin, only not be obliged." I must drink, I must debauch, I must be a hypocrite, I am a hypocrite at this moment. Cesara saw the rigid eye, the pale, shattered face, and, in a rage of love, shook him with both arms and stammered with deep emotion, "By the Almighty, this is not true. Thou art indeed so tender and pale and unhappy and innocent." "Rosy cheek," said Charles, "I seem to thee pure and bright as yonder orb. But she too, like me, casts a long shadow up toward heaven." Cesara let go of him, took a long look toward the sublime, dark Tartarus, encompassing Elysium like a funeral train, and pressed away bitter tears, which flowed at the remembrance how he had found therein his first friend, who was now melting away at his side. Just then the night wind tore up a fir tree which had been killed by the wood caterpillar, and Albano pointed silently to the crashing tree. Charles shrieked, "Yes, that is I." "Ah, Charles, have I then lost thee today?" said the guiltless friend, with infinite pain, and the fair stars of spring fell like hissing sparks into his wounds. This word dissolved Charles's overstrained heart into good, true tears. A Holy Spirit came over him, and bade him not torment the pure soul with his own, not take away its faith, but silently sacrifice to it his wild self and every selfish thought. Softly he laid himself on his friend's bosom, and with magical, low words and full of humility, and without fiery images, told him his whole heart, and that it was not wicked but only unhappy and weak, and that he ought to have been as heartily sincere towards him, who thought too well of him, as towards God, and that he swore by the hour of death to be such as he to confess to him everything, always to become holy through him. "Ah, I have only been loved so very little," he concluded. And Albano, the love-intoxicated, glowing man, the good man, who knew by his own experience the sacred excesses and exaggerations of remorse, and took these confessions to be such, came back, inspired, to the old covenant with unmeasured love. "Thou art an ardent man," said Charles. "Why do men then always lie frozen together on each other's breasts, as on Mount Bernard, with rigid eye, with stiffened arms? Oh, why camest thou to me so late? I had been another creature. Why came she so early?" "In the village down below there, at the narrow, lowly church door, there I first saw her through whom my life became a mummy. Verily, I am speaking now with composure. They carried along before me, as I went out to walk, a corpse-like white youth on a bier into Tartarus. It was only a statue, but it was the emblem of my future. An evil genius said to me, 'Love the fair one whom I show thee.'" She stood at the church door, surrounded by people of the congregation, who wondered at the boldness with which she took up in her two hands a silver-gray, tongue-darting snake and dandled it. Like a daring goddess, she bent her firm, smooth brow, her dark eye, and the rose blossoms of her countenance upon the adder's head, which nature had trodden flat, and played with it close to her breast. "Cleopatra," said I, although a boy. She too even then understood it, looked up calmly and coldly from the snake, and gave it back and turned round. Oh, on my young breast she flung the chilling, life-knowing viper. But truly, it is now all gone by, and I speak calmly. Only in the hours, Albano, when my bloody clothes of that night, which my sister has laid up, come before my eyes, then I suffer once more, and ask, poor, well-meaning boy, wherefore didst thou then grow older? But as I said, it is all over now. To thee, only to thee, may a better genius say, 'Love the fair one whom I show thee.'" But what a world of thoughts now flew at once into Albano's mind. "He continues to torment himself," thought he, "with the old jealousy about Romero. I will open heart to heart, and tell the good brother that it is indeed his sister I love, and that eternally." His cheeks glowed, his heart flamed, he stood, priest-like, before the altar of friendship with the fairest offering, sincerity. "O Charles," said he, "now perhaps she might be otherwise disposed towards thee. My father is traveling with her, and thou wilt see her." He took his hand and went with him more quickly up to a dark group of trees, to unfold in the shadow his tenderly blushing soul. "Take my most precious secret," he began, "but speak not of it, not even with me. Dost thou not guess it, my first brother, the soul that I have loved as long as I have loved thee?" Softly, very softly, he added, "Thy sister," and sank on his lips to kiss away the first sounds. But Charles, in the tumult of rapture and of love, like an earth at the upcoming of spring, could not contain himself. He pressed him to himself, he let him go. He embraced him again, he wept for bliss. He shut to Albano's eyes and said, as if he had found his sister anew, "Brother?" In vain did Albano seek to stifle, with his hand, every other syllable on his lips. He began to paint to the excited youth who, amid the secluded and poetic book world, had acquired a higher tenderness than the actual intercourse of society teaches the portrait of Liana, how she did and suffered. How she watched and pleaded for him and even impoverished herself to wipe out his debts. How she never severely blamed, but only mildly entreated him, and all that not from artificial patience, but from genuine, ardent love. And how this, after all, made up hardly the accessories of her picture. In this purer inspiration than the foregoing evening had granted him, what crowned his bliss was that he could love his sister, among all beings, the most intensely and the most disinterestedly, and with a love the most free from poetic luxury and caprice. Really strengthened by the feeling that he could, for once, exult with a pure and holy affection, he lifted once more in freedom his disengaged hands, hitherto, like Milo's, jammed and caught in the tree of happiness and life, which he would fain have torn open. He breathed fresh, living air and courage, and the plan of his inner perfection was now gracefully rounded by new good fortune and a consciousness full of fair objects. The moon stood high in heaven, the clouds had been driven away, and never did the morning star rise brighter on two human beings. 11th Jubilee. Embroidery, Anglaise, Seria Serpent's musical fantasies. 56 Cycle. Joyfully did Rockwell, on the first evening when he knew his father had gone a journey, bear to his friend the invitation to go with him to his mother. Albano blushed charmingly for the first time at the thought of that fiery night which had wrung from him the oldest mystery, for hitherto neither of them, in the common hours of life, had retouched the sacred subject. Only the captain could easily and willingly speak of Linda as well as of every other loss. Liana always beheld her brother the creator and ruling spirit of her softest hours with the heartiest joy, although he generally wanted to get something when he came. For joy she flew to meet him, with the book in her hand which she had been reading as her mother embroidered. She and her mother had spent the whole day pleasantly and alone, alternately relieving each other at embroidering and reading. As often as the minister traveled, they were at once free from discord and from the visiting charivari. With what emotion did Albano recognize the eastern chamber, from which he had seen, for the first time, the dear maiden only as a blind one, standing in the distance between watery columns. The good Liana received him more unconstrainedly than he could meet her. After Charles's initiation into his wishes, what a paradisiacal mingling of unaffected shyness and overflowing friendliness, stillness and fire, of bashfulness and grace of movement, of playful kindness, of silent consciousness. Therefore belongs to her the magnificent surname of Virgil, the maidenly. In our days of female Jordan almonds, academical strong-minded women, of hop dances and double quick march steps in the flat shoe, the Virgilian title is not often called for. Only for 10 years, reckoning from the 14th, can I give it to a maiden, afterward she becomes more manneristic. Such a graceful being is usually at once 13 and 17 years old. Why wast thou so bewitchingly unembarrassed, tender Liana? Excepting because thou, like the Bourignon, didst not once know what was to be avoided, and because thy holy guilelessness excluded the suspicious spying out of remote designs, the bending of the ear toward the ground to listen for an approaching foe, and all coquettish manifestos and warlike preparations. Men were as yet to the commanding fathers and brothers, and therefore didst thou lift upon them, not yet proudly, but so affectionately, that true pair of eyes. And with this good-natured look, and with her smile whose continuance is often on men's faces, but not on maidens, the title vignette of falsehood, she received our noble youth, but not him alone. She seated herself at the embroidery frame, and the mother soon launched the Count out into the cool, high sea of general conversation, into which only occasionally the sun threw up a green, warm island. Alban looked on to see how Liana made her mosaic flower pieces grow, how the little white hand lay on the black satin ground, Frule's thorax is to wear the flowers on his birthday, and how her pure brow, over which the curly hair transparently waved, bent forward, and how her face, when she spoke, or when she looked after new colors of silk, lifted itself up, animated with the higher glow of industry in the eye and on the cheek. Charles sometimes hastily stretched out his hand towards her. She willingly reached hers across. He laid it between his two, and turned it over, looked into the palm, pressed it with both hands, and the brother and sister smiled upon each other affectionately. And each time Albano turned from his conversation with the mother and true-heartedly smiled with them. But poor hero! It is of itself a Herculean labor to sit idly by where fine work is going on, such as embroidery, miniature painting, and sea. But above all, with a spirit like thine, which has so many sails together with a couple of storms in behind, to lie inactively at anchor beside the embroidery frame, and not to be, say, a spinning Hercules. That were easy, but only one that sees spinning and that, too, in the presence of a great spring and sunset out of doors end, in addition to all this, in the company of a mother, so chary of her words, in fact, before any mother. It is of itself an impossibility to introduce an edifying conversation with the daughter. These are sore things. He looked down sharply at the embroidered Flora. Nothing pains me so much, said he, for he always philosophized, and everything useless on the earth troubled him grievously, as that so many thousand artificial ornaments should be created in vain in the world, without a single eye ever meeting and enjoying them. It will touch me very nearly if this green leaflet here is not especially observed. With the same sorrow over fruitless, unenjoyed plantings of labor, he often shut his eyes upon wallpaper foliage, upon worked flowers, upon architectural decorations. Liana might have taken it as a painter's censure of the overladen stitch garden, which merely out of love for her father, she was sewing so full for Frule, born in the days when they still trimmed the gold lace with clothes, rather than the reverse, was fond of buttoning a little silk herbery round his body, but she only smiled, and said, "Well, the little leaf has surely escaped that evil destiny. It is observed." "What matters a thing's being forgotten and useless?" said Rockwell, taking up the word, full of indifference to the lector, who was just entering, and full of indifference to the opinion of his mother, to whom, as well as to his father, only the entreaties of his sister sometimes made him submissive. "Enough that a thing is. The birds sing and the stars move in majesty over the wildernesses, and no man sees the splendor. In fact, everywhere in and out of man, more passes unseen than seen. Nature draws out of endless seas, and without exhausting them, we, too, are in nature and should draw and pour out, and not be always anxiously reckoning upon the profit, for watering purposes, of every transient shower and rainbow. Just keep on embroidering, sister," he concluded, ironically. "The princess comes today," said the lector, and, delighted with the prospect, Liana kissed her mother's hand. She looked up often and confidentially from her embroidery at the courtier, who seemed to be very intimate, but who, as a refined man, was full as much respected and as respectful as if he were there for the first time. The announcement of the princess set the captain into a charming state of easy good humor. A female part was to him as necessary for society as to the French for an opera, and the presence of a lady helped him as much in teaching as the absence of a button did cant. By way of drawing his sister off from the flowers, he removed the red veil from a statue on the card table, and threw it, like a little red dawn, over the lilies on the face of the embroideress. Just then the door opened, and Julian entered. Liana, trying to remove the veil in her haste to welcome her, entangled herself in the little red dawn. Albano mechanically reached out to her his hand to relieve her of the veil, and she gave it to him, and a dear, full look besides. Oh, how his enraptured eye shone! Julienne brought with her a train of jus d'esprit. The captain, who, like a pyrotechnist, could give his fire all forms and colors, reinforced her with his, and his sister sewed, as it were, the flowers with which the zephyrets of raillery could play. Julienne almost said no to yes, and yes to no. Only toward the minister's lady was she serious and submissive, a sign that, on her arena of disputation, among the grains of sand particles of golden sand still lay. Whereas for philosophers the arena is the prize and the ground at once the battlefield, the Champ de Mars, and the Champs Élysées. Upon the count she fixed her passionate gaze as boldly as only princesses may venture to and love to, and when he returned the glance of her brown eye, she cast it down. But she remembered him, from her old visit in Blumenbohl, and inquired after his friends. He now entered with pleasure upon something that was as ardent as his own soul encomiums. It is against the finest politeness to praise or blame persons with warmth, things one may. While he portrayed with grateful remembrance his sister Rabette, Julienne became so earnestly and deeply absorbed in his eye that she started, and asked the lector about the steps of the Anglaise which he had led at the masquerade. When he had done his best to give an idea of it, she said she had not understood a word of what he had been saying. One must, after all, execute it. And herewith I suddenly introduce my fair readers in a body to a domestic ball of two couples. See the two sisters in soul, side by side, like two wings on one dove, harmoniously flutter up and down. Albano had expected Julienne would form a contrast, by nimble and sprightly fluttering, to the still, hovering movement of her friend. But both undulated lightly, like waves, by and through each other, and there was not a motion too much nor too swift. Hence, I have so often wished that maidens might always dance exactly like the Graces, and the hours that is to say, only with one another, not with us gentlemen. The present union of the female wave-line with the masculine swallow-like zigzag, as well in dress as in motion, does not remarkably beautify the dance. Liana assumed a new ethereal form, somewhat as an angel while flying back into heaven lays aside his graceful earthly one. The dancing floor is to woman's beauty what the horse's back is to ours. On both the mutual enchantment unfolds itself, and only a rider can match a dancing maiden. Fortunate Albano, thou who hardly darst take the finger points of Liana's offered hand in thine, thou gettest enough. And only look at this friendly maiden, whose eyes and lips caress so smilingly brightens for the dance, and who yet, on the other hand, appears so touchingly because she is a little pale. How different from those capricious or inflexible stepsisters, who, with half a cotto of Utica on the wrinkled or tightly stretched face, hop, fall back, and slip round. Julienne flies joyfully to and fro, and it is hard to say before whose eyes she loves to flutter best, Liana's or Albano's. When it was done, Julienne wanted to begin over again. Liana looked at her mother, and immediately begged her friend rather for a cooling off, a mere pretext. A female friend loves to be alone with a female friend. The two loved each other before people only with a veil upon their hearts, and longed for the dark arbor where it might fall off. Liana had a real loving impatience, till she could, with her duplicate soul, her twin heart, snatch moments free from witnesses in the garden of evening and May. They came back changed and full of tender seriousness. The lovely beings were perhaps as like each other in their innermost souls and in stillness as in the dance, and more so than they seemed. And thus passed with our youth a fair-starred evening. Pardon him, however, that he grasped and pressed this nosegay so close as to feel some of the thorns. His heart, whose love grew painfully near another, could not help finding this other, where there was no sign of response, at once higher and farther off. Her love was love of man, her smile was meant for every kind Aishi was so cheerful. In Liller she easily passed into emotion and general contemplations. Not so here, of course, she would look right sympathetically upon her wildly loving brother, who, since that confession night, had twined himself as if with oak roots around the darling. But her half-blind love for the brother might indeed be only, in the deceiving light of reflection, shining upon his friend. All this the modest one said to himself. But what he had enjoyed in full measure of ecstasy was the increasing, clear, tender, steadfast love of his soul's brother. 57. Cycle. As to Liana's secret inclination and Cesara's prospects, I shall never once institute any conjectures, although I might erase them again before printing. I remember what came of it, when I and others, on a former occasion, covered over with our hands Hafenreffer's official reports upon matters of consequence, and undertook to unfold at length, by pure fancy, how things might have gone on. It was of no use. And naturally enough, for women and Spanish houses have, to begin with, many doors and few windows, and it is easier to get into their hearts than to look into them. Particularly maidens, I mean, since women, physiognomically and morally, are more strongly marked and boldly developed, I would rather undertake to guess at, and so portray 10 mothers than 2 daughters. The bodily portrait painters make the same complaint. Whoever observes the influence of night will find that the doubts and anxieties which he had contracted the evening previous about the heroine of his life it has, for the most part, completely killed by the time it gets to be towards morning. Albano, in the spring morning, opened his eyes upon life as in a triumphal car, and the fresh steeds stamped before it, and he could only let them have the reins. He alighted with his friend at Liana's after a few years, that is, days. The minister had not yet come back. Heavens! How new and bloomingly young was her form, and yet how unchanged her demeanor. Why is it, thought he, that I can get only her motions, not all her features, by heart? Why can I not imprint this face, even to the least smile, like a holy antique, cleanly and deeply upon my brain, that so it may float before me in eternal presence? For this reason, my dear, young and beautiful forms are the very ones which are hard for the memory as for the pencil, and coarse old, masculine ones easier for both. Again he filled himself with joys and sighs by looking at her, and these were increased by the nearness of the garden, wherein June with his evening splendor lay encamped. Oh, if only one moment could come to him, in which his whole soul might speak its inspiration. Out of doors there lay the young, fiery spring, basking like an Antinous in the garden, and the moon, impatient for the fair June night, stood already under the gate of the east, and found the living day and the lingering sun still in the field. But the mother refused to the asking look of Liana the sight of sunset, on account of the unwholesome serene. Albano, with his heart full of manly blood, thought this maternal barrier around a child's health very small. The hour for shutting gates upon today's Eden would have struck for him the next minute, had it not been for the captain and the serious serpents. The captain came running down from the Italian roof and announced that the Sirius would bloom this evening at 10 o'clock, the gardener said, and he should stay there. And thou too, he said to Albano, all that the double limitations of forbearing tenderness towards sister and friend would allow he lovingly set at stake, for the sake of pleasing the latter. Liana herself begged him to wait for the blooming. She was so delighted to find it was so near. Her soul hung upon flowers like bees and dew. Already had her friend, the pious Spener, who fixed an enraptured eye upon these living arabesques of God's throne, made her a friend to these mute, ever-sleeping children of the infinite. But still more had her own maidenly and her suffering heart done it. Have you never met tender, female souls, into whose blossoming time fate had thrown cold clouds, and who now, like Rousseau, sought other flowers than those of joy, and who wearied themselves with stooping in valleys and on rocks to gather and to forget, and to fly from the dead Pomona to the young Flora? The thorobass and Latin, wherewith Hermes proposes to divert maidens, must yield here to the broad, variegated hieroglyphics of nature, the rich study of botany. A nameless tenderness for Liana came into Albano's soul at the little four-seated supper table. It seemed to him as if he were now nearer to her, and a relative, and yet he comprehended not his kinswoman, when, from every serious mood into which her mother sank, she strove to win her back with pleasantries. Out of doors the nightingales were calling man into the lovely night, and no one pined more to be abroad than he. For the soul's eyes, the blue of heaven is what the green of earth is to the bodily eyes, namely, an inward strengthening. When Cesara, at length, came free and clear out of the fetters of the room out of this spiritual house arrest into the free realm of heaven, and beneath all the stars and on the magic Olympus of statues, at which he had so often longingly looked up, then did his forcibly contracted breast elastically expand. How the constellations of life moved to meet each other in brighter forms. How did spring and night sit enthroned. The old gardener who, simply from a grateful attachment to the good-souled, condescending Fraulein, had, with rare pains, forced these early blossoms from the serious serpents, stood up there already, apparently as an observer of the flowers, but in fact as an expectant of the greatest praise, with a brown, indented, pitted, and serious face, which did not challenge praise with a single smile. Liana thanked the gardener before she came to the blossoms, then she praised them and his pains. The old man merely waited for every other one of the company to be astonished also. Then he went drowsily off to bed, with a firm faith that Liana would tomorrow remember him in such a way as to make him contented. The exotic beads of nectar fragrance which hung in 5 white calyxes, crowned as it were with brown leafwork, seized the fancy. The odors from the spring of a hotter clime drew it away into remote dreams. Liana only stroked with a soft finger, as one glides over eyelids, the little incense vases, without touching with predatory hand the full little garden of tender stamina which crowded together in the cup. "How lovely, how very tender," said she, with childlike happiness. "What a cluster of 5 little evening stars, why come they only by night, the dear, shy little flowers?" Charles seemed to be on the point of breaking one. "Oh, let it live," she begged. "Tomorrow they will all have died of themselves. Charles, thus does so much else fade," she added in a lower tone. "Everything," said he sharply, but the mother against Liana's will had heard it. "Such death thoughts," said she, "I love not in youth, they lame its wings." "And then," replied Liana, with a maiden-like turning of the tables, "it just stays with us, that's all, like the crane in Kleist's fable, whose wings they broke, so that he could not travel with the rest into the warm land." This gay, motley veil of deep earnestness was not transparent enough for our friend. But by and by the good maiden took pains to look just as the careful mother wished. The benumbing lily which the earth wears on her breast, the moon, and the whole dazzling pantheon of the starry heavens, and the city with its pierced work of nightlights, and the high, majestic, dark avenues, and on meadows and brooks the milk-white lunar silver, wherewith the earth spun itself into an evening star, and the nightingales singing out of distant gardens, did not all this stir omnipotently every heart, till it would fain confess with tears its longing? And the softest heart of all which beat at this moment below the stars, could it have succeeded in wholly veiling itself? Almost. She had accustomed herself, before her mother, to dry away with her eye, so to speak, the tear, before it grew big enough to fall. Singular was her appearance the next minute to the Count. The mother was speaking with her son. Liana stood, far from the latter, with face turned half aside, and a little discolored by the moon, near a white statue of the Holy Virgin, and looking out into the night. All at once she looked upon him and smiled, just as if a living being had appeared to her in the abyss of ether, and her lip would speak. Earthly form more exalted and touching had never before met his eyes. The balustrade by which he held swayed to and fro, but it was he himself who shook it, and his whole soul cried, "Today now, I love the heavenly one with the highest, the deepest love I have felt." So he also said lately, and so will he say oftener. Can man, with the innumerable waves of love, institute measurements of altitude, and point to that one which has mounted the highest? Thus does man, wherever he may be standing, always imagine himself standing in the center of heaven. Ah, at this moment he was again surprised, but it was with an awe. Liana went to her mother, and when she felt in the hand of her darling a slight shudder, she importuned her to go out of the night air, and would not give over till she left with her the magic spot. The friends stayed behind. According to Albano's reckoning, it would not, of course, have been too much if, in this frank time, wherein our holier thoughts, hidden by the common light of day, reveal themselves like stars, they had all lingered on the roof till toward morning. The two walked for a time up and down in silence. At last, the incense altar of the 5 flowers held them fast. Albano clasped accidentally the neighboring statue with both hands and said, "On high places, one wants to throw something down even himself oftentimes. And I, too, would fain throw myself off into the world, into far distant lands, as often as I gaze into the nightly redness yonder, and as often as I come under orangery blossoms, as under these. Brother, how is it with thee? The heavens and the earth open out so broadly. Why, then, must the spirit so creep into itself?" "Just so do I feel," said he, "and in the head generally has the spirit more room than in the heart." But here, by a delicate guess, he arrived, through agreeably circuitous routes, at the accidental discovery of the reason why his sister had hurried down so soon. "Even to obstinacy," said he, "she pushes her care for her mother. The last time, when she observed that mother saw her grow pale under the dance, she immediately ceased. To me alone she shows her whole heart, and every drop of blood, and all innocent tears therein. Especially does she believe something in respect to the future, which she anxiously conceals from mother." "She smiled to herself just before she went away," said Albano, and drew Charles's hand over his eyes, as if she saw up there a being from the veiled world. "Didst thou too see that?" replied Charles. "And then did her lips stir? Oh, friend, God knows what infatuates her, but this is certain, she firmly believes she is to die next year." Albano would not let him speak further. Too intensely excited, he pressed himself to his friend's breast. His heart beat wildly, and he said, "Oh, brother, remain always my friend." They went down. In the apartment which adjoined Liana's, they found her pianoforte open. Now that was just what the Count had missed. In passion even, in mere fire of the brain one grasps, not so much at the pen as at the string, and in that state alone does musical fantasying succeed better than poetic. Albano, thanking, meanwhile, the muse of sweet sounds that there were 44 transitions, seated himself at the keys, with the intention now to beat a musical fire drum and roar like a storm into the still ashes and drive out a clear, sparkling swarm of tones. He did it, too, and well enough, and better, but the instrument struggled, rebelled. It was built for a female hand, and would only speak in female tones, with lute plaints, as a woman with a friend of her own sex. Charles had never heard him play so, and was astonished at such fullness. But the reason was, the lector was not there. Before certain persons, and he was one of them, the playing hand freezes, so that one only labors and lumbers to and fro in a pair of leaden gloves. And secondly, before a multitude it is easier playing than before one, because the latter stands definitely before the soul, the former floats vaguely. And besides all that, blessed Albano, thou knowest who hears thee. The morning air of hope flutters around thee and tones the wild life of youth stalks with vigorous limbs and loud strides up and down before thee the moonlight, undesecrated by any gross earthly light, hallows the sounding apartment. Liana's last songs lie open before thee, and the advancing moonshine will let thee read them soon, and the nightingale in the mother's neighboring chamber contends with thy tones, as if summoned by the tuba to the field. Liana came in with her mother, not till late, because the heavy din of tones had something in it hard and painful to both. He could see the two sitting sidewise at the lower window, and how Liana held her mother's hand. Charles, after his manner, walked up and down with long steps, and sometimes stood still near him. Albano, in this nearness of the still soul, soon came out of the wilderness of harmony into simple moonlit passages, where only a few tones moved delicately like graces, and quite as lightly linked as they. The artistical hurly-burly of unharmonious ens fatui is only the forerunner of the melodious charites, and these alone insinuate themselves into the softer souls. It seemed to him the illusion was complete as if he were speaking aloud with Liana, and when the tones, like lovers, went on ever repeating the same thing from heartiness and zest, did he not mean Liana and say to her, "How I love thee, oh how I love thee"? Did he not ask her, "Why mournest thou, why weepest thou"? And did he not say to her, "Look into this mute heart and fly not from it, O pure, innocent one, my own"? How did the good youth blush, when suddenly the caressing friend placed his hands over his friend's eyes, which hitherto, unseen in the darkness, had been overflowing for love? Charles stepped warmly to his sister, and she, of her own accord, took his hand and said words of love. Then Albano took refuge in the murmuring wilderness of sounds, until his eyes were dried enough for the leave-taking by lamplight. By slow degrees he let the cradle of our heart cease rocking, and closed so mildly and faintly, and was silent for a little while, and then slowly rose. Oh, in this mute, young bosom lived every blessed thing which the most glorious love can bestow. They parted seriously. No one spoke of the music. Liana seemed transfigured. Albano dared not, in this spirit tower of the heart, with an eye which had so recently calmed itself, rest long upon her mild blue ones. Her deeply touched soul expressed itself, as maidens are wont, to her brother only, and that by a more ardent embrace. And from the holy youth she could not, in parting, conceal the tone and the look, which he will never forget. That night he awoke often, and knew not what it was that so blissfully rocked his being. Ah! It was the tone whose echo rang through his slumber, and the dear eye which still looked upon him in his dreams. 12th Jubilee. Frule's birthday and projects, extra leaf, Babette, the harmonica, night, the pious father, the wondrous stairway, the apparition. 58, cycle. Happy Albano, thou wouldst not have remained so, hadst thou, on the birthday of the minister, heard what he then proposed. Already, for a considerable time, had Frule been full of noticeable, stormy signs, and might any moment, one must needs fear, let the thunderbolt fly from him. That is to say, he was gay and mild. Thus, also, in the case of phlegmatic children, does great liveliness threaten an eruption of the chicken pox. As he was a father and a despot, the Greeks had for both only the one word despot. So was it expected of him, as connubial storm maker, that he would provide the usual storms and foul weather for his family. Connubial storm material for the mere troubling of marriage can never be wanting, when one considers how little is required even for its dissolution. For instance, among the Jews, merely that the woman scream too loud, burn the dinner, leave her shoes in the place for the man's, and see beside all this, there was much in the present case about which there was a good chance to thunder, e.g. Liana, upon whom one might visit the misdemeanor of the brother, because he obstinately stayed away and begged for no grace. One always loves to let his indignation loose upon wife, daughter, and son at once, and would rather be a landrain than a transient shower. One child can more easily embitter than sweet a whole family. But Frule still continued the smiling John. Nay, did he not have the proof scary it so far, that when on one occasion his daughter, in taking leave of the princess, fell upon her neck instead of representing to her, with flashing eyes, how one must only accept, not reciprocate, familiarities with superiors, and must take care not to forget one's self precisely then, when they do forget themselves. And instead of sternly asking whether she had ever seen him, in his warmest love toward the prince, offend against the Dahor instead, I say, Of doing this, and hailing and storming the while, did he not merely break out that once into the fair words, "Child, thou art too affectionate toward thy distinguished friend, ask thy mother. She knows, too, what friendly liaisons are." Only Liana, although so often deceived by these calms, was full of unutterable hope and joy at the domestic peace, and believed in its permanence, especially as the paternal birthday was so near, that Olympiad and normal period upon which and by which the house reckoned so largely. During the whole year the minister had been looking out for this day, in order in the morning, when the congratulations came, not to forget to make believe he had forgotten it, but to be astonished on the subject all owing to business, he said. And at evening, when the guests came on account of business he never dined, he said, to astonish them. He was alternately the worshipper and image-breaker of etiquette, ministerial and opposition party thereof, as his vanity dictated. Liana importuned her brother, till he promised to do something to please his father. He composed, for the purpose, a family piece, in which he introduced the whole confession night between himself and Albano, only he converted Albano into a sister. Liana gladly studied this part also for the birthday, although she had to deliver the blooming vest. The minister, contrary to expectation, accepted the vest, the captain and his handbill for the evening's performance, graciously, for he was wont, on former occasions, like some other fathers, to growl the louder the more his children stroked him. He danced away like a Pollock right merrily with his family, and stuck the rod behind the fur. Nothing worse at this moment revolved in his head than the question, where it would be best to open the amateur theatre, whether in the Salon de Lecture or in the Salon des Bains Domestiques. For the two halls were entirely distinguished from one another and from the other chambers by their names. Day came. Albano, whose invitation Charles had to extort, because the minister, out of pride, hated his pride, brought with him, unfortunately in his soul, the tone which Liana had given him the last time to carry home with him. His hope had hitherto lived upon this tone. Oh, blame him not for it. The airy nothing of a sigh bears often a pastoral world or an orchis on its ephemeron's wing. Everything weighty may, like a rock, be placed on a point, whereupon a child's finger can set it in rotation. But the tone had died away. Liana knew no other way than that, in the visiting congregation of whose moral pneumatophobia, after all, she was not aware in its full extent one should hide every religious emotion behind the church fan. Boxes, pit, and farthing gallery were almost at the usual play hour, set off and filled out with gratulantes, all fit to be cannons. The German gentleman was made particularly prominent by the rich and insolent ostentation of his circumstances. Of the visiting company lane it can, in passing, only be observed that in it, as in the antiphlogistic system, oxygen played the chief part, which, however, was given out less by the lungs than by the heart. When the curtain rose, and Rockwell made that night of forgiveness and ecstasy pass by again in a still more glowing form than it had actually had, when this dreamy imitation seemed the first appearance of the actual reality, how hotly and deeply did he burn himself thereby into his friend's soul. Good Albano, this art of being his own revenant, his own ghost, his mock and mimic self, and of counterfeiting the splendid edition of his own life, should have left these smaller hopes. The Count must needs, in this most grave society that ever sate around him, break out into an unseemly weeping. And why did Charles put Albano's words, of that memorable night, into the mouth of Liana, so bewitchingly interesting in her emotion, and thus make his love, wrought upon by so many charms, grow even to anguish? The German gentleman himself gave to Liana, that white swan, floating, tinged with rosy redness, through the evening glow of Phobos, several loud, and to the Count annoying signs of approbation. The minister was chiefly glad that all this happened in his honor, and that the point of the last act was still going to throw a very special epigrammatic laurel wreath on his crown. He got the wreath. The pair of children were very favorably criticized by the Erlangen Literary Gazette of Spectators, and by the Bell's Letters Review, and covered over with crowns with noble martyrs' crowns. The German gentleman had and used the public rite of ushering in the coronation and the coronation car. Base man, why should thy beetle's eyes be permitted to creep knowingly over the holy roses which emotion and sisterly love plants on Liana's cheeks? But how much gayer still was the old gentleman, so much, so that he flirted with the oldest ladies when he saw the night bring out magnificently into full daylight his interest in Liana, not fantastically or sentimentally, but by still and steady advances and marked attention, by jokes and glances and sly addresses, and at last by something decisive. That is to say, the German gentleman drew the old man into a cabinet, and both came back out of it vehemently animated. The lovely Liana, withdrawn into her own heart, fled from the upas tree of the laurel away to her comforting mother. Liana had preserved, in the midst of the stormy mill races of daily assemblies, a low voice and a delicate ear, and the tumult had driven her inward and left her almost shy. The fair soul seldom guessed anything, except a fair soul. She so easily divined her like, with such difficulty her counterpart. Bouverat's advances seemed to her the usual forward and side steps of manly courtesy, and his knightly celibacy did not allow her entirely to understand him. Do not the lilies of innocence bloom earlier than the roses of shame, as the purple color, in the beginning, only dyes pale, and not till afterward puts on the red glow, when it lies before the sun? She kept herself this evening near her mother, because she perceived in her an unwonted seriousness. When Frulé had taken off from his head the birthday garland, wherein were planted more thorns and stalks than flowers when he had taken off the crown of thorns, and stood in his nightcap amidst his family, he addressed himself to the business whereupon he had been thinking all the evening. "My little dove," said he to his daughter, borrowing a good expression from the Bastille, "my little dove, leave me and Guillemette alone." He now laid bare his upper teeth by a characteristic grin and said he had, as he hoped, something agreeable to communicate to her. "You know," he continued, "what I owe to the German gentleman." He meant not thanks, but money and consideration. We love to dwell upon it as a matter of great praise in the family of the Quintii, that they never possessed gold. I adduce without arraying 1,000 other families, of whom the same is to be sworn only Frulés. Certain families, like antimony, have no chemical affinity whatever with that metal, however much they might wish it. Certainly Frulé wished it. He looked very much to his interest, to nothing else. He willingly, although only in cases of collision, set conscience and honor aside. But he got no further than to great outlays and great projects, simply because he sought money, not as the end and aim of his ambition, but only as the means of ambition and enterprise. Even for some pictures which Bouverat had purchased for the prince in Italy, he still owed that individual the purchase shilling which he had taken out of the treasury. By his bonds, as if by circulars, he stood in widely extended connections. He would gladly have transposed his marriage contract into a bond, and had, with his lady, at least that most intimate community of goods. For, under present circumstances, divorce and bankruptcy stood in neighborly relations to each other. But, as was said, many men, with the best talons like the eagle of the Romish king, have nothing in them. He continued, "Now, perhaps, this gain will cease. Have you hitherto made any observations upon him?" She shook her head. "I have," he replied, "for a long time, and such as were really consoling to me. J'avais l'ines bon quant à cela, he has a real liking for my Liana." The minister's lady here could draw no inference, and begged him, with disguised astonishment, to come to the agreeable matter. Comically on his face did the show of friendship wrestle with the expectation that he should be under the necessity immediately of being exasperated. He replied, "Is not this an agreeable matter? The knight means it in earnest. He wished now to be privately espoused to her. After 3 years he retires from the order, and her fortune is made. Vous erts, G. L. Esper, pour cette fois, un peu sur mes intérêts, ils sont les vôtres." Her maternal heart, so suddenly and deeply wounded, wept and could hardly be concealed. "Herr von Frulé," said she, when she had composed herself a little, "I do not disguise my astonishment. Such a disparity in years, in tastes, in religion." "That is the knight's affair, not ours," he replied, refreshed by her angry confusedness, and like the weather in his coldness through only fine, sharp snow, no hail. "As to Liana's heart, I beg you just to sound that." "Oh, that innocent heart, you are mocking." "Pizito, so much the more gladly will the innocent heart reconcile itself to make her father's fortune, if she is not the greatest egotist. I should never love to constrain an obedient daughter. En épuisez pas chapiter, mon cœur est en presse. It will cost her her life, which already hangs by such frail threads." This allusion always struck the fire of wrath from his flint. "Tant mia," said he, "then it will never go further than an engagement. I had almost said sacker, and who is to blame for that? So it fares with me at the hands of the captain too. In the beginning my children promise everything, then they turn out nothing. But madam, he said, swiftly and venomously collecting himself, and instead of compressing his lips and teeth, merely pinching moderately the auditory organs of a sleeping lapdog, you alone indeed know, by your influence upon Liana, how to dress and redress everything. Perhaps she belongs to you by a still prior claim than to me. I am not then compromised with the knight. The advantages I detail no further. His breast was here already warmed under the vulture skin of rage. But the noble lady now indignantly rose and said, Herr von Friule, hitherto I have not spoken of myself. Never will I counsel or countenance or consent to a tie will do the opposite. Herr von Bouverat is not worthy of my Liana. The minister, during this speech, had several times unnecessarily snapped to the snuffers over the wax candles, and only beheaded the point of the flame. The fixed air of wrath now colored the roses of his lips, as the chemical does botanical ones, blue. Bon. He replied, I travel. You can reflect on the subject, but I give my word of honor that I never consent to any other match. And though it were whereupon he looked at the lady ironically, still more considerable than the one just projected, either the maiden obeys or she suffers, dissodays, mais jimi fi à l'amour que vous portez au pire à la fille, vous nous rendrez tous serres contents. And then he went forth, not like a tempest, but like a rainbow, which he manufactured out of the eighth color only, namely the black, and that with his eyebrows. After some days of resentment with the mother and the daughter, he rode, as Luigi's business agent, to Harhar to see the princely bride. The oppressed mother confided to her oldest and only friend, the lector, the sad secret. The two had now a pure relation of friendship toward one another, which, in France, in consequence of the higher respect for women, is more common. In the first years of the ministerial forced marriage, which dawned not with morning dew, but with morning frost, perhaps the hawk-moth Cupid fluttered after them, but by and by children drove away the Sphinx. The wife is often forgotten when she becomes the mother. She, therefore, with her characteristic cool and clear strength, took all that was ambiguous in her relation to Auguste forever out of the way. And he made her firmness more easy by his own, because he, with more love of honor than of women, grew not more red at any kind of braided work than at that of a basket, and erroneously believed that a man who receives it has as much to be ashamed of as a woman who does. The lector could foresee that she would also, after her divorce, which she postponed only for Liana's sake, remain single, if only for this reason, in order not to deprive her daughter of an allodial estate, Klosterdorf, for the reservation of which she had now, for 21 years, exposed herself to the battering-ram and scythe-chariot and blunderbuss of the old minister. Whether she was not even silently intending her dear Liana for a man so firm and tender, who differed from her in nothing, but in a worldly coolness toward positive religion, is another and more delicate question. Such a reciprocal gift were worthy such a mother and friend, who must know from her heart that combined feelings of tenderness and honor prepare for a loved soul a surer bliss than the love which genius offers. That alternation of flying heat and flying cold, that fire which, like the electric, always twice destroys in the stroke and in the rebound. The lector himself started not that question, for he never made rash, unsafe plans, and what one would have been more so than that of such a connection in his poverty, or with such a father-in-law in a country where, as in the electorate of Saxony, a statute, so beneficial for parents, can countermand even a marriage of many years' standing, which has been concluded without parental consent. With moist eyes, the minister's lady showed him the new storm clouds, which had again descended upon her and her Liana. She could build upon his fine eye for the world, upon his dumb lip, and upon his ready hand for business. He said, as ever, he had foreseen all this, but proved to her that Bouverat, if only from avarice, would never exchange his knightly cross for the wedding ring, whatever designs he might cherish with regard to Liana. He gave her to surmise, so far as a tender regard to her sore relations would tolerate, to what degree of readiness for compliance with Bouverat's wishes the very frailty of Liana's life might allure the minister, in order to harvest it before it had done blooming. For Friule could much more nimbly swallow demands against honor than injuries done to his vanity, as the victim of hydrophobia can much more easily get down solid morsels than fluids. Yet all this did not sound so immorally hard to the minister's lady as readers of the middling classes might imagine. I appeal to the more sensible among the higher. Auguste and the minister's lady saw that something must certainly be done for Liana during the minister's absence, and both wonderfully coincided in their project. Liana must go into the country this pleasant season, she must muster up health for the wars that were in prospect, she must be put out of the way of the knight's visits, which now the birthday would multiply fourfold. Even the minister must have nothing to object to the place. And where can this be? Simply under the roof of the director Weifritz, who cannot endure the German gentleman, because he knows his poisonous relation to the prince. But of course, there are first still other mountains to be climbed than that which lies on the way to Blumenbohl. The reader himself must now get over a low one, and that is a short comico-tragic extraleaf upon the green market of daughters. The following is certain. Every owner of a very beautiful or very rich daughter keeps, as it were, a pit under his roof, which to himself is of no service, and which he must put to its first use after it has long lain idle, by selling it to a regent. Strictly and commercially speaking, daughters are not an article of trade. For the parental grand adventurers no one can confound with those female dealers in second-hand frippery and stall women, whose transit business one does not love to name. But a stock, with which one gains in a South Sea, or a clod, wherewith one transfers symbolically, scortation, real estate. Genie vends quemis paysages et dans les figures par-dessus la marche, said Claude Lorraine, like a fatherand could easily say it, because he had the figures painted in his landscapes by others. Even so in the purchase or marriage contract, only the knightly seats are supposed, and the bride who resides upon them is thrown into the bargain. Even so, higher up, is a princess merely a blooming twig, which a princely sponsor plucks off and carries home, not for the sake of the fruits, but because a bee-swarm of lands and people has attached itself thereto. If a father, like our minister, has not much, then he can pawn his children, as the Egyptians did their parents, namely, the mummies of them, as mortgages and hand pledges or imperial pawns, which are not redeemed. At present the mercantile order, which formerly dealt only in foreign products, has got possession of this branch of commerce also. Methinks, however, they might find room enough in their lower vaults to be selfish and damned, without going upstairs to the daughter. In Guinea only the nobility can trade. With us they are cut off and debarred from almost all trade, except the small trade in daughters, and the few other things which grow on their own estates. Hence is it that they hold so fast to this liberty of trade, and that the noblesse seem here to be a Hanse alliance for this delicate branch of business. So that one may, in some manner, compare the high standing of this class with the higher one, in a literal sense, which marketable people in Rome were obliged to mount in order to be seen. It is a common objection of young and so-called sensitive hearts, that this sort of transaction very much constrains, or in fact crushes love, whereas nothing perhaps makes so good a preparation for it as this very thing. For when the bargain is once concluded and entered by the bookkeeper, the parson, in the ledger, then does the time truly come on when the daughter can consider and provide for her heart, namely, the fair season after marriage, which is universally assumed in France and Italy, and is gradually coming to be in Germany also, as the more suitable time for a female heart to choose freely among the host of men. Her state then, like the Venetian, grows out of a commercial into a conquering one. The husband himself, too, is quite as little interrupted afterward as beforehand in his love, by this short business transaction. All is, that now as in Nuremberg every Jew is followed by an old woman close upon the heels of our bridegroom, a young one is seen. Nay, often, the nuptial tradesman conceives an inclination even for the article which he has carried home with him, which is an uncommon piece of good fortune. And as Moses Mendelssohn, with his bundle of silken wares under his arm, thought out his letters upon the affections, so do better men, amidst their business, meditate love letters on this branch of trade, and deal with the Virgin as merchants in Messina do with the Holy Virgin and Co. But of course, such profitable connections of love with business must always be rare birds, and are little to be counted upon. The foregoing I wrote for parents who are fond of sporting with children's happiness. I will now out of there, and my sport make something serious. I ask you, in the first place, about your right to prescribe for morally free beings their inclinations, or even the show of inclination, and by one act of despotism to stretch the poisonous leaden scepter over a whole free life. Your 10 years more of apprenticeship to life make as little distinction in the reciprocal liberty as talent or its want. Why do you not as well enjoin upon your daughter's friendship for life? Why do you not, in the second marriage, exercise the same right? But you have even no right to reject, except in the age of minority, when the child has not yet any right to choose. Or do you demand, upon their leaving the paternal roof, as pay for training them up to freedom, the sacrifice of this very freedom itself? You act as if you had been educators, without having been yourselves educated. Whereas you are merely paying off to your children a heavy inherited debt to your parents, which you can never pay back to them, and I know but one unpaid creditor in this respect, the first man, and but one insolvent debtor, the last. Or do you shield yourselves under the barbarously immoral Roman prejudice, which offers children for sale as white Negroes of the parents, because the power allowed at an earlier period over the non-moral being slips over, unobserved from the gradualness of its development, into a power over the moral being? If you may, out of love, force children to their happiness, so may they afterward, quite as well out of gratitude, force you to yours. But what is, then, the happiness for which you are to throw away their whole heart with all its dreams? Chiefly your own, your glory and aggrandizement, your feuds and friendships, are they to quench and buy with the offering of their innermost souls. Dare you own aloud your silent presuppositions in regard to the happiness of a forced marriage, for example, the dispensableness of love in wedlock, the hope of a death, the perhaps double infidelity, as well toward the connubial merchant as toward the extraconnubial lover? You must presuppose them sinners, in order not to be yourselves robbers. Tell me not that marriages of inclination often turn out ill, and forced marriages often well enough, as may be seen in the instance of the Moravians, the old Germans, and Orientals. Name me rather all barbaric times and nations, in which for both indeed only reckon the man, never the wife. A happy marriage means nothing more than a happy husband. No one stands by near enough to hear, and to count a woman's sighs. The unheard pang becomes at last speechless. New wounds weaken the bleeding of the oldest. Further, the ill luck of fancy marriages is chargeable upon your very opposition to them, and your war against the married couple. Still further, every forced marriage is, in fact, for the most part, half a marriage of fancy. Finally, the best marriages are in the middling class, where the bond is more apt to be love, and the worst in the higher, where it is more a mercenary motive. And as often as in these classes a prince should choose merely with his heart, he would get a heart and never lose nor betray it. Now then, what sort of a hand is that into which you so often force the fairest, finest, richest, but rebellious one? Commonly, a black, old, withered, greedy fist. For decrepit, rich, or aspiring libertines have too much of the connoisseur, too much satiety and freedom, to steal any other than the most splendid creatures. The less perfect fall into the hands and homes of mere lovers and amateurs. But how base is a man, who, abandoned of his own character, backed merely by the despotic edict of a stranger, paying for his fortune with a stolen one, can now drag away the unprotected soul from the yearning eyes of a weeping love into a long, cold life, and clasp her to his arms as against the edges of frosty swords, and therein so near to his eye see her bleed and grow pale and quiver. The man of honor even gives with a blush, but he takes not with a blush, and the better lion, the beast, spares woman, but these soul buyers extort from constrained beings at last even the testimony of free will. Mother of the poor heart, which thou wilt bless by misfortune, hear me. Suppose thy daughter should harden herself against the misery which is forced upon her. Hast thou not reduced her rich dream of life to empty sleep, and taken out of it love's islands of the blessed, and all that bloomed thereon? The fair days when one roamed over them, and the perpetual happy retrospect of them when they already lie with their blooming peaks low in the horizon. Mother, if this happy time was ever in thy breast, then snatch it not from thy daughter. And if it was barbarously torn from thee, then think of thy bitter pang, and bequeath it not. Suppose, further, she makes the kidnapper of her soul happy, reckon now what she might have been to its darling, and whether she does not then deserve anything better than to gratify a jailer, locked in with her forever by one shutting of the prison door. But it seldom fares so well as this. Thou wilt heap a double disaster upon thy soul, the long agony of thy daughter, and the growing coldness of her husband, who by and by comes to feel and resent refusals. thou hast cast a shadow over the time when man first needs the morning sun, namely, youth. Oh, sooner make all other seasons of the day of life cloudy. They are all alike, the third and the fourth and fifth decades. Only at sunrise let it not rain into life. Only this one never returning, irredeemable time darken not. But how, if thou shouldst be sacrificing not merely joys, relations, a happy marriage, hopes, a whole posterity, to thy plans and commands, but the very being herself whom thou constrainest? Who can justify thee, or dry thy tears, when thy best daughter, for she is the very one who will be most likely to obey, be dumb and die? As the monks of La Trappe see their cloister burn down, without one of them breaking the vow of silence when she, I say, like a fruit half in the sun and half in the shade, blooms outwardly, and inwardly grows cold and pale. When she, dying after her lifeless heart, at last can no longer conceal anything from thee, but for years bears round the paleness and the pangs of decline in the very orient of life. And when thou canst not console her, because thou hast crushed her, and thy conscience cannot suppress the name of infanticide. And when at last the worn-out victim lies there under thy tears, and the wrestling creature, so affrighted and so young, so faint, and yet thirsting for life, forgiving and complaining, with languishing and longing looks, with painfully confused and conflicting emotions, sinks with her blooming limbs into the bottomless flood of death, O guilty mother on the shore, thou who hast pushed her in, who will comfort thee? But I would call every guiltless one, and show her the bitter dying, and ask her, shall thy child also perish thus? 59. Cycle. It was a romantic day for Cesara, even outwardly. Sunsparks and raindrops played dazzlingly through the heavens. He had received a letter from his father, dated at Madrid, which stamped at last the black seal of certainty on the threatened death of his sister, and in which there was nothing agreeable but the intelligence that Don Gaspard, with the Countess of Romero, whose guardianship he was now concluding, would travel in autumn, the Italian spring, to Italy. Two tones had been, in his life, stolen away from the musical scale of love. He had never known by experience what it was to love a brother or a sister. The coincidence of her death night with that night in Tartarus, this whole clawing into the holy images and wishes of his heart, stirred up his spirit, and he felt with indignation how impotently a whole assailing world might seek to remove Liana's image from his soul. And again, he painfully felt that this very Liana herself believed in her near decline. In this situation was he found by an unexpected invitation from the minister's lady herself. Sunsparks and raindrops played in his heaven also. He flew. In the antechamber stood the angel who broke the 6 apocalyptic seals, Rabet. She had run to meet him from a bashfulness before company, and had embraced him sooner than he her. How gladly did he look into the familiar, honest face. With tears he heard the name of brother, when he had lost a sister today. The reason of her appearance was this. When the director was at the minister's lady's the last time, the latter had, with easy, disguised hand, opened her house to his daughter, for the sake of a knowledge of empty city life, and for change, in order that she might hereafter venture to knock at his door on her own daughter's behalf. He said he would forward the female wild deer to her with pleasure and all possible dispatch. And as in Blumenbuhl Rabet had answered him no, then yes, then no, then yes, and had held with her mother, even before midnight, an imperial exchequer revision, a mint probation day about everything which a human being from the country can wear in the city, she packed up there and unpacked here. Ah, I am afraid in there, said she to Albano, they are all too clever, and I am now so stupid. He found beside the domestic trio the princess also, and the little Helena from Liller, that lovely medallion of a fine day to his stirred heart. Indescribably was he smitten with Liana's womanly advances to Rabet, as if he shared her with her. With courtesy and tenderness, a mildness also, which was without falsehood or pride, came to the help of the embarrassed playmate, on whose face the inborn gaiety and eloquence of nature now singularly contrasted with her artificial dumb gravity. Charles, with his ready familiarity, was more in a condition to entangle than to extricate her. Only Liana gave to her soul and tongue, if only by the embroidery frame, a free field. Rabet could write with the embroidering needle, no illuminated and initial letters, indeed, but still a good running hand. She gave, turning her face toward her brothers, in order to pluck courage therefrom a clear report of the dangerous road and upsets, laughing all the while, after the manner of the people when they are telling their mishaps. Her brother was to her, at the company's expense, both company and world. Upon him alone streamed forth her warmth and speech. She said she could from her chamber see him play on the harpsichord. Liana immediately led both thither. How richly and sublimely, beyond Rabette's demands upon city life, was the maidenly hispitium set out, from the tulip, not a blooming one, but a work-basket of Liana's, although every tulip is such a basket for the finger of spring, even to the pianoforte, of which she, of course, for the present can use no more than 7 treble keys for half a waltz. 5 moderate trunks of clothes for therewith she thought to come out, and show the city that the country too could wear clothes represented to him in their well-known flower pieces and tin bands, the old impressions in canabula of his earliest days of life. And today, every trace of the old season of love refreshed him. She made him look for his windows, from one of which the librarian was fixing a hard gaze on a paving stone in the street to see how often he could hit it by spitting. Here alone, in the presence only of the brother, Liana spoke more loudly to the sister the word of friendship, and assured her how happy she meant to make her, and how sincere she was in all that she promised. Oh, look not into the flame of the pure, religious, sisterly love with any yellow eye of jealousy. Can you not comprehend that this fair soul even now distributes its rich flames among all sisterly hearts, until love concentrates them into one sun? As, according to the ancients, the scattered lightnings of night gather themselves in the morning into one solid solar orb. She was, everywhere, an eye for every heart. Like a mother, she never once forgot the little and the great, and she poured out, "Let no one deny me the privilege of printing this minute example for little Helena the cup of coffee, which the doctor forbade, half full of cream, in order that it might be without strength or harm." The impatient princess had already looked 10 times toward the heavens, through which now beams of light, now rain columns flew, till at length out of the consumed cloud snow the broad fields of blue grew up, and Julian could lead out the delighted young people into the garden, to the annoyance of the minister's lady, who did not like to expose Liana to the serene, 5 or 6 blasts of the evening wind, and the wading through rain-water that stood a 19th of a line deep. She herself stayed behind. How newborn, glistening, and inviting was all down below. The larks soared out of the distant fields like tones, and warbled near over the garden in all the leaves hung stars, and the evening air threw the liquid jewelry, the trembling earrings from the blossoms down upon the flowers, and bore sweet incense to meet the bees. The idol of the year, spring, parceled its sweet pastoral land among the young souls. Albano took his sister's hand, but he listened vacantly to her intelligence from home. Liana went far in advance with the princess, and bathed herself in the open heavens of confidential communion. Suddenly Julienne stood still, chatting playfully with her, in order to let the count come up and to inquire after letters from Don Gaspard and after tidings of the Countess Romero. He communicated with glowing countenance the contents of today's letter. In Julienne's physiognomy there was a smile almost of raillery. To the intelligence of Linda's intended journey she replied, "That is just herself. She will fain learn everything, travel over everything. I wager she climbs up on Mont Blanc and into Vesuvius. Liana and I call her, for this reason, the Tetanus." How graciously did Liana listen, with her eyes wholly on her female friend? "You are not acquainted with her?" she inquired of the tortured one. He answered emphatically in the negative. Rockwell came up. "Passez, monsieur," said she, making room and giving him a sign to move on. Liana looked very earnestly after. "La voici," said Julian, letting the cover of a likeness spring up by a pressure on a ring of her little hand. "Good youth, it was exactly the form which arose that magic night out of Lago Maggiore sent to thee by the spirits." "She is hit there, exactly," said she to the agitated man. "Very," said he confusedly. She did not investigate this contradictory "very," but Liana looked at him, very beautifully and boldly. He continued, "But I do not love boldness in women." "Oh, one can readily believe that of men," replied Julienne. "No hostile power loves it in the other party." They passed along now through the Chestnut Avenue by the holy spot where Albano had seen, for the first time, the bride of his hopes shining and suffering behind the water jets. Oh, it was here that he would gladly, with that soul of his painfully excited by the mutual reaction of wonderful circumstances, have knelt down before the still angel so near him. The tender Julienne perceived that she had to spare an agitated heart. After a tolerably loud silence, she said, in a serious tone, "A lovely evening we'll go to the waterhouse. There is where Liana was cured, Count. the fountains must leap too. Oh, the fountains, said Albano, and looked with indescribable emotion upon Liana. She thought, however, he meant those in the flute dell. Helena cried out behind for them to wait, and came tripping along after with 2 little hands full of dewy auriculas, which she had plucked, and gave them all to Liana, expecting from her, as collatress of benefices, the flower distribution. The little one, too, still thinks of the beautiful Sunday at Liller, said Liana. She gave the princess 1 or 2, and Helena nodded, and when Liana looked at her, she nodded again, as a sign the count should have something too, more yet. She cried when he had got some, and the more Liana gave, the more did the child cry, more, as children are wont to do, in the hyperboles of their tendency to the infinite. They went over a green bridge, and came into a neat room. Instead of the pianoforte formerly there, stood a glass chapel of the goddess of music, a harmonica. The captain screwed in behind a tapestry door, and immediately all the confined spring waters shot up outside with silvery wings toward heaven. Oh, how the sprinkled world burned as they stepped out on the top. Why wast thou, my Albano, just at this hour not entirely happy? Why, then, do pains pierce through all our unions, and why does the heart, like its veins, bleed most richly when it is heated? Above them lay the still, wounded heavens in the bandage of a long, white mass of cloud. The evening sun stood as yet behind the palace, but on both sides of it, his purple mantle of clouds floated in broad folds away across the sky, and, if one turned round toward the east to the mountains of Blumenbuhl, green living flames streamed upward, and like golden birds, the Eans Fadui danced through the moist twigs and on the eastern windows, but the fountains still threw their white silver into the gold. Then the sun swam forth, with red-hot breast, drawing golden circles in the clouds, and the arching water shoots burned bright. Julienne bent upon Albano, near whom she had constantly remained, as if by way of atonement, a hearty look, as if he were her brother, and Charles said to Liana, "Sister, thy evening song." "With all my heart," said she, for she was right glad of the opportunity to withdraw herself, with the melancholy seriousness of her enjoyment, and down below in the solitary room to utter aloud, on the harmonica bells, all that which rapture and the eyes bury in silence. She went down, the melodious requiem of the day went up the zephyr of sound, the harmonica flew, waving, over the garden blossoms, and the tones cradled themselves on the thin lilies of the upgrowing water, and the silver lilies burst aloft for pleasure, and from the brightness of the sun into flamy blossoms, and over yonder reposed mother sun in a blue pasture, and looked greatly and tenderly upon her human children. Canst thou then hold thy heart, Albano, so that it shall remain concealed with its joys and sorrows, when thou hearest the peaceful virgin walking in the moonlight of tones? Oh, when the tone which trickles down in the ether announces to her the early wasting away of her life, and when the soft, long-drawn melodies flow away from her like the rose oil of many crushed days. Dost thou not think of that, Albano? How the human creature plays. The little Helena flings up auriculas at the flashing water veins, in order that she may dash one of them with the spray of the intercepted jet, and the youth Cesara bends far over the balustrade, and lets the stream of water leap off from his sloping hand upon his hot face and eye, in order to cool and conceal himself. The fiery veil was snatched from him by his sister. Rabette was one of those persons whom this musical tremor gnaws upon even physically, just as, on the other hand, the captain was little affected by the harmonica, and indeed was always least moved when others were most so. There were no pains with which the innocent girl was less familiar than with sweet ones, the bittersweet melancholy into which she sank away in the idle solitude of Sundays, she and others had scolded at as mere sullenness. At this moment she felt all at once, with a blush, her stout heart seized, whirled round, and scalded through as by hot whirlpools. Besides, it had today already been swayed to and fro by the meeting with her brother again, the leaving of her mother, and her confused bashfulness before strangers, and even by the sight of the sunny red mountain of Blumenbuhl. In vain did the fresh brown eyes and the overripe full lip battle against the uprending pain. The hot springs tore their way through, and the blooming face with the strong chin grew red and full of tears. Painfully ashamed, and dreading to be taken for a child, especially as all her companions' emotions had remained invisible, she pressed her handkerchief over her burning face, and said to her brother, "I must go away, I am not well, I shall choke," and ran down to the gentle Liana. "Yes, thou needest only carry thither thy shy pangs." Liana turned and saw her hastily and violently drying her eyes. Ah, hers too were indeed full. When Rebet saw it, she said courageously, "I absolutely cannot hear it. I must scream. I am really ashamed of myself." "O thou dear heart," cried Liana, joyfully falling upon her neck, "be not ashamed, and look into my eye. Sister, come to me as often as thou art troubled. I will gladly weep with thy soul, and dry thy eye even sooner than my own." There was an overmastering enchantment in these tones, in these looks of love, because Liana fancied she was mourning over some eclipsed star or other of her life. And never did trembling gratitude embrace more freshly and youthfully a venerated heart than did Rebet Liana. And now came Albano. Awakened by the dying away of the cradle song, he had hurried after her, leaving all the cold and other drops unwiped from his fiery cheeks. "What ails thee, sister?" he asked hastily. Liana, still lingering in the embrace and the inspiration, answered quickly, "You have a good sister. I will love her as her brother does." The sweet words of the so deeply affected souls and the fiery storm of his being carried him away, and he clasped the embracing ones and pressed the sisterly hearts to each other and kissed his sister. When, at the sight of Liana's confused bending aside of her head, he was terrified and flamed up crimson. He must needs fly. With these wild agitations, he could not stay in the presence of Liana and before the cold, mirroring glances of the company. But the night was to be as wonderful as the day. He hastened with live looks that appeared like angry ones out of the city to the Tetanus, nature, who at once calms and exalts us. He went along by exposed mill wheels, about which the stream wound itself in foam. The evening clouds stretched themselves out like giants at rest, and basked in the ruddy dawn of America, and the storm swept among them, and the fiery briareouses started up. Night built the triumphal arch of the Milky Way, and the giants marched gloomily under. And in every element nature, like a storm bird, beat her rustling wings. Albano lay, without knowing it, on the woodland bridge of Liller, under which the wind streams went roaring through. He glowed like the clouds with the lingering tinges of his sun. His inner wings were, like those of the ostrich, full of spines, and wounded while they lifted him. The romantic spiritual day, the letter of his father, Liana's tearful eyes, his boldness, and then his bliss and remorse about it, and now the sublime night world on all sides round about him, passed to and fro within him and shook his young heart. He touched with his fiery cheek the moistened tree-tops, and did not cool himself, and he was near to that sounding, flying heart, the nightingale, and yet hardly heard her. Like a sun, his heart goes through his pale thoughts, and quenches on its path one constellation after another. On the earth and in the heavens, in the past and in the future, stood before Albano only one form. "Liana," said his heart, "Liana," said all nature. He went down the bridge and up the western triumphal arch, and the glimmering Liller lay before him in repose. Lo, there he saw the old, pious father on the balustrade of the arch fast asleep. But how different was the revered form from the picture of it which he had shaped to himself according to that of the deceased prince. The white locks, flowing richly down under the Quaker hat, the femininely and poetically rounded brow, the arched nose and the youthful lip, which even in late life had not yet withered, and the childlikeness of the soft face announced a heart which, in the evening twilight of age, takes its rest and looks toward the stars. How lonely is the holy sleep! The death angel has conducted man out of the light world into the dark hermitage built over it. His friends stand without near the cell. Within, the hermit talks with himself, and his darkness grows brighter and brighter, and jewels and pastures and whole spring days gleam out at last, and all is clear and broad. Albano stood before the sleep with an earnest soul, which contemplates life and its riddles. Not only the incoming and the outgoing of life are hidden with a manifold veil, but even the short path itself. As around Egyptian temples, so around the greatest of all temples sphinxes lie, and, reversing the case as it was with the Sphinx, he only solves the riddle who dies. The old man spoke, behind the speech grating of sleep, with dead ones who had journeyed with him over the morning meadows of youth, and addressed with heavy lip the dead prince and his spouse. How sublimely did the curtain of the venerable countenance, pictured over with a long life, hang down before the pastoral world of youth dancing behind it, and how touchingly did the gray form roam round with its youthful crown in the cold evening dew of life, taking it for morning dew, and looking toward the east and toward the sun. The youth ventured only to touch lovingly a lock of the old man. He meant to leave him, in order not to alarm him with a strange form, before the rising moon should have touched his eyelids and awakened him. Only he would first crown the teacher of his loved one with the twigs of a neighboring laurel. When he came back from it, the moon had already penetrated with her radiance through the great eyelids, and the old man opened them before the exalted youth, who, with the glowing rosy moon of his countenance, glorified by the moon overhead, stood before him like a genius with the crown. "Justice," cried the old man, "is it thou?" He took him for the old prince, who, with just such blooming cheeks and open eyes, had passed before him in the underworld of dreams. But he soon came back out of the dreamy Elysium into the botanical, and knew even Albano's name. The count, with open mien, grasped his hands, and said to him how long and profoundly he had respected him. Spener answered in few and quiet words, as old men do who have seen everything on the earth so often. The glory of the moonlight flowed down now on the tall form, and the quietly open eye was illumined an eye which not so much penetrates as lets everything penetrate it. The almost cold stillness of the features, the youthful gait of the tall form, which bore its years upright as a crown upon the head, not as a burden upon the back, more as flowers than as fruit, the singular mixture of former manly ardor and of womanly tenderness, all this called up before Albano the image of a prophet of the eastern land. That broad stream which came roaring down through the Alps of youth glides now calmly and smoothly through its pastures, but throw rocks before it, and again it starts up roaring. The old man looked upon the youthful youth, the oftener the more warmly. In our days youth is, in young men, a bodily and spiritual beauty at once. He invited him to accompany him this beautiful night to his quiet cottage, which stands overhead there near the church spire, that looks down from above into Flutedell. On the singular, mazy paths which they now took, Liller was transformed to Albano's eyes into a new world. Like flying silver clouds of night, the glimmering beauties were continually shifting and arranging themselves together into new groups, and occasionally the two companions penetrated through exotic shrubbery with lively colored blossoms and wondrous odors. The pious father asked him with interest about his former and present life. They came to the opening of a dark passage into the earth. Spener, in a friendly manner, took Albano's right hand and said this way led up to his mountain abode. But soon it seemed to go downward. The stream of the vale, the Rossana, sounded even in here, but only single drops of moonlight trickled through scattered mountain openings overspun with twigs. The excavation extended farther downward, still more remotely murmured the water in the vale, and yet a nightingale sang a lay that grew nearer and nearer. Albano was composed and silent. Everywhere they went along before narrow gates of splendor which only a star of heaven seemed to fling in. They descended now to a distant, illuminated magic bower of bright red and poisonous dark flowers, arched over at once with little peaked leaves and great broad foliage, and a confusing white light, partly sprinkled about by the living rays that gushed in, and partly flying off from the lilies only as white dust, drew the eye into an intoxicating whirl. Cesara entered with a dazzled eye, and as he looked to the right, in the direction of the fire that reigned in, he found Spener's eye sharply fixed upon something to the left. He looked thither and saw an old man, entirely like the deceased prince, dart by and stalk into a side cavern. His hand quivered with affright, so did Spener's. The latter pressed hastily on downward, and at last there glistened a blue, starry opening. They stepped out. Heavens, a new starry arch. A pale sun moves through the stars, and they swim, as in play. After him below reposes an enraptured earth full of glitter and flowers. Its mountains run gleaming away up toward the arch of heaven and bend over toward Sirius. And through the unknown land delights glide, like dreams over which man weeps for joy. "What is that? Am I on or under the earth?" said Albano, astounded, and his wandering eye fled for refuge to the face of a living man. "I saw a dead man." Much more affectionately than before, the old man answered, "This is Liller. Behind us is my little house." He explained the mechanical illusion of the descent. "Here now have I stood so many thousand times and feasted myself with so fervent a heart on the works of God. How looked the form, my son?" "Like the dead prince," said Alban. In a startled but almost commanding tone, Spener said with a low voice, "Be silent, like me, until his time it was not he. Thy salvation and the salvation of many hangs thereon. Go no more today through the passage." Albano, half angered by all the experience of this singular day, said, "Well then, I go back through Tartarus. But what means the ghostly creation that everywhere pursues me?" "Thou hast," said the old man, lovingly and refreshingly, laying a finger on the youth's brow, nothing but invisible friends about thee, and cast thyself everywhere upon God. There are a great many Christians who say, God is near or far off, that his wisdom and his goodness appear quite specially in one age or another. Truly, that is idle deception. Is he not the unchangeable, eternal love, and does he not love and bless us at one hour just as much as at another? As we ought, properly, to call the eclipse of the sun an eclipse of the earth, so it is man who is obscured, never the infinite. But we are like the people who look at the obscuration of the sun in the water. And then, when the water trembles, cry out, see how the glorious sun struggles. Albano stepped into the solitude of the old man's neatly ordered dwelling, only with heaviness, because, in the hot ashes of his volcano, every feeling put forth and throve the more luxuriantly. Spener pointed over from his mountain ridge to the little so-called Thunder House, and advised him to occupy it this summer. Albano took his leave at length, but his agitated heart was a sea, in which the morning sun is glowingly still half reflected, and into which, at evening, a lead-colored storm dips, and which swells glistening under the storm. He looked up from below at the old man, who was looking after him, but he would hardly have wondered today if he had either sunk or ascended. With indignant and spirited resolutions, to stake and sacrifice his life for his love, at which cold hands were grasping, he strode without any fear through Tartarus, which, by the magnifying mirror of night, was distorted into a black giant armament. Thus is the spirit world only a region of our inner world, and I fear only myself. When he stood before the altar of the heart in the dumb night, where nothing was audible but the thoughts, then did the bold spirit advise him repeatedly to call upon the dead old man and swear aloud by his heart, full of dust. But when he looked up to the fair heavens, his heart was consecrated, and only prayed, O good God, give me Liana. It grew dark. The clouds, which he had taken for the shining mountains of a new earth, stretching away into the heavens, had reached the moon and overshadowed it with darkness. Footnotes: Tempestiarii, or storm makers, was a name given, in the Middle Ages, to the master wizards who could conjure up foul weather. Weather prayers were used in the churches against them, and other wizard masters called in to counteract the former. The polished dancer always carries a rod under the fur dress, wherewith his partner is excused by a blow or two when she makes a misstep up her siles. Monthly Mag, July 1788. Dread of spirits. The German for this is Sauerstoff, tr. A noted review in Richter's day, published at Erlangen near Nuremberg, tr. Thus did the turnkeys name their prisoners. Alexandre, ab al v4. To distinguish himself from the eagle of the emperor, who holds something in both claws. Bouverat was a Catholic. He meant one with the poor lector. Literally, twilight bird, tr. To get the basket means a refusal, tr. I do not mean, as perhaps may appear from the selling, Pitt the minister, but Pitt the diamond, which the father of the present Pitt traded away to the Duke Regent of France, and for whose splinters he got 12,000 ducats into the bargain. I sell only my landscapes, and throw in the figures. Stand in German has the double meaning of an estate and a stand, tr. Plout back, Act 4 Sen, 7/4/1617. Seventh part of the new collection of travels. I speak more particularly of the daughters, because they are the most frequent and greatest victims. The sons are bloodless mass offerings. Pliny Nat, Hist. Romanate, 16. And this is quite probable. Dr. Edward Hill reckoned that in England 8,000 die annually of unhappy love of broken hearts, as the Englishwomen touchingly express it. Beddoes shows that vegetable food end of this such victims are particularly fond fosters consumption, and that females incline to this. Besides, the times of longing, which of itself, even without disappointment as homesickness shows, is a poisonous revolving leaden ball, occur in youth, when the seed of pectoral maladies most easily springs up. Oh, many married ones fall, under misconstructions, victims to the death angel, into whose hand they had, previously to marriage, put the sword they themselves had sharpened. Forster's Views, Volume I. A line French is 1/12 of an inch, tr. Because he had just said he did not know her, tr. Weigel, in Jena, invented the inverted bridge pons heteroclitus, a stairway on which a person seems to descend by going up Bush's Handbook of Inventions, volume Roman 7. It had the name from its height and its being so often struck with lightning. 13th Jubilee. Rockwell's Love Philippic against Lovers, the pictures, Albano Albani, the harmonic Tertatert, the ride to Blumenbuhl. 60 Cycle. Out of the drops which the harmonica had wrung from Rabette's heart, the old enchanter, Fate, is perhaps preparing, as other enchanters do out of blood, dark forms. For Rockwell had seen it, and wondered at the sensibility of a heart which hitherto had been set in motion more by occupations than by romances. Now he drew nearer to her with a new interest. Since the night of the oath, he had drawn his heart out of all unworthy fetters. In this freedom of victory, he went forward proudly, and stretched out his arms more lightly and longingly after noble love. He now visited his sister incessantly, but he still kept to himself. Rabette was not fair enough for him, beside his tender sister. She was an artificial ribbon rose beside one by Van der Reich. She said herself naively that she looked, with her village complexion in white lawn, like black tea in white cups. But in her healthy eyes, not yet corroded into dimness by tragical drops, and on her fresh lips, life glowed. Her powerful chin and her arched nose threatened and promised spirit and strength, and her upright and downright heart grasped and repelled decidedly and intensely. He determined to prove her. The Talmud forbids to inquire after the price of a thing when one does not mean to buy it, but the Rockwells always cheapen and look further. They tear a soul in two, as children do a bee, in order to eat out of it the honey which it would gather. They borrow from the eel not only his dexterity in slipping away, but also the power to twine around the arm and crush it. And now he let all the dazzling powers of his multiform nature play before her. The sense of his ascendancy permitted him to move freely and gracefully, and the careless heart seemed open on all sides. He linked so freely earnestness and jest, glow and glitter, the greatest and the least, and energy with mildness. Unhappy girl, now art thou his, and he snatches thee from thy terra firma with rapacious wings up into the air, and then hurls thee down. Like a vine running on a lightning rod, thou wilt richly unfold thy powers and bloom up on him, but he will draw down the lightning upon himself and thy blossoms, and strip thee of thy leaves and rend thee utterly. Rabette had never conceived of such a man, much less seen one. He made his way by main force into her sound heart, and a new world went in after him. Through Liana's love for the captain, hers mounted still higher, and the two could speak of their brothers in friendly reciprocation. The good Liana sought to bring to the help of her friend many a thing which would hardly take hold, particularly mythology, which, by reason of the French pronunciation of the names of the gods, was still more unserviceable to her. Even with books Liana sought to bring them together, so that reading was to her a sort of weekday divine service, which she attended with true devotion, and was always delighted when it was over. Through all these waterwheels of knowledge streamed Rockwell's love and helped drive and draw. How many blushes now flitted without any occasion over her whole face. The laugh which once expressed her gaiety came now too often and betokened only a helpless heart which longed to sigh. So stood matters with her when Charles once playfully stole behind her and covered her eyes with his hand in order, under the mask of her brother's voice, to give her soft, sisterly names. She confounded the similar voices. She pressed the hand heartily, but her eye was hot and moist. Then she discovered the mistake and flew with the concealed evening and morning redness of her countenance out of the room. Now he looked closer into the eyes of Liana, who blamed him for it, and hers too had wept. She would fain at first conceal from him the object of the sisterly emotion, but another's no was to him, of old, an auxiliary verb, a fair wind blowing him into port. Liana grew more and more agitated. At last, she related how Rabette's account of Albano's youthful history had drawn from her in turn the history of his early relations, and that she had portrayed to her the bloody night of the masquerade, and even shown his bloody dress. And then, said Liana, she wept with me as heartily as if she had been thy sister. Oh, it is a dear heart. Charles saw the two linked together like two pastures, namely, by the rainbow which stands over both with its drops. He drew her with thankful love to his breast. Art thou then happy? Asked Liana, in a tone ominous of something sad. She must needs disclose to him her full heart and tell him all. He heard with astonishment how that whole Tartarus night on which the unknown voice had promised Linda de Romero to his friend had been made known to her. By whom? She held an inexorable silence. he contented himself because, to be sure, it could only have been Auguste, who was the only one that knew of it. "And now believest thou, thou heart from heaven," said he, "that I and the brother of my soul could ever separate by robbing each other? Oh, it is all otherwise, all otherwise. He curses the mock spirits and the object of the mimicry. Oh, he loves me, and my heart will rejoice in the day when it is his." The touching ambiguity of these last words dissolved him in a sacred melancholy. But she, in the midst of the heartiest overflow of feeling, took part, as if out of piety, with the spirits, and said, "Speak not thus of spiritual apparitions. They exist, that I know only one needs not fear them." Here, however, with firm hand she held fast the veil over her experiences. He too had known long since that, notwithstanding her most tremblingly delicate feelings, which shrunk even from the sight of the blue veins on the lily hand, as from a wound, she had appeared unexpectedly courageous before the dead and in the ghostly hours of fantasy. Behind the waves of so different an emotion which now drove his heart up and down, Rabet was eclipsed. He burned now only for the hour when he could tell his Albano the singular treachery of the lector. 61. Cycle. Even before the captain disclosed to his friend Auguste's probable treachery, Albano was almost entirely at variance with his two tutors. In a circle full of young hearts which beat for one another, and still more fondly fight for one another, two always take an indissoluble hold of each other, and become one at others' expense. Albano boldly broke with everyone whom Charles displeased. Besides, Scop had long been loved by few, because few can endure a perfectly free man. The flower chains hold better, they think, when gala chains run through them. He, therefore, could not bear it, when one, with too close a love, clambered up round him so tightly that he had the freedom of his arms no more than if he wore them in bandages of 80 heads. The sarcastic liveliness of his pantomime chilled the captain, by having the appearance of a somewhat stricter observation more than did the composed face of the lector, who from that very circumstance took everything more sharply into his still eye. The good Scop had one fault which no Albano forgives, namely, his intolerance toward the female saintly images of isinglass, as he expressed it toward the tender errors of the heart, the sacred excesses by which man weaves into the short life a still shorter pleasure. On one occasion Charles walked up and down with arms akimbo and drooping head, as on a stage, and said accidentally, so that the titular librarian overheard him, "Oh, I was very little understood by the world in my youth." He said nothing further, but let anybody shake in jest a baker's dozen of hornets, a basket of crabs, a mug of wood pismires, all at once over the librarian's skin, and take a flying observation of the effect of the stinging, nipping, biting. Then can one, in a measure at least, conceive what a quivering, swelling, and irritation there was in him, so soon as he heard the above-mentioned phraseology. "Mr. Captain," he began, drawing in a long breath, "I can stand through a good deal on this rusty, stupid earth famine, pestilence, courts, the stone, and fools from pole to pole, but your phraseology surpasses the strength of my shoulders. Sir Captain, you may most certainly use this rhetoric with perfect justice, because you, as you say, are not understood. But oh heavens, oh devils! I hear, in fact, 30,000 young men and maidens from one circulating library to another, all with inflated breast, saying and groaning round and round that nobody understands them, neither their grandfather nor their godparents, nor the conrector, when in fact the wrapping paper, commonplace pack does not itself understand. But the young man means by this merely a maiden, and the maiden a young man, these can appreciate each other. Out of love will I undertake, as out of potatoes, to serve up 14 different dishes. Let one just shear off, as they do off of the bears in Gottingen, its beastly hair, and no Blumenbach would any longer recognize it. Mr. von Friule, I have somewhat often compared this cursed exaltation of souls, merely from low motives, with the English horse-tails, which also always stand pointing to heaven, only because their sinews have been cut. Must not one be mad when one hears every day and reads every day how the commonest souls, the very doggerels and trumpeters' pieces of nature, think themselves exalted by love above all people, like cats that fly with hogs' bladders buckled onto them? How they rendezvous in the hare's form and emporium of love, the other world, as on a Blocksberg, and how, on this Finch ground in this theatrical green room, or dressing room, which then becomes the opposite, they drive their business until they are coupled. Then it's all over. Fancy and poesy, which now should be to them for the first time serviceable, are caught, they run away from them like lice from the dead, although on these the hair continues to sprout out. They shudder at the next world, and when they become widowers and widows, they do their courting very well without the hog's bladders, and without the decoy feathers and the folding screen of the next world. Such a thing as this now, Sir Captain, provokes one, and then, in the heat, the just must suffer with the unjust, as your ears unfortunately attest. Alban, who never light-mindedly forgave, silently separated himself from a heart, which, as he unjustly said, quenched the flames of love with satiric gall. In the chain of friendship with Auguste, one ring after another absolutely broke in twain. The Count found in the lector a spirit of littleness which was more revolting to him than any bad spirit. The elegance of a good courtier, his propensity to keep the smallest secrets as faithfully as the greatest, his passion for starting up behind every action a long plan, his thirsty curiosity for genuine historical sources, at court and in the city, and his coldness toward philosophy, so dried up the overstrained image which Albano had formed of him, that it wrinkled up and grew full of rents. Such dissimilarities never rise among cultivated men to open feuds, but they secretly put upon the inner man one piece of armor after another, till he stands there in solid mail and strikes out. Now, in addition to all this, the lector bore the captain a hearty grudge, because he cost the minister's lady many anxious hours, and Liana and even the Count much money, and because he seemed to him to pervert the youth. The otherwise directly ascending flame of Albano was now, by the obstacles thrown in the way of his love, bent on all sides, and like soldering fire, burned more sharply, but this sharpness Auguste ascribed to the friend. Albano appeared to those whom he loved warmer, to those whom he endured colder, than he was, and his earnestness was easily confounded with defiance and pride. But the lector imagined that Albano's love was stolen from him by Charles. He undertook, with equal refinement and frankness, to play off on the Count a good map card of the spots which were thickly sown in the heavenly body of this Jupiter. But he tore every map. Charles's painful confessions on that night extinguished all additions by other hands, and Albano's grand faith, that one must shield a friend entirely and trust him entirely, warded off every influence. Oh, it is a holy time, in which man desires offerings and priests, without fail, for the altar of friendship and love, and beholds them. And it is a too cruel time, in which the so often cheated, belied bosom prophesies to itself, on another's bosom, in the midst of the love draught of the moment, the cold neighborhood of bankruptcy. As the lector saw perfectly that Alban, at many of his charges against Charles, for instance, of his wildness and disorder remained cold, for the reason that he might deem himself to be reproached over another's shoulders, as the French, according to thickness, give strangers praise over their own. He now, instead of the point of similarity, took hold of an entire dissimilarity of the captain, his light-mindedness toward the sex. But this only made the matter worse. For in matters of love, Charles was to him the higher fire worshipper, and the lector only the one whom the coal of this fire blackens. Auguste cherished, in regard to love, pretty nearly the principles of the great world, which merely for honor's sake he never coined into action, and he assigned only the cloud heaven near the earth to love. The captain, however, spoke of a third heaven, or heaven of joy, as belonging thereto, wherein only saints are the blessed. Auguste, after the manner of the great world, spoke much more freely than he acted, and sometimes as openly as if he were dining in the hall of a watering place. Charles spoke like a maiden. The virgin ear of Albano, which was mostly closed in good visiting parlors, and which in study chambers remained open, united to his want of the experience that a cynical tongue is often found in the most continent men. For instance, in our buffoonery-loving forefathers, and an ascetic one in modest libertines, these two things must naturally have involved the pure young man in a double error. Thus did Auguste start up within him more and more storm-birds. Both came often to the verge of a complete feud and challenge, for the lector had too much honor to fear any one thing, and dared in cold blood as much as another in hot. Now, at length, did Charles disclose fully to his friend, though with all the tenderness of friendship, Liana's acquaintance with that Tartarus knight. The otherwise reserved lector must be after nearer advantages with his tattling, Albano concluded, and now the toad of jealousy, which lives and grows in the living tree without any visible way in or out, nursed itself to full size in his warm heart. Unanswered love is besides the most jealous. God knows whether he is not scenery master of these ghost scenes working in and through each other with so many wheels. All these are Albano's private conclusions. Open accusations were forbidden by his sense of honor. But his warm heart, always expressing itself, demanded a warmer society, and this he found when he followed the pious father and went to Liller into the Thunder House, into the midst of the flowers and summits, in order, lying nearer to the heart of nature, to dream and enjoy more sweetly. There was only one warm, sun-bright spot for him in Charles's historical picture, namely, the hope that perhaps only the mistakes about his relation to the Countess, out of which Liana had been helped by her brother, had dictated to her the evenly cold deportment which she had hitherto maintained towards him. On this sunny side, Rabette threw a billet, in which she wrote him that she was going back to her parents on Saturday, because the minister was coming. That hope, this intelligence, the prospect of less favorable circumstances, his going to Liller, all this decided him in the purpose of snatching to himself a solitary moment, and therein casting off before Liana the veil from his soul and hers. 62. Cycle. Singularly did events cut across each other on the day when Albano came into the ministerial house to take leave of Rabette, and a trembling voice said within him of Liana, too. Rabette beckoned to him, from the window, to come to her chamber. She had folded together the Icarus's wings of her apparel into the trunks, over her inner being a prostrating storm swept to and fro. Charles had disturbed the equilibrium of her heart by his warmth, and had not restored it again by a word of recompense. Like the doves, she flutters around the high conflagration. Oh, may she not, like them, escape with singed feathers and come back again, and at last fall into it. She said she had longed for her friends, ever since she saw yesterday a flock of sheep driven through the city. She should accompany, on Saturday, Liana and her mother to attend the consecration of the church, and the interment of the princely couple. He begged her, so abruptly and eagerly, to contrive for him today a solitary moment with her friend in the garden, that he absolutely did not hear her sweet news of Liana's intention to stay there and make her a visit. Alas, he found with the minister's lady that showman of magnificent pictures, who, like nature, made not only a beginning of his spring, but an end of his autumn with poisonous flowers, Mr. von Bouverat. Diane had sent him 4 heavenly copies from Rome. These he opened with dry, artistic palate. Liana received the Count again as ever. Was, perhaps, Raphael's Madonna della Sedia, in whose heaven-descended palladium her tender soul was absorbed, the seal-keeper of her holiest mystery. The all-forgetting artistic passion became her so gracefully, her optic nerves had become, by her long painting, like delicate feelers, which closed fast around lovely forms. Certain female forms, like this one, stirred up her whole soul. For she had, in childhood, sketched in her inner heaven-shining constellations of the heroines of romances, and in general of unseen women, great ideas of their spirit, their heavenly walk, their exaltation above all that she had ever seen, and she had felt equal shyness and longing to meet one such. Hence she went forth out of this colossal nymphaeum of her fancy, so easily dazzled, and with such warm, heartfelt reverence, to meet pure female friends and the Countess Romero. Now certain pictures brought back these altarpieces like copies. The good girl thought not of this, but her friend may well have done so, that one needed only to quicken into life the eyes of this loving, down-gazing Mary, and merely to warm these lips with tones, and then one had Liana. The German gentleman went on, and now placed beside each other Raphael's Joseph, telling his brothers a dream, and the older Joseph, interpreting one to a king, and began to translate the 3 Raphaels into words, and that with so much felicity, and not only with so much insight into mechanics and genius, but also with such a precise setting forth of every human and moral lineament, that Albano took him for a hypocrite, and Liana for a very good man. She seized every word with a wide-open heart. When Bouverat painted the prophesying Joseph, as at once childlike, natural, still and firm as a rock, and glowing and threatening, there stood the original at her side. There also dropped from the German gentleman much thought about Da Vinci's Boy Christ in the Temple, about the magnificently executed fraternization and adoption of the boy and the youth in one face. Liana had also copied the copy, but she and her mother were modestly silent on the subject. But at last Franciscus Albani disturbed the calm that had hitherto prevailed by his repose during the flight. While he acted the dream interpreter to these picturesque dreams, and Rabette had her eyes fastened sharply on the Saint Joseph of this picture, sitting beside Mary with an open book, Liana said, unluckily, "A fine Albani." "I should think not," Rabette whispered. "Brother is much more beautiful than this praying Joseph." She had confounded Albani with Albano. Her whole picture gallery lay in the hymn book, whose hymns she separated from each other with gold and red saints. The others did not comprehend, they knew him only as Count of Cesara, but Liana, sweetly blushing, flung at Rabette a tenderly reproving glance, and looked, with mute endurance, more closely at another picture. Never before in Albano, in whom the strongest and the tenderest feelings coupled, as the echo makes thunder louder and music lower, had the bittersweet mingling of love and pity and shame wrought more warmly, and he could have at once knelt down before the maiden, and yet have kept silent. The German gentleman had finished, and said to the men, with a look full of victory, he had, however, something more in his case which bore away the palm from the Raphaels, and he would beg them to follow him into the adjoining apartment. On the way, he observed that few works were executed with such magnificent freedom and bold abandon. In the room he unpacked a little bronze satyr, against whom an overtaken nymph is defending herself. "Divine," said Bouverat, and held the group by a thread, in order not to rub off the rust. "Divine, I set the satyr against the Christ." Few have even a moderate idea of the amazement of my hero, when he saw the critic set virtue and vice at once at a round table, without any quarrel for precedency. With a fiery glance of contempt, he turned away, and wondered that the lector remained. It seems to be unknown to him that painting, like poetry, only in its childhood related to gods and divine service, but that by and by, when they grew up to a higher stature, they must needs stride out from this narrow churchyard, as a chapel was originally a church with church music, until both were left out, and the pure music retained. Bouverat had the regard for pure form in so high a degree, that not only the smuttiest, most immoral subject, but even the most pure and devout, could not contaminate his enjoyment. Like slate, he stood the two proofs of heating and freezing without undergoing any change. Albano had seen the maidens through the window in the alley, and hastened down to take leave of his sister, and to something more weighty. He came, with fuller roses on his cheeks than those which glowed around him, to a grassy bank, where Liana with his sister was sitting behind the red parasol, with half-drooping eyelids, and head bent aside, softly absorbed in the harvest of evening, suffused with a sunny redness by the parasol, in white dress with a little slender black cross on her tender bosom, and with a full rose. She looked upon our lover so simply, her voice was so sisterly, and all was such pure, careless love. She told him how delighted she was with the scenes of his youth, and with country life, and how Rabette would conduct her everywhere, and particularly to the consecration discourse, which her father confessor, Spener, was to deliver on Sunday. She talked herself into a glow, with picturing how greatly the great breast of the old man would be moved by the dirge and paean over the ashes of his princely friend. Rabette had nothing in her mind but the solitary minute, which she would fain leave her brother to enjoy with her. She begged her, in a lively manner, to play for her yet once more on the harmonica. Albano, at this proposal, plucked for himself a moderate nosegay from the foliage of the tree that hung over his head. Liana looked at her warningly, as much as to say, "I shall spoil thy cheerfulness for thee again." But she insisted. At the entrance into the water-house, a light blush flitted across Albano, at the thought of the latest past and the nearest future. Liana speedily opened the harmonica, but the water, the colophonium of the bells, was wanting. Rabette was just going to fill a glass down at the fountains, for the sake of leaving them alone, but the Count, from manly awkwardness about entering at once into a ruse, stepped courteously before her and fetched it himself. Hardly at length had the lovely, pleasing creature laid, with a sigh, her delicate hands on the brown bells, when Rabette said to her she would go down into the alley to hear how it sounded at a distance. As if at the painful sunstroke of a too sudden and great pleasure, his heart started up, he heard the triumphal car of love rolling afar off, and he was fain to leap into it and rattle away into life. The credulous Liana took the withdrawal for a veil which Rabette wished to throw over her eye, sweetly breaking into tears at music, and immediately removed her hands from the bells. But Rabette kissed her entreatingly, pressed back her hands upon them, and ran down. "The true heart," said Liana, but this pure, guileless confidence in her friend touched him, and he could not say yes. when in the meadows of Persia, a happy one, who, on the luxuriant enamel has been sleeping down among the pinks and lilies and tulips, blissfully opens his eyes at the first evening call of the nightingale upon the still, tepid world, and the motley twilight, through which some gold threads of the evening sun float glowingly. That blissful one is like the youth Albano in the enchanted chamber the Venetian, blinds, scattered round broken lights, trembling green shadows. And there was a holy twilight as in groves around temples. Only murmuring bees flew, out of the loud, distant world, through the silent cell, into the noise again. Some sharp streaks of sunshine, like lightnings before sleepers, were wafted romantically to and fro with the rose. And in this dreamy grotto, amid the rustling wood of the world, the solitude was not disturbed by so much as the shadowy existence of a mirror. Into this enchantment she let the tones fly out of her hands like nightingales. The tones were propelled towards Albano, as by a storm, now more clearly and now more faintly. He stood before her, with folded hands, as if in prayer, and hung with thousand looks of love on the downward gazing form. All at once she lifted upon him that holy eye full of sympathy, but she suddenly cast it down before the sun-glance of his. Now the great eyelids immovably closed upon the sweet looks, and gave her, like a sleep, the appearance of absence. She seemed a white mayflower on wintry soil, hanging down its blossom bells. She was a dying saint in the devotion of harmony, which she heard rather than made. Only the red lip she took with her as a warm reflection of life, as a last rose that was to deck the fleeting angel. Oh, could he disturb this prayer of music with a word of his? With narrower and narrower circles did the magnetic vortex of tones and of love clasp him round in now, when the drawing of the harmonica, like the water drawing of the scorching sun, licked up his heart. And when the lightnings of passion darted over his whole life, and illumined the mountain ridges of the future and the valleys of the past, and when he felt his whole being concentrated into one moment, he saw some drops trickle out from Liana's drooping eyes, and she looked up cheerfully to let them fall. Then Albano snatched her hand away from the keys, and cried with the heart-rending tone of his longing, "O God, Liana!" She trembled, she blushed, she looked at him, and knew not that she still wept and looked on and continued to play no more. "No, Albano, no," she said softly, and drew her hand out of his and covered her face, started at the pause of the musical tones and collected herself and again made them flow out slowly, and said with trembling voice, "You are a noble being. You are like my Charles, but quite as passionate. Only one request. I am about to leave the city for a while." His alarm at this became ecstasy when she named the place, his Blumenbowl. She went on with difficulty before the delighted lover, her hand often lay. 59. Cycle. It was a romantic day for Cesara, even outwardly. Sunsparks and raindrops played dazzlingly through the heavens. He had received a letter from his father, dated at Madrid, which stamped at last the black seal of certainty on the threatened death of his sister, and in which there was nothing agreeable but the intelligence that Don Gaspard, with the Countess of Romero, whose guardianship he was now concluding, would travel in autumn, the Italian spring, to Italy. Two tones had been, in his life, stolen away from the musical scale of love. He had never known by experience what it was to love a brother or a sister. The coincidence of her death night with that night in Tartarus, this whole clawing into the holy images and wishes of his heart, stirred up his spirit, and he felt with indignation how impotently a whole assailing world might seek to remove Liana's image from his soul. And again, he painfully felt that this very Liana herself believed in her near decline. In this situation was he found by an unexpected invitation from the minister's lady herself. Sunsparks and raindrops played in his heaven also. He flew. In the antechamber stood the angel who broke the 6 apocalyptic seals, Rabbet. She had run to meet him from a bashfulness before company, and had embraced him sooner than he her. How gladly did he look into the familiar, honest face. With tears he heard the name of brother, when he had lost a sister today. The reason of her appearance was this. When the director was at the minister's lady's the last time, the latter had, with easy, disguised hand, opened her house to his daughter, for the sake of a knowledge of empty city life, and for change, in order that she might hereafter venture to knock at his door on her own daughter's behalf. He said he would forward the female wild deer to her with pleasure and all possible dispatch. And as in Blumenbowl Rabbet had answered him no, then yes, then no, then yes, and had held with her mother, even before midnight, an imperial exchequer revision, a mint probation day about everything which a human being from the country can wear in the city, she packed up there and unpacked here. "Ah, I am afraid in there," said she to Albano. "They are all too clever, and I am now so stupid." He found beside the domestic trio the princess also, and the little Helena from Liller, that lovely medallion of a fine day to his stirred heart. Indescribably was he smitten with Liana's womanly advances to Rabette, as if he shared her with her. With courtesy and tenderness, a mildness also, which was without falsehood or pride, came to the help of the embarrassed playmate, on whose face the inborn gaiety and eloquence of nature now singularly contrasted with her artificial dumb gravity. Charles, with his ready familiarity, was more in a condition to entangle than to extricate her. Only Liana gave to her soul and tongue, if only by the embroidery frame, a free field. Rabette could write with the embroidering needle, no illuminated and initial letters, indeed, but still a good running hand. She gave, turning her face toward her brothers, in order to pluck courage therefrom a clear report of the dangerous road and upsets, laughing all the while, after the manner of the people when they are telling their mishaps. Her brother was to her, at the company's expense, both company and world. Upon him alone streamed forth her warmth and speech. She said she could from her chamber see him play on the harpsichord. Liana immediately led both thither. How richly and sublimely, beyond Rabette's demands upon city life, was the maidenly hispitium set out, from the tulip, not a blooming one, but a work-basket of Liana's, although every tulip is such a basket for the finger of spring, even to the pianoforte, of which she, of course, for the present can use no more than 7 treble keys for half a waltz. 5 moderate trunks of clothes for therewith she thought to come out, and show the city that the country too could wear clothes represented to him in their well-known flower pieces and tin bands, the old impressions in canabula of his earliest days of life. And today, every trace of the old season of love refreshed him. She made him look for his windows, from one of which the librarian was fixing a hard gaze on a paving stone in the street, to see how often he could hit it by spitting. Here alone, in the presence only of the brother, Liana spoke more loudly to the sister the word of friendship, and assured her how happy she meant to make her, and how sincere she was in all that she promised. Oh, look not into the flame of the pure, religious, sisterly love with any yellow eye of jealousy. Can you not comprehend that this fair soul even now distributes its rich flames among all sisterly hearts, until love concentrates them into one sun? As, according to the ancients, the scattered lightnings of night gather themselves in the morning into one solid solar orb. She was everywhere an eye for every heart. Like a mother, she never once forgot the little and the great, and she poured out, "Let no one deny me the privilege of printing this minute example, for little Helena the cup of coffee, which the doctor forbade, half full of cream, in order that it might be without strength or harm." The impatient princess had already looked 10 times toward the heavens, through which now beams of light, now rain columns flew, till at length out of the consumed cloud snow the broad fields of blue grew up, and Julian could lead out the delighted young people into the garden, to the annoyance of the minister's lady, who did not like to expose Liana to the serene, 5 or 6 blasts of the evening wind, and the wading through rain-water that stood a 19th of a line deep. She herself stayed behind. How new-born, glistening, and inviting was all down below. The lark soared out of the distant fields like tones, and warbled near over the garden in all the leaves hung stars, and the evening air threw the liquid jewelry, the trembling earrings from the blossoms down upon the flowers, and bore sweet incense to meet the bees. The idol of the year, spring, parceled its sweet pastoral land among the young souls. Albano took his sister's hand, but he listened vacantly to her intelligence from home. Liana went far in advance with the princess, and bathed herself in the open heavens of confidential communion. Suddenly Julienne stood still, chatting playfully with her, in order to let the count come up and to inquire after letters from Don Gaspard and after tidings of the Countess Romero. He communicated with glowing countenance the contents of today's letter. In Julienne's physiognomy there was a smile almost of raillery. To the intelligence of Linda's intended journey she replied, "That is just herself. She will fain learn everything, travel over everything. I wager she climbs up on Mont Blanc and into Vesuvius. Liana and I call her, for this reason, the Tetanus." How graciously did Liana listen, with her eyes wholly on her female friend. "You are not acquainted with her?" she inquired of the tortured one. He answered emphatically in the negative. Rockwell came up. "Passez, monsieur," said she, making room and giving him a sign to move on. Liana looked very earnestly after. La voici, said Julian, letting the cover of a likeness spring up by a pressure on a ring of her little hand. Good youth, it was exactly the form which arose that magic night out of Lego Magyar sent to thee by the spirits. She is hit there exactly, said she to the agitated man. Very, said he confusedly. She did not investigate this contradictory very, but Liana looked at him, very beautifully and boldly. He continued, but I do not love boldness in women. Oh, one can readily believe that of men, replied Julienne. No hostile power loves it in the other party. They passed along now through the Chestnut Avenue by the holy spot where Albano had seen, for the first time, the bride of his hopes shining and suffering behind the water jets. Oh, it was here that he would gladly, with that soul of his painfully excited by the mutual reaction of wonderful circumstances, have knelt down before the still angel so near him. The tender Julienne perceived that she had to spare an agitated heart. After a tolerably loud silence, she said, in a serious tone, "A lovely evening we'll go to the waterhouse. There is where Liana was cured, Count. The fountains must leap too." "Oh, the fountains," said Albano, and looked with indescribable emotion upon Liana. She thought, however, he meant those in the flute dell. Helena cried out behind for them to wait, and came tripping along after with 2 little hands full of dewy auriculas, which she had plucked, and gave them all to Liana, expecting from her, as collatress of benefices, the flower distribution. "The little one, too, still thinks of the beautiful Sunday at Liller," said Liana. She gave the princess 1 or 2, and Helena nodded, and when Liana looked at her, she nodded again, as a sign the Count should have something too, more yet. She cried when he had got some, and the more Liana gave, the more did the child cry, more, as children are wont to do, in the hyperboles of their tendency to the infinite. They went over a green bridge and came into a neat room. Instead of the pianoforte formerly there, stood a glass chapel of the goddess of music, a harmonica. The captain screwed in behind a tapestry door, and immediately all the confined spring waters shot up outside with silvery wings toward heaven. Oh, how the sprinkled world burned as they stepped out on the top. Why wast thou, my Albano, just at this hour not entirely happy? Why, then, do pains pierce through all our unions, and why does the heart, like its veins, bleed most richly when it is heated? Above them lay the still, wounded heavens in the bandage of a long, white mass of cloud. The evening sun stood as yet behind the palace, but on both sides of it, his purple mantle of clouds floated in broad folds away across the sky, and if one turned round toward the east to the mountains of Blumenbuhl, green living flames streamed upward, and like golden birds, the Eans Fadui danced through the moist twigs and on the eastern windows, but the fountains still threw their white silver into the gold. Then the sun swam forth, with red-hot breast, drawing golden circles in the clouds, and the arching water shoots burned bright. Julienne bent upon Albano, near whom she had constantly remained, as if by way of atonement, a hearty look, as if he were her brother, and Charles said to Liana, "Sister, thy evening song." "With all my heart," said she, for she was right glad of the opportunity to withdraw herself, with the melancholy seriousness of her enjoyment, and down below in the solitary room to utter aloud, on the harmonica bells, all that which rapture and the eyes bury in silence. She went down, the melodious requiem of the day went up the zephyr of sound, the harmonica flew, waving, over the garden blossoms, and the tones cradled themselves on the thin lilies of the upgrowing water, and the silver lilies burst aloft for pleasure, and from the brightness of the sun into flamy blossoms, and over yonder reposed mother sun in a blue pasture, and looked greatly and tenderly upon her human children. Canst thou then hold thy heart, Albano, so that it shall remain concealed with its joys and sorrows, when thou hearest the peaceful virgin walking in the moonlight of tones? Oh, when the tone which trickles down in the ether announces to her the early wasting away of her life, and when the soft, long-drawn melodies flow away from her like the rose oil of many crushed days. Dost thou not think of that, Albano? How the human creature plays. The little Helena flings up auriculas at the flashing water veins, in order that she may dash one of them with the spray of the intercepted jet, and the youth Cesara bends far over the balustrade, and lets the stream of water leap off from his sloping hand upon his hot face and eye, in order to cool and conceal himself. The fiery veil was snatched from him by his sister. Rabette was one of those persons whom this musical tremor gnaws upon even physically, just as, on the other hand, the captain was little affected by the harmonica, and indeed was always least moved when others were most so. There were no pains with which the innocent girl was less familiar than with sweet ones. The bittersweet melancholy into which she sank away in the idle solitude of Sundays, she and others had scolded at as mere sullenness. At this moment she felt all at once, with a blush, her stout heart seized, whirled round, and scalded through as by hot whirlpools. Besides, it had today already been swayed to and fro by the meeting with her brother again, the leaving of her mother, and her confused bashfulness before strangers, and even by the sight of the sunny red mountain of Blumenbohl. In vain did the fresh brown eyes and the overripe full lip battle against the uprending pain. The hot springs tore their way through, and the blooming face with the strong chin grew red and full of tears. Painfully ashamed, and dreading to be taken for a child, especially as all her companion's emotions had remained invisible, she pressed her handkerchief over her burning face and said to her brother, "I must go away, I am not well, I shall choke," and ran down to the gentle Liana. "Yes, thou needest only carry thither thy shy pangs." Liana turned and saw her hastily and violently drying her eyes. Ah, hers too were indeed full. When Rebet saw it, she said courageously, "I absolutely cannot hear it, I must scream, I am really ashamed of myself." "O thou dear heart," cried Liana, joyfully falling upon her neck, "be not ashamed, and look into my eye. Sister, come to me as often as thou art troubled, I will gladly weep with thy soul, and dry thy eye even sooner than my own." There was an overmastering enchantment in these tones, in these looks of love, because Liana fancied she was mourning over some eclipsed star or other of her life. And never did trembling gratitude embrace more freshly and youthfully a venerated heart than did Rebet Liana. And now came Albano. Awakened by the dying away of the cradle song, he had hurried after her, leaving all the cold and other drops unwiped from his fiery cheeks. "What ails thee, sister?" he asked hastily. Liana, still lingering in the embrace and the inspiration, answered quickly, "You have a good sister. I will love her as her brother does." The sweet words of the so deeply affected souls and the fiery storm of his being carried him away, and he clasped the embracing ones and pressed the sisterly hearts to each other and kissed his sister. When, at the sight of Liana's confused bending aside of her head, he was terrified and flamed up crimson. He must needs fly. With these wild agitations, he could not stay in the presence of Liana and before the cold, mirroring glances of the company. But the night was to be as wonderful as the day. He hastened with live looks that appeared like angry ones out of the city to the Teutoness, nature, who at once calms and exalts us. He went along by exposed mill wheels, about which the stream wound itself in foam. The evening clouds stretched themselves out like giants at rest, and basked in the ruddy dawn of America, and the storm swept among them, and the fiery Briareouses started up. Night built the triumphal arch of the Milky Way, and the giants marched gloomily under. And in every element nature, like a storm bird, beat her rustling wings. Albano lay, without knowing it, on the woodland bridge of Liller, under which the wind streams went roaring through. He glowed like the clouds with the lingering tinges of his sun. His inner wings were, like those of the ostrich, full of spines, and wounded while they lifted him. The romantic spiritual day, the letter of his father, Liana's tearful eyes, his boldness, and then his bliss and remorse about it, and now the sublime night world on all sides round about him, passed to and fro within him and shook his young heart. He touched with his fiery cheek the moistened tree-tops, and did not cool himself, and he was near to that sounding, flying heart the nightingale, and yet hardly heard her. Like a sun, his heart goes through his pale thoughts, and quenches on its path one constellation after another. On the earth and in the heavens, in the past and in the future, stood before Albano only one form. "Liana," said his heart, "Liana," said all nature. He went down the bridge and up the western triumphal arch, and the glimmering Liller lay before him in repose. Lo! There he saw the old, pious father on the balustrade of the arch fast asleep. But how different was the revered form from the picture of it which he had shaped to himself according to that of the deceased prince. The white locks, flowing richly down under the Quaker hat, the femininely and poetically rounded brow, the arched nose and the youthful lip, which even in late life had not yet withered, and the childlikeness of the soft face announced a heart which, in the evening twilight of age, takes its rest and looks toward the stars. How lonely is the holy sleep! The death angel has conducted man out of the light world into the dark hermitage built over it. His friends stand without near the cell. Within, the hermit talks with himself, and his darkness grows brighter and brighter, and jewels and pastures and whole spring days gleam out at last, and all is clear and broad. Albano stood before the sleep with an earnest soul, which contemplates life and its riddles. Not only the incoming and the outgoing of life are hidden with a manifold veil, but even the short path itself. As around Egyptian temples, so around the greatest of all temples sphinxes lie, and, reversing the case as it was with the Sphinx, he only solves the riddle who dies. The old man spoke, behind the speech grating of sleep, with dead ones who had journeyed with him over the morning meadows of youth, and addressed with heavy lip the dead prince and his spouse. How sublimely did the curtain of the venerable countenance, pictured over with a long life, hang down before the pastoral world of youth dancing behind it, and how touchingly did the gray form roam round with its youthful crown in the cold evening dew of life, taking it for morning dew, and looking toward the east and toward the sun. The youth ventured only to touch lovingly a lock of the old man. He meant to leave him, in order not to alarm him with a strange form, before the rising moon should have touched his eyelids and awakened him. Only he would first crown the teacher of his loved one with the twigs of a neighboring laurel. When he came back from it, the moon had already penetrated with her radiance through the great eyelids, and the old man opened them before the exalted youth, who, with the glowing rosy moon of his countenance, glorified by the moon overhead, stood before him like a genius with the crown. "Justice," cried the old man, "is it thou?" He took him for the old prince, who, with just such blooming cheeks and open eyes, had passed before him in the underworld of dreams. But he soon came back out of the dreamy Elysium into the botanical, and knew even Albano's name. The count, with open mien, grasped his hands, and said to him how long and profoundly he had respected him. Spener answered in few and quiet words, as old men do who have seen everything on the earth so often. The glory of the moonlight flowed down now on the tall form, and the quietly open eye was illumined an eye which not so much penetrates as lets everything penetrate it. The almost cold stillness of the features, the youthful gait of the tall form, which bore its years upright as a crown upon the head, not as a burden upon the back, more as flowers than as fruit, the singular mixture of former manly ardor and of womanly tenderness, all this called up before Albano the image of a prophet of the eastern land. That broad stream which came roaring down through the Alps of youth glides now calmly and smoothly through its pastures, but throw rocks before it, and again it starts up roaring. The old man looked upon the youthful youth, the oftener the more warmly. In our days youth is, in young men, a bodily and spiritual beauty at once. He invited him to accompany him this beautiful night to his quiet cottage, which stands overhead there near the church spire, that looks down from above into Flutedell. On the singular, mazy paths which they now took, Liller was transformed to Albano's eyes into a new world. Like flying silver clouds of night, the glimmering beauties were continually shifting and arranging themselves together into new groups, and occasionally the two companions penetrated through exotic shrubbery with lively colored blossoms and wondrous odors. The pious father asked him with interest about his former and present life. They came to the opening of a dark passage into the earth. Spener, in a friendly manner, took Albano's right hand and said this way led up to his mountain abode, but soon it seemed to go downward. The stream of the vale, the Rossana, sounded even in here, but only single drops of moonlight trickled through scattered mountain openings overspun with twigs. The excavation extended farther downward, still more remotely murmured the water in the vale, and yet a nightingale sang a lay that grew nearer and nearer. Albano was composed and silent. Everywhere they went along before narrow gates of splendor which only a star of heaven seemed to fling in. They descended now to a distant, illuminated magic bower of bright red and poisonous dark flowers, arched over at once with little peaked leaves and great broad foliage, and a confusing white light, partly sprinkled about by the living rays that gushed in, and partly flying off from the lilies only as white dust, drew the eye into an intoxicating whirl. Cesara entered with a dazzled eye, and as he looked to the right, in the direction of the fire that reigned in, he found Spener's eye sharply fixed upon something to the left. He looked thither and saw an old man, entirely like the deceased prince, dart by and stalk into a side cavern. His hand quivered with affright, so did Spener's. The latter pressed hastily on downward, and at last there glistened a blue, starry opening. They stepped out. Heavens, a new starry arch. A pale sun moves through the stars, and they swim, as in play, After him below reposes an enraptured earth full of glitter and flowers. Its mountains run gleaming away up toward the arch of heaven and bend over toward Sirius. And through the unknown land delights glide, like dreams over which man weeps for joy. "What is that? Am I on or under the earth?" said Albano, astounded, and his wandering eye fled for refuge to the face of a living man. "I saw a dead man." Much more affectionately than before, the old man answered, "This is Liller. Behind us is my little house." He explained the mechanical illusion of the descent. "Here now have I stood so many thousand times and feasted myself with so fervent a heart on the works of God. How looked the form, my son?" "Like the dead prince," said Alban. In a startled but almost commanding tone, Spener said with a low voice, "Be silent, like me, until his time it was not he. Thy salvation and the salvation of many hangs thereon. Go no more today through the passage." Albano, half angered by all the experience of this singular day, said, "Well then, I go back through Tartarus. But what means the ghostly creation that everywhere pursues me?" "Thou hast," said the old man, lovingly and refreshingly, laying a finger on the youth's brow, "nothing but invisible friends about thee, and cast thyself everywhere upon God. There are a great many Christians who say, God is near or far off, that his wisdom and his goodness appear quite specially in one age or another. Truly, that is idle deception. Is he not the unchangeable, eternal love, and does he not love and bless us at one hour just as much as at another? As we ought, properly, to call the eclipse of the sun an eclipse of the earth, so it is man who is obscured, never the infinite. But we are like the people who look at the obscuration of the sun in the water. And then, when the water trembles, cry out, see how the glorious sun struggles." Albano stepped into the solitude of the old man's neatly ordered dwelling, only with heaviness, because, in the hot ashes of his volcano, every feeling put forth and throve the more luxuriantly. Spener pointed over from his mountain ridge to the little so-called Thunder House, and advised him to occupy it this summer. Albano took his leave at length, but his agitated heart was a sea, in which the morning sun is glowingly still half reflected, and into which, at evening, a lead-colored storm dips, and which swells glistening under the storm. He looked up from below at the old man, who was looking after him, but he would hardly have wondered today if he had either sunk or ascended. With indignant and spirited resolutions, to stake and sacrifice his life for his love, at which cold hands were grasping, he strode without any fear through Tartarus, which, by the magnifying mirror of night, was distorted into a black giant armament. Thus is the spirit world only a region of our inner world, and I fear only myself. When he stood before the altar of the heart in the dumb night, where nothing was audible but the thoughts, then did the bold spirit advise him repeatedly to call upon the dead old man and swear aloud by his heart, full of dust. But when he looked up to the fair heavens, his heart was consecrated, and only prayed, "O good God, give me Liana." It grew dark. The clouds, which he had taken for the shining mountains of a new earth, stretching away into the heavens, had reached the moon and overshadowed it with darkness. Footnotes: Tempestiarii, or storm makers, was a name given, in the Middle Ages, to the master wizards who could conjure up foul weather. Weather prayers were used in the churches against them, and other wizard masters called in to counteract the former. The polished dancer always carries a rod under the fur dress, wherewith his partner is excused by a blow or two when she makes a misstep up her siles. Monthly Mag, July 1788. Dread of spirits. The German for this is Sauerstoff, tr. A noted review in Richter's day, published at Erlangen near Nuremberg, tr. Thus did the turnkeys name their prisoners. Alexandre, ab al Vifour. To distinguish himself from the eagle of the emperor, who holds something in both claws. Bouverat was a Catholic. He meant one with the poor lector. Literally, twilight bird, tr. To get the basket means a refusal, tr. I do not mean, as perhaps may appear from the selling, Pitt the minister, but Pitt the diamond, which the father of the present Pitt traded away to the Duke Regent of France, and for whose splinters he got 12,000 ducats into the bargain. I sell only my landscapes, and throw in the figures. Stand in German has the double meaning of an estate and a stand, tr. Plout back, Act 4 Sen, 7/4/1617. Seventh part of the new collection of travels. I speak more particularly of the daughters, because they are the most frequent and greatest victims. The sons are bloodless mass offerings. Pliny Nat. Hist. Romanate, 16. And this is quite probable. Dr. Edward Hill reckoned that in England 8,000 die annually of unhappy love of broken hearts, as the Englishwomen touchingly express it. Beddoes shows that vegetable food end of this such victims are particularly fond fosters consumption, and that females incline to this. Besides, the times of longing, which of itself, even without disappointment as homesickness shows, is a poisonous revolving leaden ball, occur in youth, when the seed of pectoral maladies most easily springs up. Oh, many married ones fall, under misconstructions, victims to the death angel, into whose hand they had, previously to marriage, put the sword they themselves had sharpened. Forster's Views, Volume I. A line French is 1/12 of an inch, tr. Because he had just said he did not know her, tr. Weigel, in Jena, invented the inverted bridge pons heteroclitus, a stairway on which a person seems to descend by going up Bush's Handbook of Inventions, volume Roman 7. It had the name from its height, and its being so often struck with lightning. 13th Jubilee. Rockwell's Love Philippic against Lovers, the pictures, Albano Albani, the harmonic Tertatert, the ride to Blumenbuhl. 60 Cycle. Out of the drops which the harmonica had wrung from Rabet's heart, the old enchanter, Fate, is perhaps preparing, as other enchanters do out of blood, dark forms. For Rockwell had seen it, and wondered at the sensibility of a heart which hitherto had been set in motion more by occupations than by romances. Now he drew nearer to her with a new interest. Since the night of the oath, he had drawn his heart out of all unworthy fetters. In this freedom of victory, he went forward proudly, and stretched out his arms more lightly and longingly after noble love. He now visited his sister incessantly, but he still kept to himself. Rabet was not fair enough for him, beside his tender sister. She was an artificial ribbon rose beside one by Van der Reich. She said herself naively that she looked, with her village complexion in white lawn, like black tea in white cups. But in her healthy eyes, not yet corroded into dimness by tragical drops, and on her fresh lips, life glowed. Her powerful chin and her arched nose threatened and promised spirit and strength, and her upright and downright heart grasped and repelled decidedly and intensely. He determined to prove her. The Talmud forbids to inquire after the price of a thing when one does not mean to buy it, but the Rockwells always cheapen and look further. They tear a soul in two, as children do a bee, in order to eat out of it the honey which it would gather. They borrow from the eel not only his dexterity in slipping away, but also the power to twine around the arm and crush it. And now he let all the dazzling powers of his multiform nature play before her. The sense of his ascendancy permitted him to move freely and gracefully, and the careless heart seemed open on all sides. He linked so freely earnestness and jest, glow and glitter, the greatest and the least, and energy with mildness. Unhappy girl, now art thou his, and he snatches thee from thy terra firma with rapacious wings up into the air, and then hurls thee down. Like a vine running on a lightning rod, thou wilt richly unfold thy powers and bloom up on him, but he will draw down the lightning upon himself and thy blossoms, and strip thee of thy leaves and rend thee utterly. Rabet had never conceived of such a man, much less seen one. He made his way by main force into her sound heart, and a new world went in after him. Through Liana's love for the captain, hers mounted still higher, and the two could speak of their brothers in friendly reciprocation. The good Liana sought to bring to the help of her friend many a thing which would hardly take hold, particularly mythology, which, by reason of the French pronunciation of the names of the gods, was still more unserviceable to her. Even with books Liana sought to bring them together, so that reading was to her a sort of weekday divine service, which she attended with true devotion, and was always delighted when it was over. Through all these waterwheels of knowledge streamed Rockwell's love, and helped drive and draw. How many blushes now flitted without any occasion over her whole face. The laugh which once expressed her gaiety came now too often, and betokened only a helpless heart, which longed to sigh. So stood matters with her when Charles once playfully stole behind her and covered her eyes with his hand, in order, under the mask of her brother's voice, to give her soft, sisterly names. She confounded the similar voices, she pressed the hand heartily, but her eye was hot and moist. Then she discovered the mistake, and flew with the concealed evening and morning redness of her countenance out of the room. Now he looked closer into the eyes of Liana, who blamed him for it, and hers too had wept. She would fain at first conceal from him the object of the sisterly emotion, but another's no was to him, of old, an auxiliary verb a fair wind blowing him into port. Liana grew more and more agitated. At last, she related how Rabette's account of Albano's youthful history had drawn from her in turn the history of his early relations, and that she had portrayed to her the bloody night of the masquerade, and even shown his bloody dress. And then, said Liana, she wept with me as heartily as if she had been thy sister. Oh, it is a dear heart. Charles saw the two linked together like two pastures, namely, by the rainbow which stands over both with its drops. He drew her with thankful love to his breast. Art thou then happy? Asked Liana, in a tone ominous of something sad. She must needs disclose to him her full heart and tell him all. He heard with astonishment how that whole Tartarus night on which the unknown voice had promised Linda de Romero to his friend had been made known to her. By whom? She held an inexorable silence. He contented himself because, to be sure, it could only have been Auguste, who was the only one that knew of it. And now believest thou, thou heart from heaven, said he, that I and the brother of my soul could ever separate by robbing each other? Oh, it is all otherwise, all otherwise. He curses the mock spirits and the object of the mimicry. Oh, he loves me, and my heart will rejoice in the day when it is his. The touching ambiguity of these last words dissolved him in a sacred melancholy. But she, in the midst of the heartiest overflow of feeling, took part, as if out of piety, with the spirits, and said, Speak not thus of spiritual apparitions. They exist, that I know only one needs not fear them. Here, however, with firm hand she held fast the veil over her experiences. He too had known long since that, notwithstanding her most tremblingly delicate feelings, which shrunk even from the sight of the blue veins on the lily hand. As from a wound, she had appeared unexpectedly courageous before the dead and in the ghostly hours of fantasy. Behind the waves of so different an emotion which now drove his heart up and down, Rabette was eclipsed. He burned now only for the hour when he could tell his Albano the singular treachery of the lector. 61. Cycle. Even before the captain disclosed to his friend Auguste's probable treachery, Albano was almost entirely at variance with his two tutors. In a circle full of young hearts which beat for one another, and still more fondly fight for one another, two always take an indissoluble hold of each other, and become one at other's expense. Albano boldly broke with everyone whom Charles displeased. Besides, Scop had long been loved by few, because few can endure a perfectly free man. The flower chains hold better, they think, when gala chains run through them. He, therefore, could not bear it, when one, with too close a love, clambered up round him so tightly that he had the freedom of his arms no more than if he wore them in bandages of 80 heads. The sarcastic liveliness of his pantomime chilled the captain, by having the appearance of a somewhat stricter observation more than did the composed face of the lector, who from that very circumstance took everything more sharply into his still eye. The good Scop had one fault which no Albano forgives, namely, his intolerance toward the female saintly images of isinglass, as he expressed it toward the tender errors of the heart, the sacred excesses by which man weaves into the short life a still shorter pleasure. On one occasion Charles walked up and down with arms akimbo and drooping head, as on a stage, and said, accidentally, so that the titular librarian overheard him, "Oh, I was very little understood by the world in my youth." He said nothing further, but let anybody shake in jest a baker's dozen of hornets, a basket of crabs, a mug of wood pismires, all at once over the librarian's skin, and take a flying observation of the effect of the stinging, nipping, biting. Then can one, in a measure at least, conceive what a quivering, swelling, and irritation there was in him, so soon as he heard the above-mentioned phraseology. "Mr. Captain," he began, drawing in a long breath, "I can stand through a good deal on this rusty, stupid earth famine, pestilence, courts, the stone, and fools from pole to pole, but your phraseology surpasses the strength of my shoulders. Sir Captain, you may most certainly use this rhetoric with perfect justice, because you, as you say, are not understood. But oh heavens, oh devils! I hear, in fact, 30,000 young men and maidens from one circulating library to another, all with inflated breast, saying and groaning round and round that nobody understands them, neither their grandfather nor their godparents, nor the conrector, when in fact the wrapping paper, commonplace pack does not itself understand. But the young man means by this merely a maiden, and the maiden a young man, these can appreciate each other. Out of love will I undertake, as out of potatoes, to serve up 14 different dishes. Let one just shear off as they do off of the bears in Göttingen, its beastly hair, and no Blumenbach would any longer recognize it. Mr. von Friule, I have somewhat often compared this cursed exaltation of souls, merely from low motives, with the English horsetails, which also always stand pointing to heaven, only because their sinews have been cut. Must not one be mad when one hears every day and reads every day how the commonest souls, the very doggerels and trumpeters' pieces of nature, think themselves exalted by love above all people, like cats that fly with hogs' bladders buckled onto them? How they rendezvous in the hare's form and emporium of love, the other world, as on a Blocksberg, and how, on this Finch ground in this theatrical green room or dressing room, which then becomes the opposite, they drive their business until they are coupled. Then it's all over. Fancy and poesy, which now should be to them for the first time serviceable, are caught. They run away from them like lice from the dead, although on these the hair continues to sprout out. They shudder at the next world, and when they become widowers and widows, they do their courting very well without the hog's bladders, and without the decoy feathers and the folding screen of the next world. Such a thing as this now, Sir Captain, provokes one, and then, in the heat, the just must suffer with the unjust, as your ears unfortunately attest. Alban, who never light-mindedly forgave, silently separated himself from a heart, which, as he unjustly said, quenched the flames of love with satiric gall. In the chain of friendship with Auguste, one ring after another absolutely broke in twain. The Count found in the lector a spirit of littleness which was more revolting to him than any bad spirit. The elegance of a good courtier, his propensity to keep the smallest secrets as faithfully as the greatest, his passion for starting up behind every action a long plan, his thirsty curiosity for genuine historical sources, at court and in the city, and his coldness toward philosophy, so dried up the overstrained image which Albano had formed of him, that it wrinkled up and grew full of rents. Such dissimilarities never rise among cultivated men to open feuds, but they secretly put upon the inner man one piece of armor after another, till he stands there in solid mail and strikes out. Now, in addition to all this, the lector bore the captain a hearty grudge, because he cost the minister's lady many anxious hours, and Liana and even the Count much money, and because he seemed to him to pervert the youth. The otherwise directly ascending flame of Albano was now, by the obstacles thrown in the way of his love, bent on all sides, and like soldering fire, burned more sharply, but this sharpness Auguste ascribed to the friend. Albano appeared to those whom he loved warmer, to those whom he endured colder, than he was, and his earnestness was easily confounded with defiance and pride. But the lector imagined that Albano's love was stolen from him by Charles. He undertook, with equal refinement and frankness, to play off on the Count a good map card of the spots which were thickly sown in the heavenly body of this Jupiter. But he tore every map. Charles's painful confessions on that night extinguished all additions by other hands, and Albano's grand faith, that one must shield a friend entirely and trust him entirely, warded off every influence. Oh, it is a holy time, in which man desires offerings and priests, without fail, for the altar of friendship and love, and beholds them. And it is a too cruel time, in which the so often cheated, belied bosom prophesies to itself, on another's bosom, in the midst of the love draught of the moment, the cold neighborhood of bankruptcy. As the lector saw perfectly that Alban, at many of his charges against Charles, for instance, of his wildness and disorder remained cold, for the reason that he might deem himself to be reproached over another's shoulders, as the French, according to thickness, give strangers praise over their own. He now, instead of the point of similarity, took hold of an entire dissimilarity of the captain, his light-mindedness toward the sex. But this only made the matter worse. For in matters of love, Charles was to him the higher fire worshipper, and the lector only the one whom the coal of this fire blackens. Auguste cherished, in regard to love, pretty nearly the principles of the great world, which merely for honor's sake he never coined into action, and he assigned only the cloud heaven near the earth to love. The captain, however, spoke of a third heaven, or heaven of joy, as belonging thereto, wherein only saints are the blessed. Auguste, after the manner of the great world, spoke much more freely than he acted, and sometimes as openly as if he were dining in the hall of a watering place. Charles spoke like a maiden. The virgin ear of Albano, which was mostly closed in good visiting parlors, and which in study chambers remained open, united to his want of the experience that a cynical tongue is often found in the most continent men. For instance, in our buffoonery-loving forefathers, and an ascetic one in modest libertines, these two things must naturally have involved the pure young man in a double error. Thus did Auguste start up within him more and more storm-birds. Both came often to the verge of a complete feud and challenge, for the lector had too much honor to fear any one thing, and dared in cold blood as much as another in hot. Now, at length, did Charles disclose fully to his friend, though with all the tenderness of friendship, Liana's acquaintance with that Tartarus knight. The otherwise reserved lector must be after nearer advantages with his tattling, Albano concluded, and now the toad of jealousy, which lives and grows in the living tree without any visible way in or out, nursed itself to full size in his warm heart. Unanswered love is besides the most jealous. God knows whether he is not scenery master of these ghost scenes working in and through each other with so many wheels. All these are Albano's private conclusions. Open accusations were forbidden by his sense of honor. But his warm heart, always expressing itself, demanded a warmer society, and this he found when he followed the pious father, and went to Liller into the Thunder House, into the midst of the flowers and summits, in order, lying nearer to the heart of nature, to dream and enjoy more sweetly. There was only one warm, sun-bright spot for him in Charles's historical picture, namely, the hope that perhaps only the mistakes about his relation to the Countess, out of which Liana had been helped by her brother, had dictated to her the evenly cold deportment which she had hitherto maintained towards him. On this sunny side, Rabette threw a billet, in which she wrote him that she was going back to her parents on Saturday, because the minister was coming. That hope, this intelligence, the prospect of less favorable circumstances, his going to Liller, all this decided him in the purpose of snatching to himself a solitary moment, and therein casting off before Liana the veil from his soul and hers. 62. Cycle. Singularly did events cut across each other on the day when Albano came into the ministerial house to take leave of Rabette, and a trembling voice said within him of Liana, too. Rabette beckoned to him, from the window, to come to her chamber. She had folded together the Icarus's wings of her apparel into the trunks, over her inner being a prostrating storm swept to and fro. Charles had disturbed the equilibrium of her heart by his warmth, and had not restored it again by a word of recompense. Like the doves, she flutters around the high conflagration. Oh, may she not, like them, escape with singed feathers and come back again, and at last fall into it. She said she had longed for her friends, ever since she saw yesterday a flock of sheep driven through the city. She should accompany, on Saturday, Liana and her mother to attend the consecration of the church, and the interment of the princely couple. He begged her, so abruptly and eagerly, to contrive for him today a solitary moment with her friend in the garden, that he absolutely did not hear her sweet news of Liana's intention to stay there and make her a visit. Alas, he found with the minister's lady that showman of magnificent pictures, who, like nature, made not only a beginning of his spring, but an end of his autumn with poisonous flowers, Mr. von Bouverat. Diane had sent him 4 heavenly copies from Rome. These he opened with dry, artistic palate. Liana received the count again as ever. Was, perhaps, Raphael's Madonna della Sedia, in whose heaven-descended palladium her tender soul was absorbed, the seal-keeper of her holiest mystery. The all-forgetting artistic passion became her so gracefully, her optic nerves had become, by her long painting, like delicate feelers, which closed fast around lovely forms. Certain female forms, like this one, stirred up her whole soul. For she had, in childhood, sketched in her inner heaven-shining constellations of the heroines of romances, and in general of unseen women, great ideas of their spirit, their heavenly walk, their exaltation above all that she had ever seen, and she had felt equal shyness and longing to meet one such. Hence she went forth out of this colossal nymphaeum of her fancy, so easily dazzled, and with such warm, heartfelt reverence, to meet pure female friends and the Countess Romero. Now certain pictures brought back these altarpieces like copies. The good girl thought not of this, but her friend may well have done so, that one needed only to quicken into life the eyes of this loving, down-gazing Mary, and merely to warm these lips with tones, and then one had Liana. The German gentleman went on, and now placed beside each other Raphael's Joseph, telling his brothers a dream, and the older Joseph, interpreting one to a king, and began to translate the three Raphaels into words. And that with so much felicity, and not only with so much insight into mechanics and genius, but also with such a precise setting forth of every human and moral lineament, that Albano took him for a hypocrite, and Liana for a very good man. She seized every word with a wide-open heart. When Bouverat painted the prophesying Joseph, as at once childlike, natural, still and firm as a rock, and glowing and threatening, there stood the original at her side. There also dropped from the German gentleman much thought about Da Vinci's Boy Christ in the Temple, about the magnificently executed fraternization and adoption of the boy and the youth in one face. Liana had also copied the copy, but she and her mother were modestly silent on the subject. But at last Franciscus Albani disturbed the calm that had hitherto prevailed by his repose during the flight. While he acted the dream interpreter to these picturesque dreams, and Rabette had her eyes fastened sharply on the Saint Joseph of this picture, sitting beside Mary with an open book, Liana said, unluckily, "A fine Albani?" "I should think not," Rabette whispered. "Brother is much more beautiful than this praying Joseph." She had confounded Albani with Albano. Her whole picture gallery lay in the hymn book, whose hymns she separated from each other with golden red saints. The others did not comprehend, they knew him only as Count of Cesara, but Liana, sweetly blushing, flung at Rabette a tenderly reproving glance, and looked, with mute endurance, more closely at another picture. Never before in Albano, in whom the strongest and the tenderest feelings coupled, as the echo makes thunder louder and music lower, had the bittersweet mingling of love and pity and shame wrought more warmly, and he could have at once knelt down before the maiden, and yet have kept silent. The German gentleman had finished, and said to the men, with a look full of victory, he had, however, something more in his case which bore away the palm from the Raphaels, and he would beg them to follow him into the adjoining apartment. On the way, he observed that few works were executed with such magnificent freedom and bold abandon. In the room he unpacked a little bronze satyr, against whom an overtaken nymph is defending herself. "Divine," said Bouverat, and held the group by a thread, in order not to rub off the rust. "Divine, I set the satyr against the Christ." Few have even a moderate idea of the amazement of my hero, when he saw the critic set virtue and vice at once at a round table, without any quarrel for precedency. With a fiery glance of contempt, he turned away, and wondered that the lector remained. It seems to be unknown to him that painting, like poetry, only in its childhood related to gods and divine service, but that by and by, when they grew up to a higher stature, they must needs stride out from this narrow churchyard, as a chapel was originally a church with church music, until both were left out, and the pure music retained. Bouverat had the regard for pure form in so high a degree, that not only the smuttiest, most immoral subject, but even the most pure and devout, could not contaminate his enjoyment. Like slate, he stood the two proofs of heating and freezing, without undergoing any change. Albano had seen the maidens through the window in the alley, and hastened down to take leave of his sister, and to something more weighty. He came, with fuller roses on his cheeks than those which glowed around him, to a grassy bank, where Liana with his sister was sitting behind the red parasol, with half-drooping eyelids, and head bent aside, softly absorbed in the harvest of evening, suffused with a sunny redness by the parasol, in white dress with a little slender black cross on her tender bosom, and with a full rose. She looked upon our lover so simply, her voice was so sisterly, and all was such pure, careless love. She told him how delighted she was with the scenes of his youth, and with country life, and how Rabette would conduct her everywhere, and particularly to the consecration discourse, which her father confessor, Spener, was to deliver on Sunday. She talked herself into a glow, with picturing how greatly the great breast of the old man would be moved by the dirge and paean over the ashes of his princely friend. Rabette had nothing in her mind but the solitary minute, which she would fain leave her brother to enjoy with her. She begged her, in a lively manner, to play for her yet once more on the harmonica. Albano, at this proposal, plucked for himself a moderate nosegay from the foliage of the tree that hung over his head. Liana looked at her warningly, as much as to say, "I shall spoil thy cheerfulness for thee again." But she insisted. At the entrance into the water-house, a light blush flitted across Albano. at the thought of the latest past and the nearest future. Liana speedily opened the harmonica, but the water, the colophonium of the bells, was wanting. Rabette was just going to fill a glass down at the fountains, for the sake of leaving them alone, but the Count, from manly awkwardness about entering at once into a ruse, stepped courteously before her and fetched it himself. Hardly at length had the lovely, pleasing creature laid, with a sigh, her delicate hands on the brown bells, when Rabette said to her she would go down into the alley to hear how it sounded at a distance. As if at the painful sunstroke of a too sudden and great pleasure, his heart started up, he heard the triumphal car of love rolling afar off, and he was fain to leap into it and rattle away into life. The credulous Liana took the withdrawal for a veil which Rabette wished to throw over her eye, sweetly breaking into tears at music, and immediately removed her hands from the bells. But Rabette kissed her entreatingly, pressed back her hands upon them, and ran down. "The true heart," said Liana, but this pure, guileless confidence in her friend touched him, and he could not say yes. When in the meadows of Persia, a happy one, who, on the luxuriant enamel has been sleeping down among the pinks and lilies and tulips, blissfully opens his eyes at the first evening call of the nightingale upon the still, tepid world, and the motley twilight, through which some gold threads of the evening sun float glowingly. That blissful one is like the youth Albano in the enchanted chamber the Venetian, blinds, scattered round broken lights, trembling green shadows. And there was a holy twilight as in groves around temples. Only murmuring bees flew, out of the loud, distant world, through the silent cell, into the noise again. Some sharp streaks of sunshine, like lightnings before sleepers, were wafted romantically to and fro with the rose. And in this dreamy grotto, amid the rustling wood of the world, the solitude was not disturbed by so much as the shadowy existence of a mirror. Into this enchantment she let the tones fly out of her hands like nightingales. The tones were propelled towards Albano, as by a storm, now more clearly and now more faintly. He stood before her, with folded hands, as if in prayer, and hung with thousand looks of love on the downward gazing form. All at once she lifted upon him that holy eye full of sympathy, but she suddenly cast it down before the sun-glance of his. Now the great eyelids immovably closed upon the sweet looks, and gave her, like a sleep, the appearance of absence. She seemed a white mayflower on wintry soil, hanging down its blossom bells. She was a dying saint in the devotion of harmony, which she heard rather than made. Only the red lip she took with her as a warm reflection of life, as a last rose that was to deck the fleeting angel. Oh, could he disturb this prayer of music with a word of his? With narrower and narrower circles did the magnetic vortex of tones and of love clasp him round in now, when the drawing of the harmonica, like the water drawing of the scorching sun, licked up his heart. And when the lightnings of passion darted over his whole life, and illumined the mountain ridges of the future and the valleys of the past, and when he felt his whole being concentrated into one moment, he saw some drops trickle out from Liana's drooping eyes, and she looked up cheerfully to let them fall. Then Albano snatched her hand away from the keys, and cried with the heart-rending tone of his longing, "O God, Liana!" She trembled, she blushed, she looked at him, and knew not that she still wept and looked on and continued to play no more. "No, Albano, no," she said softly, and drew her hand out of his and covered her face, started at the pause of the musical tones and collected herself and again made them flow out slowly, and said with trembling voice, "You are a noble being. You are like my Charles, but quite as passionate. Only one request. I am about to leave the city for a while." His alarm at this became ecstasy, when she named the place, his Blumenbowl. She went on with difficulty before the delighted lover. Her hand often lay for a long time on the dissonance in forgetfulness of the analysis. Her eyes glimmered more moistly, although she said nothing more than this: "Be to my brother, who loves you inexpressibly, as he has loved no other yet, be to him everything. My mother recognizes your influence. Draw him, I will speak it out, especially draw him off from playing deeply." He could hardly, for his confusion, asseverate the yes, when Rabette came running in with the almost unsuitably accented tidings that the mother was coming. Probably she had seen that Rabette was alone. Albano parted from the pair with abrupt wishes of a pleasant journey, and forgot, in the flurry, to answer in the affirmative Rabette's request for a visit. The mother, meeting him, ascribed his ardor to a brother's emotion at taking leave. While he hastened through the wealth of the season, he thought of the rich future of Liana's stammering and veiling. Do not fair female souls, like those angels before the prophet, need only 2 wings to lift them but 4 to veil themselves. The sea of life ran in high waves, but everywhere it flashed on its broad surface, and sparks dropped from the oar. 63. Cycle. On the morning following this, the evening redness of a whole heaven had grown, to be sure, into a sad cloudiness. For Liana walked before the youth in such long, thick veils. Any mystery of trouble throws up cold cloister walls between hearts drawn near together. That is manifest. Hitherto accidents of various kinds had bent aside some flowers which Liana had drawn as a veil over her heart, as the ground stories in cities prevent looking in at the windows by flowers and grapevines, and had disclosed the darkest corner of the background, in which something like the reverse side of a bust hung, which, turned round, would perhaps resemble the Count. But as yet the image hangs with its face toward the wall. However, a female heart is often like marble. The cunning stonecutter strikes 1,000 blows, without the Parian block showing the line of a crack. But all at once it breaks asunder into the very form which the cunning stonecutter has so long been hammering after. On Saturday, when the minister's lady and the pair of friends were about to start for Blumenbool, in order to behold the burial and the consecration, the captain came to the Count, not only full of joy, for he had gladly, out of love to Rabette, helped make for Liana, not wings indeed, but still wing shells, and out of a threefold interest for his friend, helped tighten the flywork, but also full of anxiety. But, ye muses, why in the poetical world are there rarely any occurrences which have such manifold motives as often in the actual? His anxiety was simply this, lest his father should arrive earlier than his mother went off for he knew the minister. The latter intended, according to his letters, to arrive on Monday or Tuesday, Saturday at the latest. But this might, as Frule loved to let his friends swim in the broad playroom of expectation, still more certainly threatened that he, because, like the ball clocks, he always struck an hour too early, and came in the hope of catching his people at some right odious thing might at any minute come driving in at the courtyard gate. If he came driving furiously up this forenoon, or at the moment when the servant was lifting the daughter into the carriage, and the mother already sat therein, then was this much certain, by 1,000 conclusions from observance, that both would have to go up into the house again. That he would order all trunks and boxes unpacked, and, as to the daughter of the provincial director, after her 10,000 entreaties, although her very second would freeze upon her lips, he would, in a friendly manner, with quite jocose equanimity, let her be carried home, as a solitary member of a conclave, in a close carriage. Certain men, and he is their generalissimo, know no sweeter cordial for themselves than to put under lock and key, before the very nose of their friends, the garden gates of some Arcadia or other, for which they have not drawn up for them a map of the route and region, and judicially to seal them up. Besides, just before a pleasure party, most parents secrete gall. If Frule, in fact, could absolutely prevent one, that was as much for him as if he were himself returning home from one red and gay. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, our friends went a walk beneath the loveliest sky. Everything had been already arranged. Charles proposed to follow tomorrow, Albano not till Monday, after the general return. His tender motives, and the hard ones of others, decided it, and there floated through the whole vaulted blue no cloud but Charles's concern lest the second depositing of the princely corpse might draw his father along as early as today, when he suddenly cried out with a curse, "There he comes." He knew him by the tiger-spotted post-team, and still more by the long line of horses tackled on tandem. A purgatorial moment of life. The carriage rattled swiftly down the street, the head horses streamed forth in a longer and quite disorderly train, the people stared. At last the pulling distance became an acre long that seemed quite impossible when Albano's eagle eye discovered that there was no leather connection between the post-train, and at last, that in fact there was merely a strange churl, with 2 horses, accidentally riding along before the carriage. And at this moment, they saw the open, triumphal car, with the female trinity slowly moving up the Blumenbool heights, and the blended tulip bed of the 3 parasols glimmered long after them. 14th Jubilee. Albano and Liana. 64. Cycle. So many tender and holy sensibilities flutter round in our inner world, which, like angels, can never assume the bodily form of outward action. So many rich, full flowers stand therein which bear no seed, that it is lucky poetry has been invented, which easily treasures up all these inborn spirits and the flower fragrance in its limbo. With this eye catch, dear Albano, thy glorious perfume-breathing Sunday, and hold fast the invisible incense for the Schneider skin of the world. On Sunday, he moved to the Thunderhouse in Liller. The lector kept himself up with the hope that the Count would very soon tread down the flower-part era of the new enjoyment as flat and dead as a crossway. It was a fine morning, all sprinkled with dew. A fresh wind blew from Liller over the blooming grain, and the sun burned alone in a cool heaven. Over the Blumenbuhl road a swarm of people were plodding onward, and no one went long alone. On the eastern heights he saw his friend Charles, with bowed crest, dashing to meet the sun. The breezes of Liller came flying to welcome him with a breath of orange fragrance, and blew away the ashes which rested on the glowing altar coals of that first magnificent Sunday. He went down the bridge, and Pollux, early in his finery, came driving a ruffled turkey-cock to meet him. A sower servante of old Spener had been already for an hour cooking at Cheriton's, merely to see him go by. The latter ran, festily decked, out of the house, which opened itself gaily with all its windows to the whole heavens, to meet him, and, in the confusion of her joy, broke out with the main matter first, namely, that everything was ready and beautiful up there in the little house, and whether he would have his dinner up there. She would fain, in the midst of the conversation, pull Pollux out of the Count's fingers, but he let him swing up for a kiss, and won thereby every heart, even the old one behind the kitchen fire. While he marched off toward his little house through the western triumphal arch, he felt with indescribable strength and sweetness that the lovely time of youth is our Italy and Greece, full of gods, temples, and bliss, and which, alas, so often Goths and Vandals stalk through and strip with their talons. His blooming path ran at length into the descending and ascending stairway, which he had passed with Spener. Single streaks of day burned themselves into the moist ground and painted the scattered twigs fiery and golden. In the mystic bower, where the dead prince had stalked along before him in the by-cavern, he found no such cavern, but only an empty niche. He stepped out above, as out of the haunch of the earth. His little house lay on the crooked back of the mountain ridge. Down below reposed around him those elephants of the earth, the hills, and Liller gloriously swelling in blossoms, and he looked from his windows into the camp of the giants of nature. Meanwhile he could not now stay on the window-sill, nor near the inspiring Aeolian harp, nor in the eye-prison of books. Through streams and woods and over mountains fresh nature longed to sweep. That he did. There are some times between the everyday days of life when the rainbow of nature appears to us only broken up, and as a misshapen, motley mass on the horizon certain creation days, when she rounds and contracts herself into a fair form, nay, when she becomes alive and speaks to us like a soul. Today, Albano had such a day for the first time. Ah, years often pass away and bring no such day. While he went thus roaming along on both sides of the mountain ridge, the northeast wind began to flow fuller and fuller to meet him. Without wind, a landscape was to him a stiff, fast-nailed wall tapestry, and now the wind rolled the solid land over into a fluid state. The neighboring trees shook themselves like doves sweetly shuddering in its bath, but in the distance the woods stood fast, like hosts in battle array, and their summits like lances. Majestically swam through the blue the silvery islands, the clouds, and on the earth shadows stalked like giants over streams and mountains. In the valley sparkled the Rosanna, and rolled into the oak grove. He went down into the warm vale. The flowery pastures foamed, and their seed played in its cloud fleece ere the earth caught it. The swan spread voluptuously his long wing. Pairs of doves were pecking each other for love, and everywhere lay beds and twigs full of hot maternal bosoms and eggs. Like a glorious blue bouquet, the neck of the reposing peacock played off its dissolving colors in the high grasses. He stepped under the oaks, which with knotty arms seized hold upon heaven, and with knotty roots the earth. The Rosanna talked alone with the murmuring wood, and ate away, foaming, at the rocky crags, and at the decaying shore. Night and evening and day chased each other in the mystic grove. He stepped into the stream, and went out with it before a warm, busy plain full of villages, and out from them came the Sabbath sounds, and out of the grain fields larks arose. And on the mountains, human footpaths crept upward, the trees lifted themselves up as living things, and the distant men seemed to be fast-rooted, and became only little shoots on the low bark of the enormous tree of life. The soul of the youth was cast into the holy fire, like asbestos paper. He drew it out quenched and blank. It was to him as if he knew nothing, as if he were one thought. And here the feeling came upon him in a wonderfully new manner, that is the world, thou art on the world. He was one being with it all was one life, clouds and men and trees. He felt himself grasped by innumerable polypus arms and swallowed up at the same time with them, and yet running on in the infinite heart. In a blissful bewilderment, he arrived at his dwelling, from which little Pollux came rolling down the mountain to meet him and call him to dinner. In the little house, the very thought of his heart was expressed by the Aeolian harp at the open window. While the child was thundering away with his little fist on the harpsichord, and the birds joyfully screamed in out of the trees, the soul of the world swept exulting and sighing through the Aeolian strings, now lawlessly and now regularly, playing with the storms and they with it. And Albano seemed to hear the streams of life rushing between their shores, the countries of the earth, and through flower veins and oak veins, and through hearts, around the earth, bearing clouds on their bosom and the stream, which thunders through eternity, a divine hand was pouring out under the veil. Albano came, with the innocent boy dancing before him, to the still smiling mother. Even here, between the four walls, the sails continued to propel him which the great morning had swelled. Nothing surprised him, nothing seemed to him common, nothing remote. The wave and the drop in the endless sea of life flowed away in indivisible union with the streams and whirlpools which it bore onward. Before Chariton he stood like a shining god, and she would gladly have veiled either him or herself. Never was humanity individualized in purer forms, crippled by no alloy of provincialism or nationality, than in this circle of joy, wherein childhood, womanhood, and manhood, twined with flowers, met and softly clasped each other. Chariton spoke constantly of Liana, out of love, not merely for the absent one, but also for the one who stood near. For, although she looked with those open eyes, which seem more to image quietly than to behold, more to let in than to draw in, still she was, like children, virgins, country people, and savages, at once open-heartedly true and keen. She had easily detected Albano's love, because everything is easier to disguise from women-even hatred than its opposite. She praised Liana infinitely, particularly her incomparable kindness, and her lord had said, few men had so much heart as she, for she had often been, without any fear, whole nights with her in Tartarus. Certainly, neither was this explicable to the count. The marvelous is the aureole of a beloved head. A sun, softened down to a human countenance, takes less powerful hold than a beloved countenance glorified into a sun-image. More and more heartily delighted at his delight, she offered to lead him into Liana's chamber. A simple little chamber under a green twilight of glimmering vine foliage, some books of Fenelon and Herder, old flowers still in their water glasses, little Chinese dishes, Julian's portrait, and another of a deceased youthful friend, whose name was Caroline, an unstained writing stand with English pressed paper, was what he found. The holy spring hours of the Virgin passed by before him, dropping dew like sunny clouds. He happened to touch a penknife, when Chariton brought quills to be cut, because, she said, they had so much trouble on this score since her master had gone away. For a woman can more easily drive any pen even the epic and Kantian than make one, and here, as in several other cases, the stronger sex must lend the weaker a hand. Albano wished to see, also, the working chamber of his teacher. But this she decidedly, although an hour's eating together had not given her any new courage, refused, because her master had forbidden it. He begged once more, but she smiled more and more painfully and adhered to her gentle no. He now dreamed away the murmur of the morning in the magic garden, on whose waters and paths the moonshine and reflection of memory played. Out of the 9,000,000 square miles of common earth, how do certain poetical lands stand out to a poetical heart? On the mountain with the altar, where he once saw her disappear down below, the afternoon chime of Blumenbohl came wafted to him with the fanning of a freer ether. And his childhood's life, and the present scenes yonder, and Liana, gave him a tender heart, and he surveyed with dimmer eyes the transfigured land. At evening came happy churchgoers from Blumenbohl, and praised the consecration and the burial mightily. He saw the pious father still standing up there on the back of the mountain. The morning when he should be able to see Liana a whole day, and perhaps tell her all, overspread his life with a morning dew, glimmering around him in splendid rainbow circles. Even in bed, he sang for joy the morning song of the rowers on Lago Maggiore. The constellations over Blumenbohl shone through the open window of his little Alp house down into his closing eye. When the bright moon and flute tones from the vale awakened him again, the silent rapture still glowed on under the ashes of slumber, and grew till it closed his eyes again. 65. Cycle. Under a fresh morning blue, Albano, full of hopes that he should today clear up his life, so constantly running into white fog, took the same old road which once brought him hither by night, in the 23D cycle, in order on the mountain to see Elysium and Liana. The whole blooming path was to him a Roman earth, out of which he dug up the beautifully pictured vases of the past. And the nearer the village, so much the broader grew the hallowed spots. He wondered that the lambs and shepherd boys had not, like the grass, shot up taller during his absence, which itself, in consequence of the growth of his heart and the many-complexioned vicissitude of his experiences, appeared very much prolonged to his imagination. Like a morning draught of clear alpine water, the old clang of the herdsman's horn gushed into his breast. But the narrow alder path, into which he used to drive the director's riding horse before unsaddling, and the very courtyard, even the four walls and the ceiling pictures of domestic bliss, cramped up both root and summit in his swelling soul, which longed to grow into the earth and into the heavens. He was yet in the years when one opens high to the air with a treadle the tympan of life's clavichord, in order that the harmonious roar may swell out everywhere. In the castle how profusely was his heart covered with hearts, and the youngest love drowned by the old, from the easily weeping mother, Albina, even to the hand-extending old servants, who, on his account, stirred more briskly their petrified limbs. He found all his love's Liana accepted in Weifritz's study, because he loved young folk and discourse, and always insisted that they should set out the breakfast on his table of papers, which, he said, was as good as a breakfast table with varnished scrap pictures that nobody saw. Albano tormented himself with the fear that the minister's lady had been the church robber of a very goddess, and carried Liana back yesterday, till the captain hastily explained the non-appearance. The good soul had had yesterday to atone for the commotion of her sympathizing heart, with sick headache. Her loved teacher, Spener, with his sublime soul-stillness, those eyes, which wept no more over the earth, buried with the princely pair standing with his head under the cold polar star of eternity, so that now, like the pole, it no longer saw any stars rise or set calmly, and with hands apostolically folded in one another, speaking so all-persuasively upon the sorrow and the great end of this pale life, pressing, with his inspired speech, men's hearts to the verge of tearful emotion, and yet with exalted tenderness drawing them back from extreme grief, that so only the heart may weep without the eye end, than the consecration of the coupled coffins and of the church. Oh, in the delicate Liana, these emotions could not surely fail to grow into sorrows, and all that her teacher buried in silence was in her spoken aloud. In addition to this, she had not taken the usual medicine of keeping still, but had disguised all her pangs behind active joy, so as to give her departing mother no pains, although herself far too great ones. Into the midst of this explanation she herself entered pleasantly, in a white morning dress, with a nosegay of Chinese roses, a little pale and tired, looking up with a dreamy softness, her voice somewhat low. The roses on her cheeks closed into bud's end, like a child, smiling upon every heart, thou angel of heaven, who may dare to love and reward thee? She beheld the lofty youth, all the lilies of her still face were, contrary to her wont, baptized into a heavenly morning red of joy, and a tender purple lingered upon them. She asked him, with an open manner, why he had not come yesterday to the festivities, and disclosed, as a matter of moment, that they would all today visit the pious father, for whom she had been tying her dwarf roses. He took gladly the fourth voice in the concert of the pleasure party. What a magnificent hanging garden, with its loveliest flowers and prospects, is built out into the evening hours. How many happy ones a single roof covers. The ingenuous Rabette, more brisk and busy for her still gladness, was unweariedly Liana's sick nurse and Rockwell's lion-keeper and maîtresse de plaisirs, who made every one of the mother's ground plans of pleasure broader by a half, and her whole being was so happy. Ah, her poor innocent heart had not yet indeed been loved by anyone, and therefore it glows, with the fresh energies of the first love, so brightly and truly before a mighty one which seems to come down to it with a blessing, like a loving God, drawing after it a whole heaven. Rockwell saw how bewitchingly a busy activity shook aside in the playroom of her character, and her occupations the heavily hanging foliage, which in the visiting parlor darkly overspread her real worth, She was even made more lovely by the darker, neat house dress, since he by his preaching had sent back every white drapery of her brunette person into the wardrobe. She would not obey her mother in this matter, till he had demanded it. Nay, he had yesterday brought her to the point of really wearing about with her the watch which the proud minister's lady had presented her, though she blushed like fire at the unwonted ornament. Meanwhile, he proposed to take with her, as it were, a true serpentine flowery way to the altar of his love's loud yes, the silent one he was saying all the time. He knew she would get in at once so soon as he rode forth with the conch chariot of Venus, to which he had tackled a dove and a hawk. How gloriously the forenoon flew away on golden wing shells and on transparent wings. The beloved Albano was introduced into all the changes of the house. The finest was in his study chamber, which Rabette had transformed into her toilet chamber, sewing room, and study, and which again, since yesterday, had become guest chamber and library to Liana. How gladly did he step to the western window, where he had so often caused his invisible father and the beloved one to appear, in an unearthly manner, in the crystal mirror of his fancy. On the panes were many L's and R's drawn by his boyish hand. Liana asked what the R's meant. "Rockwell," said he, for she did not inquire after the L. With infinite sweetness did the thought flow around his heart, that his beloved was indeed to live through some blooming days in the dreamy cell of his first fresh life. Liana showed him with childlike joy how she shared everything, that is, the chamber, fairly with Rabette, in her double housekeeping and chumship, and how she made her very hostess her guest. I have often admired with envy the fine, light, nomadic life of maidens in their Arcadian life segments. Easily do these doves of passage flutter into a strange family, and sew and laugh and visit there, with the daughter of the house, 1 or 2 months, and one takes the engrafted shoot for a family twig. On the other hand, we house pigeons are inhabitive and hard to transplant, and generally, after a few days, journey back again. Since we, as more brittle material, less easily melt in with the family ore. Since we do not weave our work into that of others so easily as maidens do theirs, because carriages full of working tools must follow after us, and since we need much and contrive much, from all this our claim to a passport is very well deduced, without the least detriment to our characters. After a half-eternity of dressing since, in the neighborhood of the loved one, an hour of absence lasts longer than a month when she is far off. The maidens entered, equipped for traveling in the black dress of brides. How charmingly the roses become Rabette in her dark hair, and the lace edging on the white neck, and the timid flames of her pure eye and the flitting blushes. And Liana, I speak not of the saint. Even the good old director, when the innocent face looked upon him so childlike from beneath the white veil of India muslin, sprinkled with gold wire, which was simply thrown over her head after the manner of the nuns, could not but give his satisfaction words. "Like a nun, like an angel," she answered. "I wanted once really to be one with a friend, but now I take the veil later than she added, with a wondrous tone. She hung today with tender enthusiasm upon Rabette, perhaps from the weakness of ill health, perhaps from love for Albano and the parents, and perhaps because Rabette, in her love, was so good and beautiful, and because she herself was nothing but heart. She had, besides, the sacred fault of forming too enthusiastic conceptions of her female friends, into which the nobler maidens easily fall, and which belongs less to married women carried to an unusual height. Thus, for instance, her friend Caroline, who had met her like a heroine of romance only on the romantic playground of friendship and beautiful nature, she could not, in the beginning, without a rending away of the saintly halo, at all conceive of as having hands, which drove the needle and flat iron, and other implements of the female field of labor. Whoso will feel the tenderest participation in joy, let him look not at happy children, but at the parents who rejoice to see them happy. Never did the blue-eyed and round-eyed Albina cross, whose face-time had struck many a note of life thrice over, among which, however, no step-motherly discord appeared look oftener to and fro, and more benignantly, than from one to another of these couples. For such they were, according to the maternal astrology of the aberrations and perturbations of these double stars. The father, who maintained the hypocrisy and spiritlessness of the young people nowadays, compared with the ambition of his contemporaries and comrades, was chained to the captain, who, as manager of his inner theater, had today assigned himself the part of a gay youth. He pleased him even by the pithy flowers of speech, which the hidden breeze let fly from him. For as every genius must have its rough idiom, its doggerel verse, so had he others have the devil, the deuce. The journeyman's greeting of genius, rascal, together with the derivatives, rascality, and see, but how much more mightily did Albano carry away all female hearts by the stillness with which, like a quiet aftersummer, he let fall his fruits. The parents ascribed this reserve to city life, as if Charles had not been longer to this painter's school. No, love is the Italian school of man, and the more vigorous and elevated he is, of precisely so much the higher tenderness is he capable, as on high trees the fruit rounds itself into a milder and sweeter form than on low ones. Not in unmanly characters does mildness charm, but in manly ones, as energy does, not in unwomanly ones, but in the womanly. The good youth, while Charles, unhappily, always knew clearly when his glance burned and lightened, how innocently blazes from thy eyes a glowing heart, which knows it not. May thy evening be the seed-corn of a youth full of blossoms. The chariot rolls on, without thy knowing whether it is to be a chariot of Elijah or of Phaeton, whether thou art, by means of it, to soar to heaven or to fall therefrom. 66. Cycle. The carriage flew through the village with the 4 young people. How grateful to our youth was the expanse of heaven and of earth. The portal of life youth was hung with flowers and lights. They rolled along at the foot of the mountain by the bird pole, the signpost of a boyish Arcadia, by the cradle where, in the enraptured sleep of childhood, he had stretched out his boyish arm after the high heaven. And through the birch thicket, now dwindled in his eyes to a bush, which on that golden morning he had found so broad and long. And by the open triumphal arch of the east, behind which the sea of the many-shaped liller poured the tide of its charms. And when they arrived behind the mountain wall of the flute dell, they sent back the carriage. They walked on a glorious earth, under a glorious heaven. Pure and white swam the sun like a swan through the blue flood meadows and villages crowded up close around the distant, low mountain ridges. A soft wind swayed the green waves of the crop to and fro all over the plain. On the hills shadows lay fast asleep under the wings of white clouds, and behind the summits of the heights the massed trees of the Rhine ships majestically sailed away. As Albano went along so close by the side of his beloved, the purgatory burning under his Eden fell back deeper and deeper into the earth's core. Full of uneasiness and hope, he cast his fiery eye now on the summer, now on the mild vesper star, which glimmered so near to him out of the spring ether. The good maiden seemed today more still, serious, and restless than usual. As they went through a little wood, open on all sides, along the ridge of a hill that ran round the flute dell, Liana suddenly said to the Count she heard flutes. Scarcely could he say, he heard only far-off turtle-doves, when she at once collected herself as for something wonderful, fixed her eyes on heaven, smiled, and suddenly looked round toward Albano and grew red. Then turning to him, she said, I will be frank, I hear at this moment music within me. Forgive me today my weakness and tenderness, it comes from yesterday. You, said he passionately, for he, about whom in sicknesses only burning images stormed, was inspired with veneration for a being to whom, as if from her higher world, low tones like golden sunbeams reach down in her pains and pass veiled through the rough deep. But Liana, as if for the sake of turning aside his enthusiasm, came upon the subject of her friend Caroline and told how she always hovered before her on such days, and especially on this walk. In the beginning, I sought her out, said Liana, because she resembled my Linda. She was my instructress, although she was only a few weeks older than I. Her pure, severe, unflinching character, and her readiness to sacrifice herself cheerfully and in silence, made her even, if I may say so, worthy of veneration in the eyes of her mother. She was never seen to weep, tender as she was, for she wished to keep her mother always cheerful. We were going to take the veil in company, for the sake of being always together. I should not live to become old, she said, and I must spend my short life happily and without anxiety, but also in preparation for the next. She herself went up before me, night-watching by the sick bed of her mother, and sorrow for her death took her away. She received the Holy Supper, for which we were preparing ourselves together, only on her deathbed. Then did the angel give me this veil, in which I am some time to follow her. Oh, good, good Caroline! She wept unconcealedly and pressed, with emotion, Albano's hand. Oh, I should not have begun about this. There comes already our friend, we will be right cheerful. They had now passed through a high wood of underbrush, which teasingly disclosed and hid by turns the landscapes that glided around them, and had come near to the spire which looks in upon the flute dell, and near which lay a solitary church and Spener's dwelling, and in the plain below the open village. Spener came to meet his pupil after the manner of old men unconcerned about the others, and a young roe ran after him. A beautiful spot. Little white peacocks, turtle doves at large, a city of bees in the midst of their befloral, bespoke the tranquil old man, whom the earth serves and honors, and who, indifferent towards it, lives only in God. He came disappointing one's expectation of an ecclesiastical gravity with a light playfulness upon the gay train, and laid his finger in benediction on the forehead of Liana, who seemed to be his granddaughter, as it were, a second tree blossom in the late autumn of life. In a daughterly way, she placed the bunch of dwarf roses in his bosom, and took very careful notice whether it pleased him. She smiled quite serenely, and all her tears seemed fanned away, but she resembled the rain-sprinkled tree when the sun laughs out again. The least agitation flings the old rain from the still leaves. The old man was delighted with the sympathy of the young people, and remained with them upon the blooming and resounding eminence, which sat enthroned between a wide landscape and the richly laden mountain ridge, running away into Elysium. Since, as with one who ascends in a balloon, the tones of earth did not reach him from so great a distance as its forms, they let him talk more than listen, as one spares old people. He spoke soon of that in which his heart lived and breathed, but in a singular, half-theological, half-French, Wolfian and poetic speech. One ought, of many a mystic's poetry and philosophy to give, instead of verbal, real translations, in order that it may be seen how the pure gold of truth glows under all rapages. Spener says, in my translation, he had formerly, before he found the right way, tormented himself in every human friendship and love. He had, when he was fervently loved, said to himself, that he could surely never so regard or love himself, and even so the beloved being could not truly so think of itself, as the loving one did, and though it were ever so perfect or so full of self-love. If everyone looked upon others as upon himself, there could be no ardent love. But all love demands an object of infinite worth, and dies of every inexplicable and clearly recognized failure. It projects its objects out of all and above all, and requires a reciprocal love without limits, without any selfishness, without division, without pause, without end. Such an object is verily the divine being, but not fleeting, sinful, changeable man. Therefore must the lovesick heart sink into the giver himself of this, and of all love, into the fullness of all that is good and beautiful, into the disinterested, unlimited, universal love, and dissolve and revive therein, blessed in the alternation of contraction and expansion. Then it looks back upon the world and finds everywhere God and his reflection. The worlds are his deeds. Every pious man is a word, a look of the all-loving. For love to God is the divine thing, and the heart yearns for him in every heart. But, said Albano, whose fresh, energetic life rebelled against all mystical annihilation, how then does God love us? As a father loves his child, not because it is the best child, but because it needs him. And whence, he further inquired, comes then the evil in man, and whence sorrow? From the devil, said the old man, and pictured out uninterruptedly, with transfigured joy, the heaven of his heart. How it was always surrounded with the all-beloved, all-loving one, how it never desired any good fortune or any gifts from him at all, which one did not wish even in earthly love, but only a higher and higher love towards himself. And how, while the evening mists of old age were gathering thicker and thicker around his senses, his heart felt itself, in the darkness of life, embraced more and more closely by the invisible arms. I shall soon be with God, said he, with a radiance of love on that countenance of his, chilled with life and breaking in under the weight of years. One could have borne to see him die. So stands Mont Blanc before the rising moon, night veils his feet and his breast, but the light summit hangs high in the dark heaven as a star among the stars. Liana, like a daughter, had not let her eye nor her hand go from him, and had languishingly drunk in every sound. Her brother had heard him with more pleasure than Albano, but merely for the sake of remodeling more clearly and fully the mystic hero into the mimic Mount Athos of his representation, and Rabet had contemplated him as in a church among believing by thoughts. He withdrew now without ceremony to take care of his animals, which he loved as he did everything involuntary, for instance, children as coming at first hand from God. Everything is divine, he said, and nothing earthly but what is immoral. He could not bear to smoke bees with brimstone, let flowers dry up with thirst in the pot cage, or see an overdriven wounded horse, and he passed by a butcher's stall not without shuddering limbs. "Shall we," said friend Charles, "take in the glorious evening on the magnificent mountain road, and see thy thunder house, and cast down every cup of sorrow into the vales below?" Through what a magic neighborhood did they now pass along the sloping ridge of the thunder house. On the right, as it were, the Occident of nature, on the left, the Orient, before them Liller glittering in the fairy of evening, lying in the arms of the glancing Rosanna, golden grain behind silver poplars, and overhead a heaven filled with a life-intoxicated tumultuous creation, and the sun god stalking away over his evening world, and stooping a little under the midnight to raise his golden head in the east. Albano went forth, holding Liana's holy hand. "Oh, how beautiful is all," said he. "How the fluttering world map rustles and murmurs with long streams and woods, how the eastern mountains bask in steadfast repose, how the groves climb the hills with glowing stems. One could plunge down into the smoking vales and into the cold, glistening waves. Ah, Liana, how beautiful is all! And God is on the earth," said she. "And in thee," said he, and thought of the word of the old man, that love seeks God, and that he dwells in the heart which we esteem. Now came rolling toward him the great waves, which the Aeolian harp dashed out in the thunder house. And his genius flew by before him with the words, "Tell her there thy whole heart." Before the little tabernacle of yesterday's dreams, his stormy heart was dissolved, and the sun and the earth reeled before his passionate tears. As he entered with her into the rosy splendor of the evening sun that filled the apartment, and into the spirit-like din of tones discoursing with one another alone, he seized Liana's hands and pressed them wildly to his breast, and sank down before her speechless and dazzled. Flames and tears suffused his eyes, and his cheeks the whirlwind of tones blew into his blazing soul. The mild angel of innocence bowed herself, weeping and trembling, toward the burning sun god, and a sharp pain twined itself like a pale serpent through the roses of the mild countenance, and Albano stammered, "Liana, I love thee." Then the serpent turned round and clasped and covered the sweet rosy form. "O good Albano, thou art unhappy, but I am innocent." She stepped back with dignity and quickly drew down the white veil over her face and said beside herself, "Wouldst thou love the dead? This is my corpse veil. The coming year it will lie upon this face." "That is not true," said Albano. "Caroline, answer him," said she, and stared at the burning sun as if looking for a higher apparition. Frightful moment. As during an earthquake the sea heaves and the air rests in fearful stillness, so was his lip dumb beside the veiled one, and his whole heart was a storm. On the strings swept by a sighing world of spirits, and the last ended with a sharp scream. The beauty of the earth was distorted before him, and in the evening clouds broad fiery banners were planted, and the sun's eye shut to in blood. All at once Liana folded her hands as if in prayer, and smiled and blushed. Then she raised the veil from her divine eyes, and the transfigured one, tinged with the rosy reflection, looked on him tenderly, and cast her eye down and raised it again and again, let it sink, and the veil fell again before her, and she said in a low tone, "I will love thee, good Albano, if I do not make thee miserable." "I will die with thee," said he. "What then? And now let a holy cloud veil the sun god, who moves flaming through the midst of his stars." His solitude and Liana's solution of so many wonders were suspended by the entrance of Rabet and Charles, who both seemed more touched than blessed, she by the comforting nearness of the loved one, he by the singular situation and the subduing evening. For after certain beings a storm follows, and they must, against their will, make the steps that they take more rapid. When Albano, with the peace angel of his life, with the beloved one, who, in the midst of the rush of her feelings, heard, nevertheless, the voice of her female friend, walked forth again once more alone upon the rocky causeway between fragrant vales of Tempe and the glimmering world. He felt as if he had struggled through his life like an eagle through a storm cloud, and as if the black tempest were running far away below his wings, and the whole starry heaven burned bright above his head. Liana, with maidenly nobleness and firmness, gave him, before he had put a question, the answer. "I must now tell you a mystery, which I have hidden from everyone, and even from my mother, because it would have disquieted her. I spoke just now of my never-to-be-forgotten Caroline. On the day of my sacrament, which I had wished to take with her, I went back by night from my teacher to my mother, and in fact through the singular, long cavern, wherein one seems to descend, when one is in reality going upward. My maid went before with the lantern. In the romantic arbor, where a concave mirror stands, I turn round toward the full moon which was streaming in, from a dread of the wild mirror, which distorts people too horribly. Suddenly I hear a heavenly concert, such as I often heard again afterward in sicknesses. I think of my blessed friend, and gaze, full of longing, into the moon. Then I saw her opposite to me, beaming with innumerable rays. In her fair eyes was a tender look, but yet something dissolving. The tender mouth, almost the only living feature, resembled a red but transparent fruit, and all her hues seemed to be nothing but light. Yet only in the blue eye and red mouth did the angel seem like Caroline. I could sketch her if one could paint with light. I became dangerously sick. Then she appeared to me oftener, and refreshed me with inexpressibly sweet tones. They were not properly words, whereupon I always sank into a soft sleep, as into a sweet death. Once I asked her more with inner words whether I should then soon come to her into the realm of light. She answered, I should not die just now, but somewhat later, and she named very clearly the coming year, and the very day, which I have, however, forgot. Oh dear Albano, forgive me only a few words. I soon recovered, and mourned over the slow, lingering passage of time. No, Albano interrupted her, for his feelings were striking against each other like swords. I revere, but I hate her dangerous phantom. Fancy and sickness are the parents of the airborne, destroying angel, who flies scorching, like a dumb heat lightning, over all the blossoms of youth. She answered with emotion, O thou good, pure spirit! Thou hast never distressed me, thou hast ever comforted, guided, made me happy and holy. A phantom is it, Albano? It even preserves me against all phantoms of terror, against all ghostly fear, because it is always about me. Why, if it is only a phantom, does it never appear to me in my dreams? Why comes it not when I will? But it comes only in weighty cases, then I consult and obey it very willingly. It has already today, Albano, she added, in a lower and fainter tone, twice appeared to me on the way, when I heard the inner music, and previously in the thunder-house, when the sun went down, and has affectionately answered me. And what says it, heavenly one? Asked Albano innocently. I saw it only on the way and asked no question, replied the childlike one, blushing, and here, all at once, her holy soul stood unconsciously without a veil before him, for she had, in the thunder-house, received from the invisible Caroline the yes to her love, because that being was her own creation, and this a suggestion of her own. Yes, indeed, heavenly one. Thou standest before the mirror with the virgin's veil over thy form, and when thy image softly raises its own, thou fanciest thyself still covered. No word can express Albano's veneration for such a sanctified heart, which dreamed into such distinctness glorified beings, whose golden flowers only grew the higher over the thought of death, as earthly ones do in churchyards over the reality, which, simultaneously with his own, invisible hands had drawn into two similar dreams, to which one was ashamed to give common truths for its holy errors. Thou art from heaven, he said, inspired, and his joy became the pearl melted in the eye which quenches the thirst of the human heart. Therefore thou wouldst go back thither. Oh, I consecrate to thee, my friend, said she, smilingly weeping, and pressed his hand to her pure heart, the whole little life which I have, every hour to the last, and I will, meanwhile, prepare thee for everything which God sends. Before they entered the cottage of the pious father, Albano seized his friend's hand, and the sisters joined each other. The friends went forward for a time in silence. Charles looked upon Albano, and found the peace of blessedness upon his face. When the latter saw how Liana pressed her overfraught heart to her sisters, then were sincerity and joy too strong in him, and he fell without a word upon the heart of the dear brother of the eternal bride, and let him silently guess all from his tears of bliss. Oh, he might have guessed it, to be sure, from the bridal look of love which his sister more seldom removed from his friend, and from the heartiness wherewith she drew Rabette to her heart, just as if they two would soon be related to each other, as if her brother himself would soon speak more sweetly, since he for some time had no longer called her the little Linda, and consecrated her thereon for the heart of her brother. Not before the pious father did the enraptured look hold itself much in abeyance, which Albano, standing as if under the gate of eternity, cast into the heavens, gleaming like worlds one behind another. He was still and tender, and in his heart dwelt all hearts. O love one heart purely and warmly, then thou lovest all hearts after it, and the heart in its heaven sees like the journeying sun, from the dewdrop even to the ocean, nothing but mirrors which it warms and fills. But in rock where all started up immediately, when he saw the heavenly bliss so near, the mutinous spirit of his past, and struck with a bloody epilepsy the limbs of the inner man. Those immortal sighings after an ever-flying peace again tormented him. His transgressions and errors, and even the hours when he innocently suffered, were painfully reckoned up before him. And then he spoke, and stirred every heart, but most of all poor Rabette's, which he pressed against his own to warm himself, as according to the tradition the eagle does with the dove, after which he does not tear her to pieces. Nobly he spoke then of life's wilderness and of fate, which burns out man, like Vesuvius, into a crater, and then again sows cool meadows therein, and fills it again with fire. And of the only blessedness of this hollow life, love, and of the injury inflicted, when fate with its winds sways and rubs a flower to and fro, and thereby cuts through the green skin against the earth. But while he thus spoke, he looked on the glowing Rabette, and would fain by these warmings burst open, as it were by force, the fast-closed flower-bud of his love, and spread its leaves out under the sun. Oh, the bewildered and yearning one was surely not yet quite happy even today, and he wished not so much to affect others as himself. With what blissful presentiments did they step out again before the Sphinx of Night, who lay smiling before them with soft, starry glances? Did they not go through a still, glimmering, subterranean world, light and free, without the heavy clogging earth on their feet, while in the wide Elysium the warm ether only flutters because invisible Psyches fan it with their wings? And out of the flute dell the old man sends after them his tones as sweet arrows of love, in order that the swelling heart may blissfully bleed of their woundings. Albano and Liana came out upon a prospect where the broad eastern landscape, with its light streaks of blooming poppy fields and its dark villages, ascended the soft mountains, where the moon awoke, and the splendor of her garment already swept like that of a spirit through heaven. Here they remained standing and waiting for Luna. Albano held her hand. All the mountain ridges of his life stood in a glowing dawn. "Liana," said he, "what innumerable springs are there at this moment up yonder on the worlds which hang in the heavens, but this is the fairest. Ah, life is lovely, and today it is too dear to me. Albano," she added in a low voice, and her whole face became an exalted, tearless love, and the stars wove and embroidered its bridal dress, "if God calls me, then may he let me always appear to thee as Caroline does to me. Oh, if I could only attend thee thus through thy whole dear life, and console and warn thee, I would willingly wish for no other heaven." But as he was about to express the fullness of his love and the anger of his pain about the death delusion, just then came his wild friend, who, like a Vesuvius, pouring out at once lava and rain streams over the credulous Rabette, had made both her heart and his own only fuller, not lighter. Then Charles beheld the glorified beings and the blue horizon, where already the moon was flinging forth her glimmering light between the bristling massed peaks and summits, and looked again into the splendor of holy love. Then could he no longer contain himself. His heart, full of agony, mounted to an eternal purpose as if to God, and he embraced Albano and Rabette and said, "Beloved man, beloved maiden, keep my unhappy heart." Rabette clung around him compassionately, as a mother around her child, and gave up to him, in hot, gushing tears, her whole soul. Albano, astonished, enfolded in his arms the love bond. Liana was drawn to the beloved hearts by the whirlpool of bliss. Unheard the flutes sounded on, unseen waved the white banners of the stars overhead. Charles spoke frantic words of love and wild wishes of dying for joy. Albano touched trembling Liana's flower lip as John kissed Christ, and the heavy Milky Way bent down like a magic wand toward his golden bliss. Liana sighed, "O mother, how happy are thy children!" The moon had already flown up into the blue, like a white angel of peace, and glorified the great embrace, but the blessed ones marked it not. Like a sounding waterfall, their rich life covered them, and they knew not that the flutes had ceased, and all the hills were shining. 15th Jubilee. Man and Woman. 67. Cycle. I have often in the theater made the pleasant experience that when painful scenes immediately followed the rising of the curtain, I took but a slight interest in them, while in joyful ones which, immediately after the music, came on with their own music, I took the greatest. Man demands more that sorrow than that rapture should show its motive and its apology. Without hesitation, therefore, I begin a third volume with blisses of which, to be sure, the foregoing couple have been preparing more than enough. At the moment where our story has arrived, among all the descendants of Adam who lifted a glad face to heaven, and imaged in that face a still fairer heaven, there must have been someone who had the highest heaven, a happiest of all men. Ah yes, and to be sure, among all suffering creatures upon this globe, which our short race makes a plain, there must also have been one most unhappy, and may the poor man soon lie down to sleep under, not on, his rocky road. Although I could wish that Albano might not be the happiest of all in order, that there might yet be a higher heaven above his still, it is probable that, on the morning after that holiest night, in his present dream of the richest dream, deep in the threefold bloom of youth, of nature, and of anticipation, he bore the broadest heaven in himself, which the narrow bosom of man can span. He looked from his thunder house that little temple on whose walls still lingered the radiance of the goddess, who had therein become visible to him out over the new-created mountains and gardens of Liller. And it was to him as if he looked into his white and red blooming future, adorned with mountain peaks and fruit tree tops, a full paradise built out into the naked earth. He looked round in his future after any robbers of joy who might attack his triumphal chariot. He found them all visibly too weak to cope with his arms and weapons. He called up Liana's parents, and his own father, and the host of spirits which had hitherto been working in the air, and set them out on the road which lay between him and his beloved. In his muscles glowed more than sufficient power easily to dash through them to her, and take her with him into his life by main force. "Yes," said he, "I am completely happy, and need nothing more, no fortune, only my heart and hers." Albano, may thy evil genius not have heard this dangerous thought, so as to carry it to Nemesis. Oh, in this wildly entangled wood of thy life, no step, even in the blooming avenues of pleasure, is wholly safe. And amidst the very fullness of this artistic garden, there awaits the estranged, gloomy upistry, and breathes cold poisons into thy life. Therefore it was better as it was once, when men were still lowly and prayed to God even in their great raptures. For in the neighborhood of the infinite one the fiery eye sinks and weeps, but only out of gratitude. Let no mean almanac measurement be applied to the fair eternity which he now lived, when he saw the beloved every evening, every morning, in her little village. As evening star she went forth before his dreams, as morning star before his day. The interval both filled out with letters, which they themselves carried to each other. When they parted at evening, not long before they were to see each other again, and while in the north already the rosebud twigs shot along low down in the heavens, which during men's sleep speedily grew out toward the east, in order to hang down from heaven with thousands of full-blown roses ere the sun and love came back again, and when his friend Charles stayed with him by night. And he asked in the course of an hour, whence the light came, whether from the morning or from the moon-end when he sallied forth. While moon and morning still appeared together in the dew-dripping pleasure woods, and when the road, left only a few hours before, appeared wholly new and the absence too long. Because Cupid's wing is half a second hand, which shows the day of the month, and half a month hand, which points to the second, and because, in the neighborhood of the loved one, the shortest absence lasts longer than the longest when she is far away. And when at last he saw her again, then was the earth a sun, from which rays proceeded. His heart stood all in light, and as a man, who on a spring morning dreams of a spring morning, finds it still brighter around him when he awakes, so, after the blessed youthful dream of the beloved, did he open his eyes before her, and desire the fairest dream no more. Sometimes they saw each other, when the long summer day was too long on distant mountains, where by appointment they looked upon the harvests. Sometimes Rabette came alone to Liller to her brother, that he might hear something from Liana. When Liana had read a book, he read it after her. Often he read it first and she last. Whatever of divine the fairest, purest souls can manifest to each other when they unfold themselves. A holy heart which makes one still holier. A glowing heart which makes one still more glowing, that they manifested to each other. Albano was mild toward all, and the radiance of a higher beauty and youth filled his countenance. The fair realms of nature and of his childhood were both adorned by love, not it by either of them. He had mounted from the pale, light moon car of hope upon the sounding, shining sun car of living ecstasy. Even on the galleys of wooden sciences, as if animated by the wonder-working hand of Bacchus, masts and shrouds fluttered out into vine stalks and clusters. If he went to the Frule house, he always, because he went in full of tolerance, came back without any sacrifice of the same. The minister, who had returned from Har with a veil of gay, blooming ideas on his face, imparted to him charming prospects of the exultation wherewith city and country would celebrate the approaching marriage feast of the prince and the gain of the most beautiful bride. And had he not, in addition to all, his friend too? When one stands so close before the flame of joy, one does indeed shun men because they easily step between us and the pleasant warmth, but one seeks them too. A hearty friend is our wish and joy, who shall gently lead on, without chasing away, the happy dream in which we sleep and speak. Charles played softly into his friend's dream. He would, however, have also done it from sincere love for the sister. In fact, with so much youth, summer weather, innocence, freedom, beautiful scenery, and deep love and friendship, there may well be constructed, even on this low earth, something like that which up in heaven is called a heaven, and a celestial chart and Elysium atlas, which one should map out thereof, would perhaps look not far otherwise than this. In front, a long pastoral land with scattered pleasure castles and summer houses. A philanthropist's grove in the middle, the Tabor mountains overhead, with herdsmen upon them, long Campanian vales. Then the broad archipelago, with St. Peter's Islands, over on the other side the shores of a new pastoral continent, all covered with Daphnean groves and gardens of Alcinous. Behind that again, stretching far inward, an Arcadia, and so on. All the philosophy and stoicism that he now had in him, for he held that which the arm out of the clouds gave him as booty gained by his own Albano, applied to the purpose of taking from his ecstasy the moderation which they impart. Moderation, he said, was only for patients and pygmies, and all those anxious, evenly balanced sticklers for temperament and timekeepers had, whether in the cultivation of a pleasure or of a talent, profited themselves more than the world. On the contrary, their antipodes had benefited the world more than themselves. He kept in view very good fundamental principles. Man, said he, is free and without limits, not in respect to what he will do or enjoy, but in respect to what he will do without. He can, if he will to dispense with everything. In fact, he continued, one has simply the choice, either always or never to fear. For thy life tent stands over a loaded mine, and round about the hours aim at the naked weapons. Only 1 in 1,000 hits, and in any case, I am sure I would sooner fall standing than bending like a coward. But he concluded, in order to justify himself on the subject, is then steadfastness made for nothing better than for a surgeon and serving maid, and not much rather for our muse and goddess. For it is not surely a good, merely because it helps do without something which we have lost, but it is intrinsically one, and a greater than the one whose place it supplies. Even the happiest must acquire it, even without outward occasion or bestowal. Yes, it is so much the better, if it is possessed earlier than applied. These deceptions or justifications were partly weapons of self-defense against the tragic Rockwherall, who would fain heighten every pleasure, and even those of his friend, by somber contrasts. And partly they were such as a noble man, who hitherto has plunged into sorrow without measuring its depth, and who would always feel his power of swimming through life must necessarily fall upon, when he is inwardly aware that the center of gravity of his bliss and of his hell has shifted and fallen out of himself into another being. Oh, what if she should die? He asked himself. He had not been wont to shudder so at the thought of any death as of this. Therefore he squeezed these thorns of fancy right sharply in his hand in order to crush them. At last, when the pure country air of love and the shepherd dance in this Arcadia had brought more and more roses to Liana's cheek, then his thorns ceased to grow. To all other vipers of life, so long as they could find no entrance through Liana's heart, he was inaccessible. At whatever price, and though he should have to forsake, give up, provoke, undertake all, he would by Liana. The phantoms of terror which came threateningly to meet him out of 2 houses, Frules and Gaspards, he let come on and dispelled them. Let the foe once show himself, thought he, so am I his foe too. Often he stood in Tartarus, and found in the still life of death in relievo, peace of soul. The actual world takes more quickly our image than we its. Even here he gained soft, broad, life-illumining hopes and sweet tears, which flowed from him at the thought of Liana's faith in her death, not because he believed in the probability, but in the improbability thereof, which, through love and joy and recovery, would daily grow greater. Only one misfortune was there for him, against which every weapon snapped in pieces, whose possibility, however, he held to be a sinful thought, namely, that he and Liana, by some fault or time or the world's influence, might cease to love each other. Here, relying on 2 hearts, he boldly defied the future. Oh, who has not said, when, in reliance upon a warm eternity, he has expressed his rapture. The fatal sister may clip the thread of our life, but shall she come and open the scissors against the bond of our love? The very next day the fatal sister has stood before him and snapped the scissors too. 68. Cycle. Once Rockwell came quite late to take Albano with him to the evening star party at the herdsman's hut, which he had arranged with Rabbet. The captain loved to build around the warm springs of his love, enjoy the well-curb of wholly select days and circumstances. If he could contrive it, for instance, he made his declarations of love, say on a birthday, during a total eclipse of the sun, on a Valentine's Day in a blooming hothouse in winter, in a skating chair on the ice, or in a charnel house. So too, he loved to quarrel with others in significant days and places, in the church pew, in the beginning of spring or winter, in the green room of the amateur theater, at a great fire, or not far from Tartarus or in the flute dell. Albano, however, was too young, as others are too old, to have to season his fresh feeling with artificial hours and situations. He preferred to beautify the latter through the former. With impetuous joy, Albano flew along the road to the unexpected pleasure. Last evening had been so rich the 4 rivers of paradise had, in one cataract, poured down from heaven into his hearthand. This evening he would leap into its sprayy whirlpool. The evening heaven itself was so fair and pure, and Hesperus went with growing splendor down his brightly glimmering path. Rabbet waited at the foot of the mountain on which stood the herdsman's hut, the little shooting house, in order to lead him unsuspecting to the unprepared female friend, who at the window, with her gleaming eye on Hesperus, lay musing, and thought of the full, glowing autumn flowers, which, at this late time of her life, and so shortly before the longest night, were springing up. She was troubled today about many things. She had, in fact, sought hitherto more to deserve and to justify than to enjoy and increase her love, and more to bless with it another's heart than her own. How indescribably she longed to do deeds for him, only sacrifices were to her deeds' end. She really envied her friend who had, every time, at least to prepare Charles a beverage. As she knew no other way, she expressed her devoted zeal by greater daughterly love and attention to Albano's parents and sister, and learned even to cook a little, which other ministers' daughters, who make nothing but salad and tea, must pardon her, especially when they reflect that, in Liana's case, they themselves would not have done otherwise, but rather have made one dish more. Yes, she accounted Rabbet as more virtuous, because she could be more broadly and extensively active. Rabbet, on the other hand, held Liana to be the better of the two, because she prayed so much the more. A similar error they repeated twofold in respect to the brothers. Rabbet thought Charles the gentler, and Liana, Albano, both, according to inferences from their mutual reports. So long as a woman loves, she loves right on, steadily. A man has to do something between whiles. Liana transformed everything into his image and his name. This mountain, this little chamber, this, to him once dangerous, bird-pole, became the crayon pencils for his stereotype image. She always came back upon this, that he deserved something better than her, for love is lowliness, on the wedding ring sparkles no jewel. It touched her that her early death affected him. There she saw still the maiden blinded by the smallpox, whom he had once unconsciously pressed to his heart. And, with the quick apprehension of sadness, she felt herself to resemble the blind one also, in that incident, and not merely in the similar, although shorter night, which pain had once thrown over her eyes. As gentle as her emblem, Hesperus, dipping into the western horizon of life, did she seem to her lover. She never could pass immediately out of her own heart into the startling present. Her turnings were always like those of the sunflower, very slow, and every sensation lived long in her faithful breast. Seldom indeed does a lover find the welcome of his loved one like the last image, which the farewell had imparted to him. A female soul must so man desires with all the wings, storms, heavens of the last minute, sound over into the next. But Liana had ever received her friend shyly and softly, and otherwise than she had parted with him. And sometimes, to his fiery spirit, this tender waiting, this slow lifting of the eyelid, appeared almost as a return to the old coldness. Today it seized the more ardent Count more strongly than usual. Like a pair of strange children who are to become acquainted with each other, and smile upon and touch each other, the two stood beside each other friendly and embarrassed. She told how she had made his sister tell her of his childish breakneck adventure on this mountain. A loved maiden knows no more beautiful, no richer history than that of her friend. "Oh, even then," he said with emotion, "I looked toward thy mountains. Thy name, like a golden inscription, was written on my whole youth. Ah, Liana, didst thou haply love me as I thee, when thou hadst not yet seen me?" "Certainly not, Albano," answered she, "not till long after." She meant, however, her blindness, and said he appeared to her in this twilight of the eyes on that evening when he ate with her father like an old northern king's son, somewhat like Olo, and she had had a certain awe before him, as for her father and brother. Her high respect for men the fewest were hardly worthy to guess, not to say occasion. "And how when thou hadst regained thy sight?" said Albano. "I just told thee that," she replied naively. "But when thou didst so love my brother," she continued, "and wast so good to thy sister, then to be sure I quite took heart, and am now and henceforth thy second sister. Besides, thou hast lost one Albano, believe me, I know I am surely unworthy, especially of thee, but I have one consolation." Perplexed by this mixture of sanctity and coldness, he could only passionately kiss her, and was constrained, without contradicting her, to ask forthwith, "What consolation?" "That thou wilt one day be entirely happy," said she softly. "Liana, speak more plainly," said he, for he understood not that she meant her death and the announcement of Linda by the spirits. "I mean after 1 year," she replied, "from the date of the predictions." He looked at her speechless, wild, guessing, and trembling. She fell weeping upon his heart, and suddenly gave vent to the swell of inward sighs. "Shall I not then be dead at that time?" said she with deep emotion, "and look down from eternity to see that thou art rewarded for thy love to Liana, and that, too, certainly in a high degree. Weep, be angry, suffer, exult, and wonder more and more, passionate youth. But to be sure thou comprehendest not this lowly soul, holy humility. Thou only virtue which God, not man, created. Thou art higher than all which thou concealest or knowest not, thou heavenly beam of light. Like the earthly light, thou showest all other colors and floatest thyself invisible, colorless, in heaven. Let no one profane thy unconsciousness by instruction. When thy little white blossoms have once fallen, they come not again, and around thy fruits only modesty then spreads her foliage." Painfully did the heart in Albano split into contradictions, as if into two, his own heart and Liana's. She was nothing but pure love and lowliness, and the splendor of her talents was only a foreign border work, as white marble images of the gods have the variegated border only as decoration. One could not do anything but adore her, even in her errors. On the other hand, she had, in conjunction with tender susceptible feelings, such firm opinions and errors. His modesty fought so vainly against her humility, and his clear-sightedness against her visionary tendency. The hostile train which this propensity drew after it, he saw too clearly sweeping along over all the joys of her life. His ever-besetting suspicion that she loved him merely because she hated nothing, and that she was always a sister instead of a lover, again charged home upon him like an armed man. Thus did all things fight together in this case: duty and desire, fortune and place. Both were new and unknown to each other because of love, but Liana divined as little as he. Oh, how strange to each other, and unlike each other two human beings, kindred souls, become, merely because a divinity hovers between the two and shines upon both. Something remained in him, unharmonious and unsolved. He felt it so sadly, now that the summer night glimmered for higher raptures than he possessed. Now that, deep in the ether, the trembling evening star pressed on after the sun through the rose clouds under which he was buried. Now that the meadows of grain breathed perfume and murmured not, and the closed pastures grew green and did not glow, and the world and every nightingale slept, and life below was a still cloister garden, and, only overhead, the constellations, like silver, ethereal harps, seemed to tremble and sound before the spring winds of distant Edens. He must needs see Liana again tomorrow, by way of tuning his heart. Rabette came up from the mountain with her friend, infinitely animated. Both seemed almost exhausted with laughing and joking, for Rockwell carried everything, even mirth, to the degree of pain. He had converted the evening star, for which he had given the invitation, into a hothouse and homestead of pleasant conceits and illusions. At first he would not come home with her, even tomorrow. But at last he consented, when Rabette assured him she understood the fine gentleman well enough, but he must nevertheless just let her take care of things. When the ruddy dawn arose, Albano, accompanied by him, came again. But the garden gate of the manor garden was already open, and Liana already in the arbor. A stitched book of public documents, seemingly, lay in her lap and her folded hands beside it. She looked rather straightforward, as in thought, than upwards, as in prayer. Yet she received her Albano with so mild and distant a smile, as a man, greeting a guest who comes right into the midst of his prayers, smiles upon him, and then continues his devotion. The Count had hitherto been obliged always to prepare himself for a certain reserve in her reception of him. A misunderstanding, which returns quickly, however often it is removed, acts again and again as deludingly and freshly as at the first time. He felt very strongly that something more fixed than that first virgin bashfulness, wherewith a maiden will always invent for the dazzling sun of love, besides the dawn, a twilight too, and again another for that, hindered the fiery melting together of their souls. He asked what she was reading. She hesitated, covering it up. A thought suddenly darting upon her seemed to open her heart. She gave him the book and said it was a French manuscript, namely, written prayers drawn up by her mother several years before, which touched her more than her own thoughts. But still there was evermore looking through her tenderly woven face a cloistral thought, which sought to leave her heart. What could Albano object to this psalmist of the heart? Who can answer a songstress? A praying female stands, as does also an unhappy one, on a high, holy place, which our arms cannot reach. But how miserable must most prayers be, since, although in earlier life possessing the attraction of charms, like the rosary, which is made out of sweet-smelling woods, yet afterward in advanced age they act only as blemishes, and like the relic or the death's head with which the rosary itself ends. Without waiting for his question, she told him at once what had disturbed her during her prayer, namely, this passage in it, O mon Dieu, fais que je sois toujours vrai et sincere, and see, whereas she had hitherto concealed her love from her dear mother. She added, she would come now very soon, and then the closed heart should be opened to her. No, said he almost angrily, thou mayest not, thy secret is also mine. Men are often hardened by that in prose which in poetry softens them. For example, woman's piety and open-heartedness. Now no one hated more than he the clutching of the parental writing finger, forefinger, and little finger into a pair of clasped hands. Not that he feared, on the part of the minister, wars or rivals. He rather presupposed open arms and feasts of joy. But because, to his magnanimous spirit, at once claiming and granting liberty, nothing was more revolting than the reflection. What smutty turf now for the kindling of the fire the parents might lay on the altar of love, or what pots they might set on to boil. How easily, then, even poetic parents often transform themselves with the children into prosaic or juristical ones, the father into an administrative, the mother into a financial board. How, then, to say the least, the court atmosphere makes one a bondsman, just as only the poetic heaven's ether makes free. And what perturbations his Hesperus might expect from the attracting world, the old minister, who found nothing more unprofitable about love than love itself, and to whom the holiest sensibilities seemed about as useful for marriages of rank as the Hebrew is for preachers, namely, more in examination than in actual service. So ill did he think of his father-in-law, for he knew not something still worse. But the good daughter thought far higher of her mother than did a stranger, and her heart struggled painfully against concealing from her love. She appealed to her brother, who was just entering, but he was wholly of Albano's mind. Women, he added, not in the best humor, are more fond of speaking about love than in love, men the reverse. No, said Liana decidedly, if my mother ask me, I cannot be untrue. God, cried Albano with a shudder, and who could wish that? For to him, also, free truth was the open helmet of the soul's nobility. Only he spoke it merely from self-respect, and Liana out of human affection. Rebet came with the tea things and a flask, wherein was tea juice and elementary fire, or nerve ether for the Captain Eric. He never liked to visit people in the morning with whom he could not drink it till evening. Rebet had yesterday guessed this naughtiness, and today gratified it. How can the soul, said the sound Albano to him often, make itself a slave to the belly and the senses? Are we not already bound closely enough by the fetters of the body, and thou wilt still draw chains through the chains? To this Rockwell had always the same answer. Just the reverse. Through the corporeal itself, I free myself from the corporeal, for instance, by wine from blood. As long as thou canst never escape servitude to the bodily senses, and all thy consciousness and thy thinking can only, through a bodily servitude, attaching itself to the glebe of the earth, abide in their nobility. I cannot perceive why thou dost not properly use these rebels and despots as thy servants. Why must I let the body only work ill upon me, and not advantageously as well? Albano stood to it, that the still light of health was more dignified than the popular flame of a slave of opium, and the fate of being prisoner of war to the body, which one spirit has to bear in common with the whole human army, more honorable than the cramping confinement of a personal arrest. Today, however, not even the spirituous brimstone-smoked tea-water could wash away a certain discontent from Rockwell, whom night-watching had colored more pale, as it had the Count more red. He could not be reconciled to it, that the manor garden was all shut in with a board fence as high as a man, which was less intended as a billiard table border, not to let the eyeball go out, than as a mountebank's booth, to let nothing in, and which of course ensured no other prospect than the prospect proper. Quite as little did the pleasure garden commend itself to his favor, by the fact that the turf benches on which they sat in the arbor had not yet been mowed, that in all the beds only vegetables for the trimming of cooked meat flapped about, that nothing ripe yet hung there but one or two moles in their hanging deathbeds, that on a bowling green, whereupon one rolls into a tinkling middle hole, the crooked return alley let the balls run home again, much more easily than they could unless one threw than be made to pass over the earth bottom of the main alley, and that no orangery was anywhere to be seen, excepting once, when fortunately the garden gate stood open, just as a blooming orangery box passed by in a wheelbarrow on its way to Liller. The captain needed only to bring forward these particulars satirically, and thereby inwardly to wound the outwardly laughing Rabette, because no woman can bear to hear fault found with her bodily property, whether it be children, clothes, cakes, or furniture. And then his mountain heights could gradually disencumber themselves of their clouds again, and Rabette become still more uncommonly gay. Albano, in this morning hour of the day, and, as it were, of childhood, and in this little paradise garden of his childish years, was inwardly glad, for in the first love, as in Shakespeare's pieces, nothing depends on the wooden stage of the performance. But today's afterwinter of yesterday's chill would nevertheless not melt. The morning blue began to be filled with brighter and brighter golden fleeces. As the garden, like small cities, had only two gates, the upper and the lower, he opened like an aurora that of the morning sun. The splendor gushed in over the smoking green. The Rosanna gliding below caught lightnings, and flung them over hitherward. Albano departed finally full of love and bliss. But the love was greater than the bliss. 69. Cycle. Flying spring? I mean love, just as one calls the after summer a flying summer. Thou hurriest away of thyself over our heads with arrowy speed. Why do authors again hurry over thee? Thou art the German blossoming season, which is never a blossoming month long. We read all winter in almanacs and similes much about its magnificence, and we pine for it. At last it hangs thick on the dark boughs 6 days long, and beside that under cold May showers, sweeping bliss-month storms, and with a dumb session of half-frozen nightingales, and then, when one comes out at length into the garden, the footpath is already white with blossoms, and the tree at most full of green. Then it is over, till in winter we again hear with exaltation of heart the beginning of a tale. It was just in the lovely season of the blossoming. Even so do I see few authors, at the long session and scribbling table of romance, working right and left for the benefit of the reading desk, who, after the long preface to love, do not so soon as like a war it is declared forthwith conclude it, and really there are more steps to love than in it. All that is coming to be, for instance, spring, youth, morning, learning opens out more widely and in a richer variety of hues than fixed being. But is not this latter in turn a progress, only a higher? And this, again, a state of being, only a quicker? Albano would fain lead along more beautifully the fleeting, divine season, when the heart is our God. He would have it rather fly upward than fly away. He was angry the next day with nobody but himself. He tore his way through such petty and yet closely entangling troubles, through a condition like that of men during an earthquake, when an invisible vapor holds the heavy foot as a snare. I would rather let myself be rained on upon mountains, said he, than in valleys. Men of quick fancy more easily reconcile themselves to the loved one when she is absent than when she is present. After some days he went again to Blumenbohl just before sundown. A burning red cut through the night-like gloom of the foliage. His darkening, woody road was made, by the flames which danced about therein, an enchanted one. He transferred his illuminated present deep into a future, shady past. "Oh, after years, thought he, when thou returnest, when all is gone by and changed, the trees grown up, human beings passed away, and only the mountains and the brook left, then wilt thou congratulate thyself that thou couldst once in these walks so often journey to thy sweetest heart, and on either hand the music and the glory of nature went along with thy joyful soul, as the moon seems to the child to run after him through all streets." An unwanted rapture flung through his whole being the long, broad streak of sunshine, the farthest flowers of his fancy opened. All tones came through a brighter ether and sounded nearer. The flowers around him, too, exhaled a keener fragrance, and the peal of the bell sounded nearer, and both are signs of foul weather. Thus inwardly happy, he made his appearance and, indeed, without Rockwell, who in fact came more and more seldom and found his beloved up in his childhood's study, her guest chamber, which was now the usual scene of his visits. In a white dress with dark trimming, as in a beautiful half-mourning, she sat at the drawing table with her eyes sharper than usual, buried in a picture. She flew to his heart, but only to lead him back presently to the dear form upon which her heart hung as in a mother's arms. She related that her mother had been here today with the princess, and had showed so much pleasure in her improving color, such infinite kindness toward her happy daughter. She was obliged, continued she, to let me take a slight sketch of her, in order that I might only look upon her so much the longer, and have something of her to keep by me. I am just finishing the outline of the face, but it is absolutely too poor a likeness. She could not tear her fancy away from the image, and still less from the original. To be sure, no more beautiful medallion can hang on a daughter's heart, or in fact in it, than that of a mother. But nevertheless, Albano thought today the hanging ring took up too broad a space. She talked only of her mother. "I certainly sin," said she. "She asked me in such a friendly way whether thou camest often, but I said only yes and nothing further. O good Albano, how gladly would I have given up to her frankly my whole soul." He answered that the mother seemed not to be so frank. She perhaps knew already the whole through the lector, and the pure draught of love would now be continually disturbed by foreign substances. Against Auguste he declared himself very strongly, but Liana quite as strongly upheld him. Through both that counterfeiter of the coin of truth, namely, suspicion. The suspicion that she perhaps loved him as she loved everything, since she grew as by a living tie to everything good, gained, under Albano's sensibilities, which besides had been today so warm and glad, more and more mint stamps and currency. She suspected nothing, but she came back to the subject of her secrecy. "But why, then, does it make me unhappy?" said she. "If it is right, beloved one, my Caroline too appears to me no longer, and truly that is no good sign." This spectral machinery always came on as oppressively and gloomily to him as a thundercloud in the outer world. His old exasperation against the teasings, practiced in his own case by apes of the air, whom he could not lay hold of, passed over into a similar feeling against Liana's optical self-deception. That veil presented her by Caroline, wherewith, in the beginning, she had so sublimely arrayed herself for the cloister of the tomb that traveling veil for the next world, had long been to this Hercules a burning garment, drenched in the poisonous blood of a Nessus. Therefore she no longer dared to wear it before him. The conclusion that the fancy of being destined to death laid the seed of the reality, and that in the deep overhanging cloud an accident might easily attract the striking spark of death, fell like a morning into his love festival. So are all strange sea wonders of fancy, like this death delusion, desired only in fancy, in romance, but not in life, except once on fantastic heights. But then must such comets, like others, soon recede again from our heaven. He spoke now very seriously of suicidal fancies, of life's duties, of willful blindness to the fairest signs of her recovery, among which he reckoned as well the disappearance of the optical Caroline as the blooming of her color. She heard him patiently, but through the princess, who, notwithstanding her love, seldom left behind with him pleasant impressions, her fancy had today taken quite another road, far beyond herself and her grave. She stood only before Linda's image, of which Julienne had this afternoon communicated to her sharper outlines than maidens are wont to give of maidens. She is a very good girl, they say of each other. Linda's manly spirit, her warm attachment to Gaspard in connection with her contempt of the mass of men, her inflexibility, her bold strides in manly knowledge, her masterly and often severe letters, more pithy than flowery, and most of all, her probably approaching arrival, took a powerful hold of Liana's tender heart. My Albano must have her, was the constant thought of this disinterested soul. And if the princess had had the intention of humiliating comparisons, she remarked it not, but fulfilled it. The good creature found, too, so much of a higher providence here, for example, that her brother need now no longer be the rival of her lover and of his friend, that she herself could portray beforehand her vigorous Albano to the proud Romero, and that certainly, despite all opposition, all the ghostly prophecies strikingly connected and coincided with each other. All this she now said, because she concealed only her sorrows, not her hopes, right to the Count's face. What a gnashing bite did an evil genius at this moment make into his tenderest life. That glowing love which neither divides nor is divided possessed his heart, he thought, not hers. He came very near to showing up his inner being just as it was, all kindled at once, as if by a lightning stroke, into a lofty blaze. Only the innocent white brow, with festive roses in its little ringlets, the childishly bright looking up of the pure blue pair of eyes, and the soft face, which even at a musical fortissimo, and at every vehemence in movement or laughter on the part of another, caught a sickly redness from the beating heart. And his indignant shame at the levity with which a man can abuse his omnipotence and his sex, to the terror of the tenderer, restrained him like guardian spirits. And he said merely, in that noble anger which sounded like a tender emotion, "O Liana, thou art hard today." "And yet I am indeed so tender," said the innocent one. The two had hitherto been standing at the window, before the dark tempest which came rolling on out of Liller. She turned suddenly round, for since the day of her blindness, when a dark cloud had seemed to fly towards her, she had never been able to look at one long, and Albano's tall form, with his whole live-glowing face and his soul-speaking eyes, stood illumined by the evening light before her. With the hand which he left free, she softly and playfully swept aside the dark hair from his defiant forehead, smoothed the contracted eyebrow, and said, as his look stung like a sun, and his mouth shut with determination, "Oh, joyfully, joyfully shall this fair face one day smile." He smiled, but sadly. "And then shall I be still more blessed than today," said she, and started, for a lightning flash darted across his earnest face, as over a jagged mountain, and showed it, like that of the god of war, illuminated with war flames. He hurried away, would not be held back, spoke of a weather cooling, went out into the storm, and left Liana behind in the joy that she had spoken today merely out of pure love. From the last house in the village Rabette flew to meet him, the torrents of the restrained tears rolled down his cheeks. "What dost thou want? Why weepest thou?" she cried. "Thou art dreaming," cried he, and hurried without further answer out into the tempest, which had suddenly, like a mantelfish, flung itself stiflingly over the whole heaven. There, under the raindrops and lightning flashes, he began, first of all, to reckon up for himself the best proofs that Liana had saintly charms, divine sense, all virtues, especially universal philanthropy, daughterly, sisterly, friendly affection, only not, however, the glowing love for one person, at least not for him. She is so entirely and exclusively such is always his conclusion, possessed and absorbed with the present object, whether it be myself or a broken arm of the little Pollux, that it hides from her heaven and earth. Hence the setting of her life's day, with all the attendant partings, is no more to her than the setting of a star. Hence it was that I stood beside her so long, with a heart full of the pangs of love, and she saw not into my love, because she found none in her own bosom. And this is what makes it so bitter, when man, pining in poverty among the common hearts of earth, is rendered by the noblest only unhappy at last. The rain pattered and trickled through the leaves, the fire darted through the woods, and the wild huntsman of the storm drove his crazy chase. This refreshed and rejoiced him like the cooling hand of a friend taking his to guide him. As he ascended, not through the cavern, but outside over the back of the mountain to his high thunderhouse, he saw a thick, gray night of rain settle down heavily upon the green Liller, and on the winding Tartarus rested under the flashes the illuminated storm. He shuddered, on entering his little house, at a cry which his Aeolian harp emitted under the snatches of the wind. For it had once, gilded by the evening sun, ethereally clothed his young love like starlight, and had followed it with ever-varying tones as it went out over this suffering life. 70. Cycle. On the morning after both storms were dissolved into a still cloudiness, And out of the great griefs came only errors. Weaklings that we are. When at our sham execution fate touches us with the rod, not with the sword, we sink impotently from the block and feel the process of dying reach far into our life. All fevers, including spiritual ones, are cooled by the freshness of a new morning, just as sad evening stirs all their embers into a glow. Who of us has not at evening, that proper witching hour of tormenting specters, house-haunting ghosts and hobgoblins caught in the threads which he himself had spun, but which he took for a web spread by other hands, entangled himself more and more deeply the more he turned about and tried to extricate himself, till in the morning he saw his turnkey before him, namely himself. Albano saw on the whole theater of yesterdays wore nothing left standing but a pale, kindly figure in half-mourning, who looked round after him with innocent maidenly eyes, and toward which he could not help looking over, albeit she was now more a bride of God than of a mortal. He felt now, to be sure, more strongly how high his demands upon real friends rose than he once did, when he could heighten at pleasure the highest which he made upon the beings of his dreams, whom he always cast exactly into the temporary mold of his heart. And how he was possessed by a spirit that spared no one, that would stretch the wings of every other according to its own, because it could bear no individuality except that which was copied. He had hitherto experienced from all his loved ones too little opposition, as Liana had too much. Both extremes injure one. The spiritual as well as the physical man, without the resistance of the outer atmosphere, is blown up and burst by the inner, and without the resistance of the inner is crushed by the outer. Only the equilibrium between inner resistance and outer pressure keeps a fair playroom open for life and its culture. Besides, men, since only the best of them appreciate in the best of their own sex strong conviction, can hardly tolerate it in women, and would have them not merely the reflection, but even the echo of themselves. They want, I mean, not merely the look, but also the word that says yes. Albano punished himself with several days of voluntary absence, till the unclean clouds should have cleared away from within him, which had overshadowed the gnomon of the sundial of his inner man. When I am quite cheerful and good-natured, said he, I will go back to her, and err no more. He errs at this moment. Whenever a strange, uncomfortable semitone has repeatedly intruded itself between all the harmonies of two natures, it swells more and more fatally till it drowns the keynote and ends all. The dividing tone was, in this case, the strength of the man's pitch in connection with the strength of the woman's, but the highest love is most easily wounded by the slightest difference. Oh, little avails it then for man to say to himself, I will be another man. Only in the finest, only in unimpaired enthusiasm, does he propose to himself such a thing. But it is just when the feeling is impaired, when he were hardly capable of the purpose, that he has to rise to the fulfillment of it, and then he can hardly make the achievement. The Count went in the morning, as usual, to his lecture rooms and parlors in the city. In the former it was hard for him to fix his instruments and his eyes upon the stars of the sciences, and to take sight, sailing as he was on such a sea of emotion. In the latter he found the lector colder than ever, the bibliothecary warmer, the household more inflated. He went to Rockwell, whom he today loved and treated still more cordially, as if by way of atonement to his offended sister. Charles said at once, with his sudden and tragical flinging up of the curtain of futurity, all was discovered in the highest degree of probability. As often as lovers see that their Calypso's island, which, to be sure, lies free on the open ocean, has at length come to the eyes of the seafaring world, and that they are making sail for it, they are astonished to an astonishing degree. For is there any one paradise which has such a loose and low palisado, allowing every passerby to see in, as theirs? For a long time, he related, had the doctor's children always had something to fetch from the architect's wife at Liller, flowers, medicine phials, and certainly as spy-glasses and ear-tubes of Auguste, who again was the opera-glass of his mother. In short, his father had, at least, been at the Greek woman's yesterday, but had luckily found only an empty package from Rabet to him Charles, which according to the liberties of the ministerial church, he had opened and closed. Why luckily, said Albano, I will justify and honor my love before the world. I referred to myself, he replied, for never was my father more friendly to me than since he broke open my last letters. He is this afternoon in Blumenboel, and it may well be more on my own account than my sister's. Albano had no fear that the city could drill mining galleries under his childhood's land, so as to blow up in one conflagration the blessed isle, could he not trust his character and courage and Liana's own? But it pained him now that he had so needlessly robbed the childlike Liana of the joy and merit of a childlike open-heartedness. How he longed now for the atoning and recompensing moment of the first meeting again, after the next morning. He stayed by his friend as by a consolation, and did not go back till the evening redness floated about in the rain clouds. When he came, he found already awaiting him a letter from Liana, written today. O good Albano, why camest thou not? How much I had to say to thee, how I trembled for thy sake on Friday when the frowning cloud pursued thee with its thunder. Thou hast weaned me too much from sorrow, so strange and heavy has it become to me now. I was inconsolable the whole evening. At last, when night fell, the thought sank into my mind that thou hadst been oppressed as with presentiments, and that the lightning loved to strike the thunderhouse. Why, indeed, art thou there? I hurried up and knelt by my bed and prayed to God, although the storm had long been dispersed, that he would have preserved thee. Smile at my tardy prayer, but I said to him, Thou knewest indeed, all gracious one, that I would pray. I was consoled, too, when I looked up to the stars, and the broken ray of joy trembled within me. But in the morning Rabette made me sad again. She had seen thee weeping on the road. 1,000 times have I asked myself whether I am to blame for that. Can it have come from this, for she says, so that I afflict thee too much with my death thoughts? Never more shalt thou hear them. The veil, too, is laid away. But I calculated upon the according to my brother, to whom, as he himself says, the dusk of death is an evening twilight, in which forms seem to him more lovely. Truly, I am quite blessed, for thou art even so, and yet hast so little in having me only a small flower for thy heart, but I have thyself. Leave me my grave mound, therefrom, as from a mountain, comes better, more fruitful soil into my valley. Oh, how one loves, Albano, when all around us crumbles and sinks and melts away in smoke, and when still the bond and splendor of love stand firm and inviolate on the fleeting ground of life, as I have often seen with emotion, when standing by waterfalls, a rainbow hover, undisturbed and unchanged, over the bursting, impetuous floods. Oh, would that the nightingales were yet singing, now I could sing with them. Thy Aeolian harp, my harmonica, how gladly would I have it in my hand. My father was with us, and more cheerful and friendly toward all than ever. Lo, even he is kindly disposed. My parents surely send no tempest into our feast of roses. I readily did him the pleasure, therefore forgive it, of promising him that I would receive no visits from strangers in a strange house because, he said, it was improper. I must go home for some days on account of the prince's marriage, but I shall see thee soon. Oh, forgive. When my father speaks softly, my soul cannot possibly say, Number farewell, my noble one. 50. P.S. Soon a little leaf will come fluttering again over to thy mountain. Only continue in perpetual joy? O God, why am I not stronger? What beings shouldst thou then take to thy heart, thou dear one? How was he shamed by this full-blooming love, which never rightly knows when it is misunderstood, and which presupposes no other fault than its own? How sadly did the thought of the commanded separation affect him now, after the voluntary one? He could now love her as a guarding angel before paradise, how much more as a giving angel in it? But it is hard for a man, as the youth felt, clearly to distinguish in the female heart, especially in this one, intention from instinct, ideas from feelings, and in this dark, full heaven to count and arrange all the stars. Everything like hardness, every unpromising bud, arose at last as a flower, and her worth unfolded itself piecewise like spring. Whereas, generally, from other maidens, a traveler who visits them carries away with him directly at his first evening's departure a little complete flower catalogue of all their charms and arts, as a Brocken passenger gets at the tavern a neat nosegay of the various kinds of mosses which are found on the mountain. He supposed she was now with her parents, and he followed, not as a pouting schoolboy, but as a harmonious man, the giant of destiny. In the garden rainy weather held sway, the crop of every heavy tempest, which, like a war, always devastates the scene of conflict. The promised leaflet appeared, Only be happy. We shall see each other very, very soon, and then most blissfully. Forgive me. Ah, I long exceedingly. Now he experienced what days they were which had once, that is, only a few days ago passed before him as divine apparitions, and which now again were to come up in the east as returning stars. Why does a blessing, not till it is lost, cut its way like a sharp diamond so deeply into the heart. Why must we first have lamented a thing before we ardently and painfully love it? Albano threw both past and future away from him, that he might dwell wholly and purely in that present which Liana had promised him. 71. Cycle. On Sunday morning, when all the blue heavens stood open, and the earth was festily decked with pearls and twigs, a gentle finger tapped at Albano's door, which could belong to none but a female hand. It was Liana who entered at so early an hour. Rebet and Charles without uttered a loud greeting. On his exulting breast fell the beautiful maiden, blooming from her walk with blessed, bright eyes, a freshly bedewed rosebud. It was his finest morning. He had a clear feeling of Liana's love. As the Aeolian harp sounded in, she looked towards it, remembered with a blush that fairest evening of the covenant, and listened in silence, and dried her eyes when she turned them again towards Albano. But he could not enter into this temple of joy without having cleansed and healed himself by a frank confession of his late errors. What a sweet rivalry ensued between them of confessing and forgiving, when Liana lovingly exclaimed and owned that she had not understood him lately, that only she was the blamable one, and that she would begin this very moment to speak better. She could not give herself any comfort about the secret pangs which she had caused her friend. As mahogany furniture cracks in no temperature and contracts no spots and needs no polishing, so was it with this heart Albano's felt, as he now swore to himself always, even when he did not understand her, to say to himself, "She is right." She solved for him the riddle of her appearing today with those friendly looks which a good nature redoubles when it has anything to sweeten, namely, she was going back to Pestitz today. But the carriage would not come till late, till evening, in fact, about tea-time, and so there remained a whole day before them. And she hoped her father would not take this circuitous route through Liller as a breach of her promise. A loving maiden grows unconsciously more bold. Thereupon she sought to make him quite calm about the peaceful intentions of her father, and represented his strictness, in subjecting himself and others to convenience, as the reason of his prohibition, as well as of her being summoned back to the wedding festival. Albano, so soon after the oath which he had just sworn to himself, kept it, and said, "She is right." The captain came in with the red-cheeked Rabet, whose eyes glistened with joy. The small apartment did not, by narrowness and confusion, make the pleasure less. Charles, generally so much like Vesuvius, which in the first hours of morning is still covered with snow, presented already a warm summit. He seated himself at the instrument and thundered into the noisy presence with a prestissimo, which lay open of Haydn's, that true hour caller of rejoicing hours, and played, to the astonishment of the females, the hardest part so easily at sight that he rather played into it than from it, and kept composing much, for instance, the bass, himself. Whereas Albano, with almost comic fidelity, gave you the exact truth in music quite as much as in history, which, again, always became in Charles's mouth a piece of his own personal biography. The morning added wings to all their souls, whereas noon always binds men's wings down, hence Aurora goes with winged steeds, and the god of day with wingless ones. But how now are our 7 pleasure stations to be made out? Inquired Charles, for the day lies like a garden hall, with nothing but pleasure avenues on all sides open before us. Charles, is it not then a matter of indifference where a man loves? Said Albano. Blessed one, whose heart needs nothing but one heart more, no park into the bargain, no opera seria, no Mozart, no Raphael, no eclipse of the moon, not so much as moonlight, and no read or acted romance. First, I must see my Cheriton, said Liana. Yes, added her brother, immediately, she can bring our dinner after us into the Gothic temple. He proposed, namely, on this lovely day, to dine in the 12th century, and to sit by a somber, motley windowlight, and on sharp-cornered, heavy, thick furniture, and, as it were, darkly under the earth of a green present, glistening overhead, to sit with blooming faces. For thus did he overload the fullest enjoyments with external contrasts, and enjoyed every happy present most in the near gleam and reflection of the sharpened sickle which was to mow them away. God forbid and avert it, friend, said Rabet. Albano, too, deemed the friendly Greek, her laughing children, and the neighboring rose fields far preferable, and with the aid of Liana, prevailed. Before the embowered cottage the children came running to meet them, Helena, with her little apron full of orange blossoms, which she had picked up, for the breaking of them off had been forbidden her, and Pollux, in the last light bandage of his broken arm, the hand of which had now been obliged to work with its companion, the right hand, at puckering up and cracking the rose leaves. Both gave notice. Mother was not ready yet and had dressed them first. But presently, neat and simple as a priestess destined to dance around the altar of gods of joy, sprang Chariton to meet her Liana, and, as she came, continued adjusting her hastily donned clothes by a light hitching and twitching. "This," said Rockwherall, after he had easily obtained from Rabette a nodding assent thereto, because she had not understood his French request for the same, "is my spouse since yesterday," and he enjoyed without further circumstance the right of thouing her, which she, since the friendly encouragement of the minister, accepted the more fondly with maidenly presentiments. When Liana kindly announced 4 noonday guests for Chariton, there stood in the dark eyes of the Greek gleams of joy, and the little face, with great arched Italian eyebrows, became a stereotype smile, which was not culinary embarrassment, but merely tongueless joy, which only made her white semicircle of teeth shine more broadly when Charles spoke right out. "Surely thou canst help her, wife." "Of course," said Rabette, quite delighted, because her heart had no longer any other lips than her 2 hands, for which, if they could only lay hold of hard work, it was full as much as if they were pressed by the hand of a lover. Did she not again and again curse her awkward, hesitating throat, when Rockwherall, in her presence, poured out his sounding and fiery torrents of speech? On this occasion, when he had again set off the surroundings with artificial, shadowy refinements, he insisted upon it, of course, that Chariton should be executive secretary, and Rabette only corresponding secretary. Liana, too, out of a like womanliness, would fain do something for her darling. But since she, as a maiden of rank, could not cook anything, but only bake a little, accordingly it was assigned her but reluctantly on the part of her friend, who never loved to see the sweet form anywhere else than, like other butterflies, by his side among the flowers at a quite late moment, and for a space of 10 minutes, with her eyes and in extraordinary cases with her 3 writing fingers, to co-operate in making the snowballs, which were to close and crown the dessert. Never had kitchen ball queen a broader canopy, or a more beautifully carved scepter and apple, or fairer dame's dadour than Chariton, and vessels and fire were quite thrown into the shade thereby. Now the happy couples and the children too went out into the joyful day, into the youthful garden, in order, like planets with their moons, to stand now near each other, now far off, now in opposition, and now in conjunction on their heavenly orbit around the same sun. "We will launch out at a venture," said Charles in port, "and see whether we do not meet." Albano went with Liana after the children, who were already skipping along on the little houses through the rose walks, on the bridge over the singing wood. He whose heart beats in such calm blissfulness seeks in the invisible church no visible one. The whole temple of nature is the temple of love, and everywhere stand altars and pulpits. On the smoothly descending life stream man stands without rudder, happy in his skiff, and leaves it to its own will. Then the children, mindful of the maternal prohibition against excursions, led the way up along the right, over the bridged eminence, to the western triumphal arch. And Helena, merely as guide of the little convalescent, ran forward quite unexpectedly and wildly with his hand. How gladly did Albano follow the little pilots and pointers! Heavens! When they looked round them on the magnificent height, and into the rich outspread day, and then into each other's eyes, how freely and broadly did the arches of their life-bridge rear themselves, and ships, with swollen sails and proudly towering masts, sail away beneath. Rose trees clambered up the triumphal arches, the children reached up, snatched roses from their summits and trudged away, working out and proving the unusual obedience over 4 gates, in order, from the 5th, to look down into the smooth, shining lake, and to descend into the enchanted wood, where art, like the children, played her pranks. Out of the entrance of the wood came forth Charles and Rabette, on their way back to Chariton over the arches, the former bound to the wine cellar. He had something empty therefrom in his hand, and she intending to run a moment into the kitchen. He went blissfully, as if on wings, and said, "Life travels today in the constellation of the Wain, far away through the blue." He turned round, however, to let the Pleiades rise before them, that is, the so-called inverted rain, which ascends only for the space of 5 minutes, and properly only in an illumination. He led them all into the wondrous wood, through a light that lay in noonday slumber, glowing under free trees whose stems, standing far asunder, only tendered each other their long twigs. At the focus of the picturesque paths, he let them await the play of the rain. The children sprang after him with their hopes, and, backed by the courage of the grown ones, sat down by them, on designated seats of the gods or children's seats, between two little round lakes. While Charles ran swiftly up and down in zigzag, attending to the hydraulic and other mechanism nearly, according to the points of the labyrinth garden in Versailles, could fly about through the magic wood that rose everywhere. An all-powerful arm of the Rosanna, which swept by without, struck in among the flowers and bore a heavy, rich world. Now the water was a fixed mirror, now a winding, beating vein, now a gushing spring, now a flash of lightning behind flowers or a dark eye behind leafy veils. Tapering shores, short beds, children's gardens, round islands, little hills, and tongues of land lay between. They held their motley, blooming children on arm and bosom, and the blue eyes of the forget-me-not, and the full tulip cheeks, and the white-cheeked lilies played together like brothers and sisters apart from strangers, but roses ran through all. Now they heard a murmuring and purling, the lakes beside them bubbled up. On a peeled may tree, fenced in on an island, the yellow fir needles began to drop from above. From the hanging birches on the tongue of land, an inner rain dripped and glided down. Out of the two lakes beside them, water jets flew like flying fishes toward heaven. Now it gushed everywhere, and rows of fountains, those water children, played with the flower children. Like birds, streams fluttered with broad wings out of the laurel hedges and fell into the groups of roses. On a hill full of oaks, a water snake crawled up, victoriously shot out from all the mouths of the shores besieging arches to the summits. Suddenly, the cheated spectators found themselves overhung with rainbows, for the lakes flung their waters high across over them, so that the wavering sun blazed through the latticework of drops, as through a shivered jewel world. The children screamed with a terror of joy. The scared birds cruised through the shower. Night butterflies were cast down. The turtle doves shook themselves on the ground, beaten down in the torrents. The banks and the beds held their blooming little ones beneath the heavens. After 5 minutes the whole was over and nothing remained, save that in all flowers and eyes the moist radiance trembled, and on the waves the stars continued to glisten. The children ran after the wonder-worker Charles. "All is over outwardly," said Albano, "but not within us. I am today perfectly and peacefully happy, for thou lovest me, and the whole world too is friendly." "Art thou too happy, Liana?" she answered. "Still more happy, and I must needs weep for joy if I told how happy I am." But she was weeping already. "See, drops," said she naively as he looked upon her and wiped his, which were the sprinklings of the rainbow, softly from his cheeks. His lips touched her holy, tender eye, but the other remained open, and her love looked out from it at him, and never did her holy soul hover nearer to him. After a few minutes, this inverted heavenward shower was also over. They went across the middle of the free gardens to the eastern parts and gates. How brightly lay the coasts of the future before them, with thick, high green and nightingales flying around the shores. Rapture makes the manly heart more womanly. The voice of his full bosom spoke but softly to Liana, on whose countenance, turned sidewise and heavenward, lay a still, pious gratitude. His fiery glance moved but slowly and rested on the beautiful world, and he went without hasty strides around the smallest points of land. The young nightingale wet her well-fed bill against the twig and shook herself merrily. The old one sang a short lullaby and skipped chanting after fresh food, and everywhere flew and screamed across each other's paths the children of spring and their parents. Little white peacocks ran, without their pride, like little children in the grass. Blissfully floated the swan between her waves, with the white arch over the eyes that dipped under, and blissfully hovered the glistening music fly, like a fixed star, undisturbed in the air, over a distant, flowery bell. The butterflies, flying flowers, and the flowers, fettered butterflies, sought and sheltered each other, and laid their variegated wings to wings, and the bees exchanged flowers only for blossoms, and the rose which has no thorns for them they exchanged only for the linden. "Liana," said Albano, "how I love the whole world today on thy account. I could give the flowers a kiss and press myself into the very heart of the full trees. I could not tread in the way of the long chafer down there." "Should one," she replied, "ever feel otherwise? How can a human being, I have often thought, who has a mother and knows her love, so afflict and rend the heart of a brute mother? But Spener says we do not forgive beasts even their virtues." "Let us go to him," said he. They came out through the eastern gate on the mountain way behind the flute dell, up to the house of old Spener, which lay in noonday brightness. But, as they heard loud reading and praying, they chose rather to walk by at a great distance, in order not to throw so much as their shadow into his holy heaven. They gazed into the fair, still flute dell, and would fain go directly in. At length it spoke up to them with one flute. Their friends seemed to be down below there. The flute continued long to complain, as if lonely and forsaken. No sisters and no fountains murmured in with it. At last there rose, panting, in company with the flute, a timid, trembling singer's voice struggling forth. It was Rabbet, behind the tall bushes. She stirred both to the depths of the soul, because the poor creature, with the labor of her helpless voice, was rendering her loved one the meek sacrifice of obedience. "Oh, my Albano," said Liana, twining around him with ecstasy, "what sweetness to think that my brother is happy and has found peace of soul, and that through thy sister." "He deserves all my peace," said he with emotion, "but we will not disturb the two, but go back the old way." For Rabbet's tones were often cut short, but it was uncertain whether by fear, or by kisses, or by emotion. When they came in again through the eastern gate, the songstress and Charles came out of the green portal to meet them, both with wet eyes. Charles, stepping impetuously over living beds, and with wandering eyes, grasped a hand of both with his and said, "This is, for once in this rainy world, a day which does not look like a night." Brother, but when one is so deeply blessed and catches the music of the spheres, the tones are such as were once heard in token that from Mark Antony his patron deity, Hercules, was departing. Thus are joys, like other jewels, mechanical poisons, which only in the distance shine, but when touched and swallowed eat into us. But Albano replied, smiling, "Since thou now fearest, dear friend, thou hast nothing to fear, for thou art not perfectly happy. I, however, alas, fear nothing." "Bravo." Said Charles, "Now go into your kitchen, maiden." He went into the so-called Temple of Dreams, but soon hastened after her into the forbidden kitchen. Albano visited Liana's spring chamber. Here he painted to himself from memory that bright Sunday when Liana led him through Liller, and he let the past soothingly glimmer into the present, but the latter overpowered the former with its beams. Out in the garden stood and shone, so it seemed to him, the pure pillars of his heaven, the supporters of his temple, the trees, and all that he here saw near him belonged again to his happiness, Liana's books and pictures and flowers, and every little mark of her tender hand. At last the saint of the rotunda herself suffused with a virgin blush at this nearness, and at his blushing stepped in, to take him away into the cool dining room. It was small and dusky, but the heart needs not for its heaven much space nor many stars therein, if only the star of love has arisen. To the table, talk whereby alone and eating becomes a human one end, to the jokes the finest entremet, the powdered sugar of conversation the children contributed their share, especially as they, unqualified to ascend from the forbidden thou to you, always used thou you at once. The deeply read Cheriton made extracts from Diane's letters and from the history of her life, and from the surgeon's bulletins in relation to Pollux's broken arm. She sought to extol the snowballs, listened with a half-credulous, half-cunning look to the captain, who spun out the sportive marriage thou toward Rabbet into 5 acts, and smiled with pleasure just where it was required. Especially did that music barrel of all souls, Charles, spin joyously round. That Jupiter, around whom the eclipses of so many satellites were always flying, could show a great, serene splendor when he and others wished. As often as Albano, according to the old way, would not come to his tragedy, he drew up the curtain of a comedy. To the good Rabbet a word was as good as a look from him, although she only returned the latter, so as neither to fall into the thou nor into the you. Albano, knit with ears and eyes to one soul, could not produce with his lips much more than a smile of bliss. He could more easily have made a hymn than a bon mot, a grace at meat than a dinner speech. For his Liana was today too affectionate. So contentedly and exhilaratingly did the sweet maiden look round with such hearty play, acting the chatty, bantering hostess, that a man who saw it and thought of her firm death-belief would only have been so much the more deeply affected by this dance around the grave with flowers on the head. Though he should remark, or rather for the very reason of his remarking that, she was here merely carrying on a joke, with jocoseness itself, for the sake according to her new moral funeral arrangement of sweetening for her beloved every parting hour, as well the next as the last of all. But this was hard to perceive, because in female souls every show easily becomes reality, whether it be a sad or a gay one. How happy was her friend and every good being to think that the saint pronounced herself blessed. And then she became, in turn, still more so. Thus does the radiance of joy dart to and fro between sympathizing hearts, as between two mirrors, in growing multiplication, and grows without end. 72. Cycle. The hour of departure came rolling on with swifter and swifter wheels. More constellations of joy went down than came up. Thus do the blooming vineyards of life always grow green on the ups and downs of a mountainous way, never on a smooth plain. The two lovers needed quiet now, not walks. They took the nearest, the path to the Thunderhouse. They stepped into the glimmering Vesper grounds as into a new land. At midday, man is awakened from one dream after another, and has always forgotten and sees things always new. In Albano, the golden splendor of the strings of joy still lingered under the declining sun. He told her gladly how often he would visit her at her parents', and how he certainly hoped to find them friendly. Liana, as a daughter and a lover, retouched all his hopes with her own. But now she let her hitherto light heart, which had been rocking itself on the flowers of sport, sink back upon the solid ground of earnest. When there is peace and fullness in a man, he wishes not to enjoy anything else but himself. Every motion, even of the body, jostles the full nectar cup. They hastened out of the loud, lively garden into the still, dark Thunderhouse. But when, as if parted from the world, which lay out around the windows, brightly glistening and far receding, they stood alone together in the little twilight, and looked upon each other. And when Albano's soul became like a sun-drunken mountain at evening, light, warm, firm, and fair, and Liana's soul like an upgushing spring on the mountain, which glides away purely bright and cool and hidden. And only under the touch of the evening beam glows in rosy redness, and, now that these souls had just found each other in the wide, unharmonious world, then did a mighty joy thrill through them like a prayer. And they cast themselves upon each other's hearts, and glowed and wept and looked upon each other exaltedly in the embrace. And on the Aeolian harp, suddenly the folding doors of an inspired concert hall flew open, and outswelling harmonies floated by, and suddenly again the gates shut to. They seated themselves at the breezy eastern window, before which the mountains of Blumenbuhl and Liller's hills and paths lay in the sunlight. Around them was evening shade, and all was still, and the Aeolian harp breathed low. They only looked at each other, and felt joy to their innermost being that they loved and possessed each other. How ecstatically did they look, from the protection of this citadel, down into the sounding, stirring world. Down below the wind blew the blaze of poppies and tulips far and wide, and in among the heavy, yellow harvest, the silver poplars, wearing eternal May snow, fluttered with uptossing splendor. A flock of pigeons went rustling away and dipped into the blue, and overhead, amid flying clouds, stood those round temples of God, the mountains in rows, beside each other, bearing alternate nights and days, and the pious father stood alone on his hill, and handed his row tender branches. "Thus may we ever remain," said Albano, and pressed her dear hand with both of his to his heart. "Here and hereafter," said she. "Albano, how often have I wished thou wert at the same time my female friend, that I might speak with thee of thyself. Who on the earth knows how I esteem thee, except myself alone? Here and hereafter? Liana, I am happier than thou, for I alone believe in our long life here," said he, all at once changed. Whatever, now, may have been the reason whether that man is not at all accustomed to be happy in a pure present, severed from all future and past, because his inner heaven, like the natural one, directly over his head and close to him, always looks dark blue, and only round about the distant horizon radiant. Or that there is a bliss so tender and unearthly as, like the moonshine, to be made too dark by every passing cloud, whereas a sturdy one, like daylight, can bear the broadest. Or that Albano was too much like men, who always in joy feel their powers so strongly that they would rather kick over the table of the gods than see a dish or a loaf of the heavenly bread less thereupon, rather be perfectly miserable than not perfectly happy. Suffice it, he could not and would not be guilty of longer fear and concealment. So when Liana, instead of answering, only embraced him and was silent, because she meant to remain the whole day true to her promise not to dash the festal tapestry of fair days with a shade of mourning cloth, then, as if urged on by a strange spirit, he spoke out. "Thou answerest nothing? Only joys, not sorrows, shall I share. Thou hast not thy veil, wilt thou spare me as a weakling? And thee alone shall thy death belief continue to oppress. Liana, I will have pangs too, and all thine, tell all." "Truly, I only meant to keep my promise," said she, "and no more. But what then shall I say to thee, dear?" Dost thou believe, then, that thou art certainly to die after a year, superstitious one, heavenly one? Said he. In so far as it is God's will, certainly, said she. O my good Albano, how can I help my belief, much as it pains thee too? And here she could no longer restrain her tears, and all the crucifixes of memory started up alive in the fair soul, and bled intensely. God's will? Asked he. Quite as well might he at this moment precipitate a winter as an iceberg into this happy summer. God, he repeated, looked up, knelt down and prayed, O thou all-loving God, but thou shalt not die to me. He turned, as if in anger, towards her, incapable of continuing his prayer for the cry of his heart and wiping hastily with both hands over his moist face. Now he prayed on with a soft, trembling voice, No, thou all-loving one, kill not this fair, young life. Leave us together, long in purity and in peace. She knelt involuntarily at his side, today more exhausted with pleasures and unknown inner victories, even with long walking, so much the more intensely struck by a moving reality that she had been spoiled and softened by moving fancies, and inexpressibly afflicted at Albano's sorrow. She could not speak. Her head and neck bowed, as under a burden suddenly laid upon them. And thus, as one heavily overclouded by a whole life, she looked down upon the floor. The embracing death flood sounded with one arm around her. Then did she see, without looking up, her Caroline pass by somewhere in bridal dress and with the white gold-spangled veil trailing along far over life, and she saw clearly how the celestial shape, when Albano begged for her life, shook its head slowly to and fro. Cease to pray, she cried inconsolably. But listen to me, thou cold apparition, and only make him happy. She prayed, but she saw nothing more, and with inexpressible love she hid her face, marked all over with the lines of agony, upon his breast. Here her brother called up that the carriage was ready. She threw down a quick, thin-voiced yes. Must we part? Asked Albano. The fiery rain of ecstasy had now fallen back into his open soul in the shape of a darker rain of ashes, and so he went on without any bounds to his anguish. Then have we seen each other for the last time? And under the closed eyelid his noble eye wept. No, in the name of the all-gracious, no, said she, and rose to go. Stay, said he, and she stayed and embraced him again. But do not accompany me, she entreated. Not, said he, and held her for some time as she withdrew, by the tips of the fingers. It pained him so much, when he saw the sufferings which had been brought upon the still form, that these white wings of innocence had beaten themselves bloody against his cliffs and mountain horns. He drew her again to himself, ere he let her and his salvation go from him. He looked after her as she slowly stole down along the sunny mountain, drying her eyes under the twigs, and went with bowed head along all the gay, blooming paths of the forenoon's walk. But he gazed not after, when her carriage rolled away across the joyous wood. He stood at the eastern window and saw his childhood's mountains tremble, because he had forgotten to dry his eyes. 16th Jubilee. The sorrows of a daughter. 73. Cycle. Clouds like these last consisted with Albano less of falling drops than of settling dust. His life was yet a hothouse, and stood therefore toward the sunny side. Every day brought a new apology for the absent sweetheart, till at last she needed one no longer. But still he gave to every day its letter of indulgence for her silence. By and by they grew into letters of respite, moratories. Finally, when she never let anything at all be heard or read from her, then he began to re-examine the aforesaid apologies and strike out many things therein. Quite as little could he find for himself, or for a note, a way of access to her. Even the captain had been gone for some days on a journey to Har. With faint hands he held the heavy, drained cup of joy, which, when empty, weighs the heaviest. The wild hypotheses which man in such a case trots through him as in this, for instance, that of Liana's being sick, having caught cold, her imprisonment, absence on a journey are, in their alternation and value, to be compared with nothing, except with the quite as great wildness and number of the plans which he enlists and dismisses that of abduction, of hate, of a duel, of despair. The terrible motionless time had no gnomon on its dial plate. He stood as near his fate as man does to his dreams, without being able to recognize or prepare for its form, any more than one can for that which dreams will take. He went often into the city, through all whose streets there was riding, running, and driving, because they were about bringing and nailing together the beams for the grandest throne scaffolding, on which the princely bride at her introductory compliment in the land might look round the farthest. But he heard nothing there of his own bride, except that she quite often visited the picture gallery with the minister. Hereby two distressing hypotheses, that of her sickness and that of her being at war with her family, seemed to lose their stings. The best, though the hardest thing was to go straight to the minister, as to Vesuvius, in order there to have the fairest prospect. He visited the Vesuvius. In fact, this volcano was never more still and green. He asked after everything, and expressed himself upon much which immediately concerned the marriage festival. Nor did he seek to conceal his hopes and wishes that the Count would help welcome the admirable bride. At last the latter, too, must venture to unfold his hopes and wishes about the ladies. The minister replied, with uncommon pleasantness, that the two had just carried back the charming Mademoiselle von Weifritz to Blumenbohl, and indulged himself forthwith in a eulogium of that unsophisticated nature. Albano soon took his leave, but much happier than when he came. A few street lamps certainly were now burning on his path. But in the morning he fell into a little obscure alley, where there was not a single one. In other words, Rabette the little reindeer came running to Liller, as she yesterday had to Pestitz, for what is a race of a mile to a country girl, else than a simple allemande, and shook her heart before him, even to its very ears, but nothing fell out of it except pleasant images. A few heavens, a complete wedding day, a couple of parents-in-law, and a captain's wife. The minister had been so courteous toward me, but the mother afterward still more so toward my parents, and they have mentioned and praised the captain so much. In short, they of course know all, my glorious, heartily loved brother. Said she but of Liana, she had nothing to bring to her glorious brother, except a bill of her health. Her joyous eye had not turned toward any dark region whatever. We were not alone a minute, that is the reason of it, she added, and came again upon the subject of her captain, whom the minister had sent out on the Har road, as chief marshal of the escort of the princess. Yet she referred him to the illumination night in Liller, when she and Liana and the parents on both sides had arranged to be there. Thou good creature! Who is so cruel as to begrudge thee the glittering ring of joy, which thou contemplatest on thy brown and hard-boiled hand, and who does not fondly wish that its stones may never fall out? Soon after, the brother of the past festivals flew to the heart of the deserted one Charles. He repeated almost exactly Rabette's deposition, although not her rapture. He said, but without special emotion, that his father actually threw him the brotherly hand kiss through several rooms, distinguished and designated him quite particularly, and kindly made use of him for business purposes. And all this merely since he had become acquainted with his love for Rabette and the silent assent of the parents. For with his father, though the heart was of no account, yet Rabette's fief was, especially as one could not trust, with all the romantic stock-jobbing of his heart, that he would not himself one day realize the poorest result. With a sighing breast, which would gladly have imparted more to an expecting one, Charles merely related that he had found Liana well and quiet, but not alone for 1 minute. The association of another's want with his own open, rich fortune was, so Albano believed, the fair, tender reason why Charles glided with such cool, fleeting pleasure over the parental benediction of his soul's bond. Oh, how he loved him at this moment! Could he have loved him ever so much more, he would have done it, though Liana had been actually lost to the sum of his happiness, merely to show himself and him that holy friendship wants no third heart in order to love a second. This cloud of silence lay fixed for weeks, and grew more and more dark around his fairest heights, and the guiltless one went round and round through the darkness in a circle of contradictions. How must this youth have harassed himself when he thought, as he soon did, that the parents would, in all probability, reject an alliance with him, as he, indeed, thought himself obliged rather to forget than to reciprocate their advances, and that they might sacrifice 2 hearts to political heartlessness. Or when he let fall upon the innocent Liana the suspicion of giving way before parental assaults, which suspicion received reinforcement from the past through the conjecture that she had embraced him rather in poetical enthusiasm and from goodness, and more with wings than with arms, and that, in fact, accustomed to such long submissions, she could hardly distinguish sacrifices and inclinations, and might take one for the other. Or when, as he soon and oftenest did, he turned the point of all these weapons against his own breast, and asked himself why he had such a firm confidence in friendship, and such a wavering one in love. Then this reproach led him to a second, upon every previous one, which he had cast upon the good soul merely for the sake, according to the proselyting system and reforming mania, which men exercise more upon their wives than upon their friends, of melting her down for his own mold. This last he might rue, as Hallberg observes that men do not keep estates so well as women, because the former are always wanting to improve them more than the latter. On the same ground, also, lovers spoil women more than these do them. For the sake merely of getting more expeditiously from the tedious tribunal of the future his sentence of death, or a more agreeable document, he went again to the ministerial house. He was again smilingly received by the minister, and seriously by the mother. And, in reply to his question, Liana was not quite well. He laid before old Scop, who now pressed his friendship upon him more warmly, and who, for some time near the dissecting knife of the doctor, had not studied any other heart than that which was to be spattered to pieces, and prepared a short question about the doctor's visits at the minister's. How was he astonished when he heard that no one out of the house any longer made any visits to it, while Liana, quite blooming, went into all circles, except merely the lector, who made very frequent ones. He well comprehended that only the Medusa's heads of the parents could turn the softest heart into stone against him, but even this he found not right. He boldly demanded that she should love him more than her parents, not from egotism, said he to himself, not on my account, but on her own. A lover wishes a great, indescribable love, of which he thinks himself always only the accidental and unworthy object, merely for the sake of tendering the highest himself. Even the silent lector, who generally placed all newly rising lights behind light shades and fire screens, communicated unbidden to the Count the novel tidings that Liana would be, under the administration of the coming princess, something made of honor. His old, jealous suspicion of Auguste's wishes or relations allowed him no answer to that. Now his spirit manned itself, and he wrote straight to the soul that belonged to him and sent the letter to her brother for delivery. The latter came the next day, but seemed to him not to have any answer yet, because he would otherwise have given it with the first greeting. Charles introduced him to the Har court, where he had lately been, said every nerve there had on jackboots, and every heart a hoop petticoat. Then went on to eulogize the youngest, but most unpopular princess, Idun. Declared she possessed, in addition to all her other advantages, for instance, purity, kindness, decision of character, which even on the throne selects for itself its own lot and life, the further grace of amiableness, since even the princely bride, who loved no one else, hung upon her heart, and last, not least the advantage of a very deceptive similarity to Liana. "Has Liana received my letter yet?" asked Albano. Charles handed it back to him. "By heaven," said he ardently and yet ambiguously, "I could not get it to her just now. But, brother, canst thou believe only for 1 minute that she does not remain forevermost thine?" "I do not believe anything at all," said Albano, offended, and tore his leaf on the spot into little bits no bigger than the letters. "Only we will," he continued with a tone of emotion, "remain, as we are, firm as iron and flexible as iron when it comes out of the furnace." The deeply touched friend sought to console him with the following: "Only wait, I pray, the illumination evening, then she will speak with thee. She must certainly appear, and thou wilt wonder in what character and for whom." He nodded silently. He easily gathered her part from her resemblance to Idun and from her expected office at court. But what help was it to his fortune? With the return of his note, which he dispatched against his pride, that same pride came back in renewed strength. Now was a hot seal stamped on Albano's bleeding lip. He had now nothing for and before him, except time, which was now his poison and would by and by, as he hoped, be his antidote. Nothing was ever master over his sense of honor when it was once roused. He could look forward to a scaffold on which blood spurted out, but he could not look upon a pillory where, under the heavy, poisonous, murderous pain of scorn and self-contempt, a downcast, distracted face hung on the sinful breast. Charles sometimes approached with a few lights the long night-like riddle, but Albano, however much he wished them, staggered him by opposition and sought not even to hear him, much less to ask him questions. So he lay on hard, youthful, thorny rosebuds, which a single hour can open into tender roses. Victories beget victories, as defeats do defeats. He found now, if not a complete relief from the emotions which besieged him, nevertheless a mountain fortification against them, provisioned for a little eternity, in the shape of an astronomical observatory. With an entire and firmly collected soul, he threw himself upon theoretical astronomy, in order not to see daylight, and upon practical astronomy in order not to see night. The watchtower stood indeed upon a mountain intermediate between the city and Blumenbohl, and commanded a view of both. But he cast his eyes only upon the constellations, not upon those rosy-red spots of the earth, where they now could have sucked out of the cold flower cups only water instead of honey. Thus, amid the festive preparations in Liller, did he go armed to meet the long-delaying evening when the presence of the fairest soul should either bless or destroy him, vainly looking from time to time at the distant telegraph of his destiny, which was constantly moving, uncertain whether with peaceful or hostile significance. 74. Cycle. To remove the seals from the enrolled acts of the foregoing history, for the purpose of looking into a tour, to push back the blinds, and shove up the windows of the same or to uncover so many covered ways and vehicles. Or, in fine, the whole matterall that is mere metaphors, and the most inappropriate ones, two which cannot serve any other purpose than only to hold off still longer and more tediously the long-expected solution, which they would fain describe. Much rather and better, methinks, will the whole war and peace position in the ministerial palace be at once freely laid bare as follows. Herr von Friule had, as has been already mentioned, come home from Har with a Bellevue in his face, and with a Montplaisir in his heart, provided these tropes do not seem more elaborate than exquisite. He told his lady openly what had hitherto detained and enchanted him so long, the future princess, who had conceived for him a more than ordinary fancy. He threw a full, glorifying light on her enriched understanding. He never praised anything beyond this in ladies, as well as a faint streak of shade upon his own hers, and pronounced himself fortunate in the possession of a person whose fine, persistent coquetry, he said, he for his part could recommend as a model, and whose attachment he, in fact, that he pretended not to conceal, reciprocated halfway, but only halfway, for it was perfectly true what the Duke of Lausanne asserted. In order to keep the love of princesses, one must just hold them in right hard and short. In the old man, accordingly, there shoots up, as we see, quite late, not unlike the case of fresh teeth which oftentimes old men do not cut till they are nonagenarians a lover's heart beneath the star. Only it is more to be wished than hoped, he will especially play the ridiculous in the matter. For as he all the week long holds the helm of state, either on the rower's bench, to keep it in motion, or on the cabinet-maker's bench, to trim it down into a fine and light shape for the prince. The consequence is, he is so tired when Saturday comes, that no Virgil and no Tempest could persuade him, and, though his feet had not more steps to take for the purpose than the number of feet in Virgil's hexameter, or of commandments in the Decalogue of Moses to accompany a Dido out of the storm into the nearest cave. He does no such thing. He remains quite as free from sentimental and pathetic love as from sensual, especially as he apprehends that the former would in the end entangle him in the latter, because like a minor tone, it has quite a different returning scale from its ascending one. The ironical and stinging element in the man made every marriage, even that of souls, to him, as well as to other worlds' people, as disagreeable in the end as the spines of the hedgehogs make theirs. He lays up, therefore, in the future for the princess only a cold, politic, coquettish, courtly love, such as she herself haply has, and such as he has occasion for, in order less to gain her than to gain from her, and to gain first of all the entire prince. I promise myself cosmopolitan readers, who, I hope, find no offense to this personage in Friule's partiality for his lady. For so soon as the court preacher has but once laid his joining hand on the princess, then has this house steward made, as it were, the cut in the peahen, and she can then be taken off untouched, and be feasted on in other places. I have already, in the second volume, intimated the anxiety of the minister's lady lest the minister, if he should, in this volume, come back and not find Liana at home, should chafe. But, contrary to expectation, he approved. Her use of the country air bath fell in exactly with his design of sending her into the vapor bath of the court atmosphere. He told her mother that it by no means displeased him that she should now be entirely well, since the new princess would select her for her maid of honor, whenever he should say the word. He could not for 3 minutes see a scepter or a sceptrelet lying by him without proving its polarity for himself, and either attracting or repelling something with it. As the famous theologian, Spener, a predecessor of our Spener, prayed to God so beautifully thrice a day for his friends, one finds with similar pleasure that the courtier daily prays a little for his friends before his God, the prince, and seeks to obtain something. The minister's lady, never opposing his changeable plans in the sketch, but only in the execution, easily became reconciled with his latest one, because it at least seemed rather to stand in no auxiliary relation to the old one of the betrothal to Bouverat. One evening, unfortunately, the fatal, anxious lector who pasted the smallest visiting card to a Fulda's historic chart arrived in her presence with his packet ship, and came ashore having under his 2 arms the state and imperial advertisements of her 2 children. He had one of them under each, and yet why do I fly out upon the man? Could a double romance, especially when played in the open air, remain better concealed than a single one? Her astonishment can be compared with the greater astonishment of her husband, who happened to have just been screwing on in the 3rd chamber his tin ear made by Schropp of Magdeburg in order to listen to the servants, and who now caught a number of things. Nevertheless, the double ear, with the broad meshes of its nocturnal larknet, had only fished up from Auguste's low, whispering, courtly lips single, long, proper names such as Rocquerolles and Cesara. Hardly had the soft-spoken lector gone out, when he stepped gaily into the chamber, with his ear in his hand, and demanded of her a report of the reports. He held it beneath his dignity either to patch up or disguise his suspicion, which, even in the friendliest and gayest mood, would never shut its Argus ears and eyesore to dissemble his eavesdropping, with so much as a syllable or a blush of shame. The fair lilies of the most colorless impudence were not painted, but branded on him. The minister's lady immediately seized upon the female expedient of telling the truth halfway, namely, the agreeable truth of Rocquerolles' well-received advances at the house of Weifritz, whose estate and provincial directorship had been cast into a very fitting shape for a father-in-law. Meanwhile, the minister had seen in his lady's face the mourning border around this pleasant notification document, far too clearly and broadly not to inquire about that prominent word, Cesara, which his delicate tin searcher had also caught up, but he inquired in vain, for the mother held her good daughter too dear to set this wolf on the scent for her into her Eden. She hoped to get her out of it in a gentler way, by a divine voice and angels, and so evaded his question. But the wolf now ran farther on in his track. He got the gout in his stomach, so it was reported to Dr. Svex, demanded of him speedy aid, and also some intelligence of his tenant, the Count. Dr. and Madame Svex had already a grudge against the inflated youth, through their 4 juvenile envoys, as infans perdis in every sense, as 4 hearing organs of every city rumor, much might be brought in on advice yachts from Blumenbuhl and Liller. In short, the auricular organs fitted in so well to those of others, that Frule, in a few days, was in a situation to ask, with his lily brow, the Greek woman for a letter to his son, which he offered to take along with him. He found one, which he broke open with great joy, without, however, finding anything therein from Albano's or Liana's hand, but only some stupid allusion of Rabet to that couple, which to the minister were as much as if, with his sharp exciseman's probes, he had bored into Liana's heart and lighted upon contraband there. Without any long slavish copying of the former seal, he set a second upon the letter, and went away enlightened by it. We can all follow him, when we have detained ourselves only a few minutes for his justification, with my apology and defense, in the matter of the second seal, upon letters in state affairs. Whether the examination of other people's letters pertains to old Frule as minister or father. Although the latter presupposes the former, the father of the country implying every other father and his own too, I will not decide, except by the parenthesis just inserted. The state which tackles on the post-horses before letters has, it should seem, the right to examine more narrowly, under the closed visor of the seal, these not so much blind as blinding passengers, in order to know whether it is not using its horses in the service of its enemies. The state, an ever-drawing light magnet, means certainly only to have light in the case, and particularly light upon all light in general. It requires only the naked truth, without cover or covering. All that rides and fares through its gates must, though it were dressed in a surtout, just open its red mouth, and say what name and business. As the common soldier must first show his letters to his officer, the garrison soldier of the Bastille to the governor, the monk his to the prior, the American colonist his to the Dutchman in order that he may burn them up, if they find fault with him so, surely, can no statesman, whether he regards the state as a barrack, or as an Engelsberg, or as a monasterium duplex, or as a European possession in Europe, deny it the right to keep all its letters as open as bills of lading, patents of nobility. Bills of sale and apostolic epistles are. The only mistake is that it does not get hold of the letters before they are enveloped and sealed. That is immoral enough, for it necessitates the government to open and shut to draw the letter out of the case and put it back again, as the cook with pains turns the snail out of his shell. And then, when he is once taken off from the fire, shoves him back again into it, to serve him up therein. This last is the point of the compass and cardinal wind, which is to guide us onward. For universally acknowledged as it is, just as custom and observance are, that the government, on the same ground on which it opens the last will, must have the power to unseal also the last but one, and the one before that, and finally the very first, before its heir can do it, and that a prince must be able still more readily to bring servants' letters into the same deciphering chancery, and into their antechamber, the unsealing chamber, wherein the letters of princes and legates fly open before the caper spurge. Nevertheless, the cork-drawing of letters, the joint seal, the vicariate seal, the laborious imitation of the LS, or loco sigilli, all this is something very annoying and almost detestable. Out of the wrong, a right must therefore be made by constitutional repetition. Something of the kind might be brought about, I flatter myself, if it were commanded to write letters only on stamp paper. An inspecting and stamping office appointed for that purpose would then read everything over beforehand. Or one might prohibit in future all private seals, just as they do mint stamps for private coin. A seal department would then interfere, with full rights, and seal up, as they now do the legacies of the deceased, so in that case those of the living. Or which is perhaps preferable, in epistolary censorship must commence. Unprinted newspapers, nouvelles à la main, that is, letters, can never, inasmuch as they divulge still greater mysteries, demand a greater freedom of censorship than printed newspapers, especially as every letter nowadays so easily becomes a circular, going everywhere. A catalogue of prohibited letters, index expurgandarum, would always be, in that case, a word to correspondence. Or let the postmasters be put under oath that they will be faithful referendaries of whatever they find weighty or considerable in the letters, which, before dispatching, they have laid in the mental letter balance, and closed again with the hope, according to the Leibnizian principle of the non-distinguishable seal, of speeding them far and wide. If the state finds all these ways of reading and closing letters new and difficult, then it may go on in its own way of opening them. Frule flew, laughing, to his lady, and assured her falsehood towards him was no news to him at all. Her present plan, merely to work against Herr von Bouverat and himself, he understood full well. Hence it was that Rabet had had to come in, and the daughter to go out. Meanwhile he would show the hypocrite and bigot, or whoever it might be, that she had not merely a mother, but a father too. She must immediately come home. Je la ferai damer, mais sans vous et sans m. Le Comte, he concluded, with an allusion to the office of court dame. But the minister's lady began, in accordance with her vehement contempt of his projects and powers, with that coldness which would have more exasperated every ardent one than this cold one, to say to him that she must needs disapprove and oppose Liana's and the Count's love still more than he did. That she had merely, in an excessive and otherwise never disappointed confidence in Liana's openness of soul, believed her rather than herself, and, notwithstanding so many signs of Albano's partiality, let her go to Blumenbohl. That she would, however, give him her word on the spot to act with as much energy and spirit against the Count as against the German gentleman, and that she was, as surely as she knew Liana, almost certain of the easiest and happiest result. Of course, this was unexpected to him and incredible, especially after the previous concealment. Only the finest man's soul distinguishes in the female the blending boundaries of self-deception and willful delusion, weakness and deceit, accident and intent. Besides, the minister's lady was one of those women whom one must first love in order to know them, a case which is generally reversed. He readily accepted on the one hand the confession of her agreement and cooperation, merely for the sake hereafter of turning it as a weapon against her. But he could not conceal, on the other hand, that there again, that was always his phrase, she had, according to her own confession, neglected to watch over her children from a want of jealousy. He retained the habit, when an open-hearted soul showed him its breaches, of marching in upon it through those breaches, as if he himself had made them. The penitent who knelt before him for forgiveness he would crush still lower, and instead of the key of absolution, draw forth the hammer of the law. I owe it here to the Spaniards, who will one day become acquainted with me through miserable translations, and to the Austrian knighthood of the Golden Fleece, who perhaps read the original in a counterfeit edition, to assign the reasons why the House of Friuli did not bespeak feasts of joy instead of court-mourning on the occasion of these advances by a son of their order, a Spanish grandee, who often lays upon himself a German princely scepter as a yardstick to measure himself withal. For every Spaniard must have hitherto wondered about this. I answer every nation. The Friules had, in the first place, nothing against the union except the certainty of separation, since on the same ground, which the Knights of the Fleece and the Spaniards have opposed to me, old Gaspard de Cesara can in no wise suffer a bridge to be thrown over from his Gothard to the Jungfrau. Secondly, on this very ground the minister could oppose to this romantic love a much older, wiser, which he bore toward the German gentleman and his moneys and liaisons, as well as the old grudge of the Knight of the Fleece. Thirdly, the minister's lady had, beside these same grounds, and besides several in favor of the lector, perhaps one quite decisive one, and that was, she could not endure the Count. Not merely and solely for the reason that she discovered a painful similarity between him and her son, and even husband, in pride, in excitability, in the characteristic fierceness of genius against poor married women, in want of religious humility and devoutness. But the principal reason why she could not well endure him was this, that she could not bear him. As the system of predestination sentences some men to hell, whether they afterward deserve heaven or not, so a woman never takes back an enmity to which she has once doomed anyone. All that country and city, God, time, and the individual's virtues may say to the contrary, notwithstanding. In the Treaty of Peace, concluding the usual chamber war, the following private articles were adjusted between the married couple. The Count must be, on the father's and director's account, treated with the most courtly consideration, and shoved aside in Liana gently and gradually drawn away from Weifritz's house. The whole dissolution of the engagement must seem to happen of itself without parental interference, merely through the breaking off of the daughter, and the whole affair remain a mystery. Friuli hoped to keep the whole interlude or episode concealed from Liana's earlier intended, the German gentleman, particularly as he, just now, in August, was more at the card tables of the baths than at home. So it stood, and into this cold, awful past the friendly Liana moved on, when on that warm living Sunday she left the blessed, open Liller. Refined and sanctified by joy, for every paradise was to her a purifying purgatory. She came nobly to her mother's bosom, without remarking the strange seriousness of the reception by reason of the earnest warmth of her own. Her easy confession of the guarding company opened the trying scene almost in the coulisses. For the mother, who would fain have begun otherwise, had to mount the thunder car at once, in order to thunder and lighten against such incomprehensible forgetfulness of female propriety. And yet she held in the thunder steeds in mid-career in order to enjoin upon Liana immediately, as the minister might come any moment, a perfect silence on the subject of today's garden party. Now she cast the deepest, strengthening shade upon her previous mute falsehood towards a mother, for she arbitrarily transposed in her story the sowing and blossoming time of this love, even into the days preceding the journey to the country. How did the warm soul shudder at the possibility of such an unkindness? She led her mother as far as she could up along the pure, light pearl brook of her history and love, and told all that we know, but without giving much satisfaction, because she left out precisely the main point. For, out of forbearance toward her mother, she felt obliged to let the apparition of Caroline, who in the beginning had been the image stormer of her love, and then its inspiring muse and bridesmaid, together with the death certificate of the future, remain out of sight in the narration. She held, with fervent pressure, her mother's hand amidst more and more cheerful assurances, how she had always been disposed to tell her everything. She thought hopingly she needed to save nothing but her open heart. O thou hast more to save, thy warm, thy whole and living heart. Her mother now, from old habit, half believing her, found fault with nothing more than the whole affair, its impropriety, impossibility, folly. "Oh, good mother," said Liana, simply remaining tender under the harsh picturing of the future Albano. "Oh, he is not such, assuredly not." Quite as tenderly did she far overlook the darkly sketched future refusal of Don Gaspard, because to her faith the earth was only a blooming grave mound hanging in the ether. "Ah," said she, meaning how little time she was for this world, "our love is not so important." Her mother took this word, and the whole gentleness of her resistance, as preludes of an easy victory. At this moment Albano's father-in-law came in with a kettle drum, alarm bell, fire drum, and rattlesnake, in his girdle, in order therewith to make himself audible. First he inquired for he had been listening in vain in a very exasperated manner, of the minister's lady, where she had stowed away his ear. It was the tin duplicate ear, wherein, as in a Venetian lion's head, all mysteries and accusations of the whole service and family met. He said, he had a little occasion for it just now, particularly since the newest adventures of his worthy daughter there. The Siamese physicians begin the healing of a patient with treading upon him, which they call softening. In a similar manner, Froude loved to soften, by way of moral precure, and accordingly began, with the above-mentioned speaking machines in his girdle, to declare his sentiments explicitly on the subject of degenerate children upon their arts and artifices, and upon intrigues behind fathers' backs, so that no father can accompany a volume of love poems with a prose preface. Backed up many points with the strongest political grounds, which all had reference to himself and his interest, and wound up with a little cursing. Liana heard him calmly, as one already accustomed to such daily returning equinoctial storm-bursts, without any other emotion, except that she often raised her downcast eye pityingly upon him, out of tender sympathy for the paternal dissatisfaction. In a calm, he became loudest. "You will see to it, madam," said he, "that tomorrow forenoon she sends the Count what she has of his, together with a farewell, and notifies him of her new office as an easy excuse. Thou art to be court dame to the reigning princess, although thou didst not deserve that I should labor for thee." "That is hard," cried Liana, with breaking heart, falling upon her mother. He supposed she meant the separation from Albano, not from her mother, and asked, angrily, "Why?" "Father, I would so gladly," said she, and turned only her face away from the embrace, "die near my mother." He laughed, but the minister's lady herself shut to the hell gates upon the flames which he still would fain have vomited forth, and assured him it was enough. Liana would certainly obey her parents, and she herself would be surety for it. The preacher of the law came down his pulpit stairs with an audible ejaculation about a better security, calling back, as he went, that his ear must be produced tomorrow, and though he should have to search for it in all chests and cupboards. The mother kept silence now, and let her daughter softly weep on her neck. To both, after this draught of the soul, the draught of love was refreshment and medicine. They came out of each other's arms with cheered spirits, but both with entirely delusive hopes. 75. Cycle. A hard, black morning. Only the outward atmospheric morning was dark blue. There was nothing loud and stormy, except perchance the swarms of bees in the linden thicket. The heaven's ether seemed to flutter away high over the stony streets, so as to settle down low in the bright open liller upon all hilltops and treetops, and, blue as peacock's plumage, to play its hues over the twigs. Liana found on her writing table a billet, folded in large quarto, wherein the minister, ever working, like a hart, sought even at this early hour of the morning, before raising out of the public documents for the several administration and exchequer councillors the transient tempests which were necessary to fruitfulness, to descend upon his shuddering daughter with a cold morning rain gust. In the decretal letter referred to, he developed more in detail, upon a sheet and a half, what he had meant yesterday separation on the spot, and offered 6 grounds of separation. First, his uncongenial relation with the Knight of the Fleece. Secondly, her own and the Count's youth. Thirdly, the approaching place of court dame. Fourthly, that she was his daughter, and this the first sacrifice to which he, her father, for all his previous ones, had ever laid claim. Fifthly, she might perceive by his indulgent yes to the love of her brother, whose apparent improvement he held out to her as a model, that he lived and cared only for the welfare of his children. Sixthly, he would send her to fort to his brother, the commandant, in case she were refractory, by way of exiling, punishing, and bringing her round, and neither weeping, nor falling at feet, nor mother, nor hell should bend him, and he gave her 3 days' time for reflection. Mutely and with wet eyes, she handed to her who had been hitherto her comforter the heavy sheet. But the comforter had become a judge. "What wilt thou do?" said the minister's lady. "I will suffer," said Liana, "in order that he may not suffer. How could I so sorely sin against him?" The mother, whether actually under the old notion of her easy conversion or from dissimulation, took that he for the father and asked, "Say'st thou nothing of me?" Liana blushed at the substitution and said, "Ah, poor me, I will not indeed be happy, only true." How had she during this night prayingly lived and wept amidst the fearful wars of all her inner angels? A love so guiltless, consecrated by her holy friend in heaven, a fidelity so exceedingly abridged by early death, so sound-hearted a youth, shooting up with high, fruit-bearing summit heavenward, whom not even ghostly voices could scare or allure out of his faithful childhood's love toward her, insignificant one. The everlasting discomfort and grief which he would experience at the first, greatest lie against his heart. Her short, straight path through life, and the nearness of that crossway, at which she should wish to throw back, not stones, but flowers upon the other pilgrims, all these forms took her by one hand to draw her away from her mother, who called after her with the words, "See how ungratefully thou art going from me, and I have so long suffered and toiled for thee." Then came Liana back again out of the dusky, warm rose veil of love into the dry, flat earth surface of a life, wherein nothing breaks the monotony save her last mound. Oh, how imploringly did she look up to the stars, to see whether they did not move as the eyes of her Caroline, and tell her how she must sacrifice herself, whether for her lover or for her parents. But the stars stood friendly, cold, and still in the steadfast heavens. But when the morning sun again beamed upon her heart, it beat hopefully, newly strengthened with the resolution to endure this day for Albano full many sorrows, yes, even the first. Could Caroline, thought she, approve a love to which I must be untrue? Hardly had she left the lips of her mother with the morning greeting, when the latter sought, but more earnestly than yesterday, to draw up the roots of this steadfast heart out of its strange soil by a longer use of yesterday's flower extractor. In her comparative anatomy of Albano and Rockwell, from the similarity of voice even to that of stature, she grew more and more cutting, till Liana, with a maiden's wit, at once asked, "But why may my brother, then, love Rabbet? Quel comparison?" Said the mother, "Art thou nothing better than she?" "She does, strictly speaking, much more than I," said she, quite candidly. "Didst thou never quarrel with the wild Cesara?" asked the mother. "Never, except when I was in the wrong," said she, innocently. The mother was alarmed to perceive more and more clearly that she had to pull up deeper and stronger roots than light flowers strike into the soil. She concentrated all her maternal powers of attraction and lifting machines upon one point, for the upturning of the still green myrtle. She disclosed to her the minister's dark plan of an alliance with the German gentleman, her hitherto concealed strifes and sighs on the subject, her thus far effectual resistance, and the latest paternal stratagem, to make her a garrison prisoner with his brother, and thereby probably Herr von Bouverat a besieger of the citadel. For some readers and relics of the heavy, old-fashioned, golden age of morality, the remark is here introduced and printed that a peculiar, cold, unsparing, often shocking and provoking, candor of remark upon the nearest relatives and the tenderest relations is so very much at home in the higher ranks, that even the fairer souls, among whom surely this mother belongs, cannot, absolutely, understand or do otherwise. "O thou best mother," cried Liana, agitated, but not by the thought of the rattle and the snaky breath of Bouverat, or of his murderous spring at her heart. She thought with as much indifference of being betrothed to him as any innocent one does of his dying on a scaffold, but by the thought of the long building over, and crowding out of sight of the motherly tears, the streams of motherly love, which had hitherto flowed nourishingly deep down under her flowers. She threw herself gratefully between those helpful arms. They closed not around her, because the minister's lady was not to be made weak and soft by any washing wave and surge of sudden emotion. Into this embrace the minister struck or stepped in. "So," said he hastily. "My ear, madam," he continued, "cannot be found again at all among the domestics, I have that to tell you." For he had today posted himself upon a law-giving sign and thundered into the ears of the service assembled at its foot the inquiry after his own ear, "Because I must believe," he had said to them, "that you, for very good reasons, have stolen it from me." Then he had swept like a hailstorm or a kitchen smoke in windy weather through the servants' apartments and corners, one by one, in quest of his ear. "And thou?" said he, in a half-friendly tone to Liana. She kissed his hand, which he, as the Pope does his foot, always dispatched for kisses, as proxy and lip-bearer, agent, and a latter nuncio of his mouth. "She continues disobedient," said the severe lady. "Then she is a little like you," said he, because the mistrustful one looked upon the embrace as a conspiracy against him and his bouverat. Upon this, his ice Hecla burst out and flamed and flowed, now upon daughter, now upon wife. The former was absolutely a miserable creature, he said, and only the captain was worth anything, whom he luckily had educated by himself alone. He saw through all, heard all, though they had hid away his ear-trumpet. There was, accordingly, as he saw, he pointed to his unsealed morning psalm, a communication between the two colleges, but he invoked God to punish him if he did not. "My dear daughter, pray answer at last," he begged. "My father," said Liana, who, since the fraternization of Bouverat and the ill treatment from her mother, had begun to feel her heart wake up, which, however, could only despise and never hate. "My mother has today and yesterday told me all, but I have surely duties towards the Count." A bolder liveliness than her parents had ever missed or found in her beamed under her upraised eye. "Ah, I will truly remain faithful to him just as long as I live," said she. "C'est bien pieux," replied the minister, astounded at such pertness. Liana listened now, for the first time, after the word which had escaped her. Then, in order to justify the past and her mother, she conceived the pleasant and ridiculous purpose of moving and converting the old gentleman by her ghost visions or dream seeings. She begged of him a solitary interview, and afterward when, it was reluctantly granted, entreated him therein for his sacred promise to be silent towards her mother, because she feared to show to that loving one the clock wheels of her death bell rattling so near to the fatal stroke. The old gentleman could only, with a comic expression which made him look like one who, with a bad cold, wants to laugh, vow that he would keep his word so far as was necessary, because never, so far as he could recollect, had his word been kept by him, only he had been often kept by his word. In such men, word and deed are like theatrical thunder and lightning, which, though generally occurring in close connection and simultaneously in heaven, on the stage break forth out of separate corners, and by means of different operators. But Liana would not rest till he had put on a word-keeping, sincere face-painted window. Thereupon she began, after a kissing of the hand, her ghostly history. With unbroken seriousness and firmly contracted muscles, he heard the extraordinary narration through. Then, without saying a word, he took her by the hand and led her back into the presence of her mother, to whom he handed her over with a long psalm of praise and thanksgiving about her successful daughter's school. His boys' school with Charles had not been blessed to him, at least in this degree, he added. As a proof, he frankly communicated to her cold-bloodedly working up all Liana's pangs, as the coopers do cypress branches into cask coops the little which he had promised to bury in silence, because he always prostituted either himself or the other party, generally both. Liana sat there, deeply red, and growing hotter and hotter, with downcast eyes, and begged God to preserve her filial love towards her father. No sympathizing eye shall be further pained with the opening of a new scene, when the ice of his irony broke, and became a raging stream, into which flowed tears of maternal indignation, also at the thought of a precious being, and her feverish, fatal dreaming of herself away into the last sleep. The object and the danger almost united the married couple for the second time. When there is a glazed frost, people go very much arm in arm. "Thou hast sent nothing to Liller?" asked the father. "Without your permission I certainly should not do it," said she, but she meant her letters, not Albano's. He took advantage of the misunderstanding and said, "Thou hast, however, surely." "I will gladly do and let be done everything," said she, "but only on condition the Count consents, in order that I may not appear to him disingenuous. He has my sacred word for my truth." At this mild firmness, at this Peter's rock overgrown with tender flowers, the father stumbled the hardest. In addition to this, the transition of a haughty lover from his own wishes to those of his enemies, supposing they had allowed Liana the question to the Count, was so impossible on the one hand, and the solicitation of this change, whether it were granted or refused, absolutely so degrading on the other, that the astounded minister's lady felt her pride rise, and asked again, "Is this thy last word to us, Liana?" And when Liana, weeping, answered, "I cannot help it, God be gracious to me," she turned away indignantly toward the minister and said, Do now what you take to be convenable. I wash my hands in innocence. Not so entirely, ma chère, but very well, said he. Thou wilt stay after tomorrow in thy chamber, till thou hast corrected thyself, and art more worthy of our presence. He announced as he went out to Liana, firing at her meanwhile 2 eye volleys, wherein, according to my estimate, far more reverberating fires, tormenting ghosts, eating, devouring medicaments, brain and heart borers were promised, than a man can generally hold to give or bear to receive. Poor maiden, thy last August is very hard, and no harvest month day. Thou lookest out into the time, where thy little coffin stands, on which a cruel angel wipes away the still fresh flower pieces of love running round it, in order that it may, all white, as rosy white as thy soul or thy last form, be consigned to the grave. This banishment by her mother into the desert of her cloister chamber was quite as frightful to her, only not more frightful than her anger, which she had today, only for the 3rd time, experienced, though not deserved. It was to her as if now, after the warm sun had gone down, the bright evening glow had also sunk below the horizon, and it grew dark and cold in the world. She remained this whole day, which was yet allowed her, with her mother. Gave, however, only answers, looked friendly, did everything cheerfully and readily, and as she quickly dashed away with her tiny finger, every gathering dewdrop out of the corner of her eyes, as if it were dust, because she thought, at night I can weep enough she had very dry eyes, and all that in order not to be an additional burden to her oppressed mother. But she, as mothers so easily do, confounded a timid, loving stillness with the dawning of obduracy. And when Liana, with the innocent design of consolation, wished to have Caroline's picture brought for her from Liller, this innocence also passed for hardness, and was punished and reciprocated with a corresponding on the part of the parent, namely, with the permission to send. Only the minister's lady demanded the French prayers of her again, as if she were not worthy to lay them under her present heart. Never are human beings smaller than when they want to plague and punish without knowing how. As everyone who rules, whether he sits on a chair of instruction or a princely one, or, like parents, on both, when the occupant of its footstool once leaves off his former obedience, imputes that obedience to him not as a mitigation, but as an aggravation of his offense, so did the minister's lady also toward her hitherto so uniformly docile child. She hated her pure love, which burned like ether, without ashes, smoke, or coal, so much the more, and held it to be either the author or the victim of an incendiary fire, particularly as her own married love hitherto had seldom been anything more than a showy chimney-piece. Liana at last, too heavily constrained, since on the other side of the wall tapestry the serene day, the loveliest sky was blooming, ascended to the Italian roof. She saw how people were traveling and riding back contentedly from their little places of pleasure, because the earth was one. On Liller's bushy path, the walkers were sauntering with a blissful slowness home in the streets. There was a loud carpentering at the festive scaffoldings and Charles's wains for the princely bride, and the finished wheels were rolled along for Triland. Everywhere were heard the drillings of the young music, which when grown up was to go before her. But when Liana looked upon herself, and saw her life alone standing here in dark raiment over yonder the empty house of her loved one, here her own, which to her had also become empty this very spot, which still reminded her of a lovelier, rarer blossoming than that of the Cereus serpensand o. This cold solitude, in which her heart today, for the first time, lived without a heart. For her brother, the chorister of her short song of gladness, had been sent off, and Julian had for some time been incomprehensibly invisible to her. No, she could not see the fair sun go down, who, so serene and white, was sinking to slumber with his high evening star, or listen to the happy evening chorus of the long day, but left the shining eminence. Oh, how does joy die a stranger in the untenanted, dark bosom, when she finds no sister and becomes a spectre there. Thus does the beautiful green, that spring color, when a cloud paints it, betoken nothing but long moisture. When she entered soon, the asylum of day, the bedchamber, the heavens without flashed heat lightning. Oh, why just now, cruel fate, but here, before the still life of night, when life, covered with her veil, sounds more faintly, here may all her tears, which a heavy day has been pressing, gush forth freely. On the pillow, as if it bore the last, long sleep, rests this exhausted head more softly than on the bosom which reproachfully reckons up against it its tears, and it weeps softly, not upon, only for loved ones. According to her custom, she was on the point of opening her mother's prayers, when she recollected, with a startled feeling, that they had been taken from her. Then she looked up with burning tears to God, and prepared alone out of her broken heart a prayer to him, and only angels counted the words and the tears. 76. Cycle. The father had made this chamber imprisonment a punitory mark of her refusal. With deep anguish she uttered this mute no, in the very fact that she voluntarily stayed in the chamber, and denied her mother the morning kiss. She had, in the course of the night, cast many an ardent look at the dead image of her counselor Caroline, but no original, no fever-created form had appeared to her. Can I longer doubt, she inferred from this, that the divine apparition, which has spoken the assenting word to my love, was something higher than my own creation, since I must otherwise have been able to form it again over against her picture. She had Albano's blooming letters in her desk, and opened it, in order to look over from her island into the remote Orient land of warmer times. But she shut it to again. She was ashamed to be secretly happy, while her mother was sorrowful, who into these melancholy days had not even come, like her, out of pleasant ones. Frule did not long leave her alone, but soon sent for her. Not, however, to sound her or pronounce her free, but for the purpose which, as may well be conceived, required an unvarnished brow and cheek, whose fibrous network was as hard to be colored as his with the Turkish red of shame of appointing her his mistress in artistic language, and taking her with him to the prince's gallery, in order to learn from her the explanation of these frontispieces, for such they were to him, in this private deaf and dumb institution, so well that he might be in a condition, so soon as the princess should come to inspect it, to represent something better than a mute before the beauties of the pictures and the image-worshipping regentess. Liana had to transfer an impression of every pictured limb, with the praise or blame appurtening thereunto, over into his serious brain, together with the name of the master. How delightedly and completely did she give this calipedia to her growling old cornut, and would-be connoisseur in painting, who paid her not a single thankful look as instruction money. At noon, for the first time, did the daughter find her longed-for mother, among the kitchen servants, very serious and sad. She ventured not to kiss her mouth, but only her hand, and opened upon her her love-streaming eyes only timidly and a little. Dinner seemed a funeral feast. Only the old gentleman, who on a battlefield would have danced his marriage minuet and celebrated his birthday, was in good spirits and appetite and full of salt. In case of a family jar, he usually ate enfamia, and found in biting table speeches, as common people do in winter and in famine, a sharper zest for food. Quarreling, of itself, strengthens and animates, as physicians can electrify themselves merely by whipping something. Laughable and yet lamentable was it that poor Liana, who was all day long to keep a prison, was always called out of it just for today, this time into the carriage again, which was to set down the sad heart and the smiling face before nothing but bright palaces. She had to go with her parents to the princess, and look as happy as they, who, on the melancholy road, regarded her as if she were to be envied. So does the heart which has been born not far from the throne never bleed, except behind the curtain, and never laugh but when it rises, just as these same distinguished ones were formerly executed only in secret. The prince, who was ridiculously loud on the subject of his marriage, Bouverat, just returned from card tables or privateering planks, whom Liana now, since the latest intelligences, could only endure with a shudder, and the princess herself, who excused her previous absence from her on account of the distraction of preparing for the festival, and who very strangely jested at once about love and men, only to a Liana who guessed so little, suffered so much, and endured so willingly, could all these beings and incidents seem anything but the most intolerable. Ah, what was intolerable but the iron unchangeableness of these connections, the fixedness of such an eternal mountain snow? Not the greatness, but the indefiniteness of pain, not the minotaur of the labyrinth, its cellar frost, sharp-cornered rocks and vaults, make the breast contract and the blood curdle therein, but the long night and winding of its egress. Even under bodily maladies, therefore, unwanted new ones, whose last moment stretches away beyond our power of prediction, appear to us more ominous and oppressive than recurring ones, which, as neighboring frontier enemies, are ever attacking us and find us in arms. Thus stood the dumb Liana in a cloud, when the exulting Rabbet, with a bosom full of old joys and new hope, came running into the house, that sister of the holy youth who had been torn away from her, that confederate of such glorious days. She was honorably received, and constantly attended by a guard of honor the minister's lady, because she might, indeed, as likely be an ambassadress of the count as an electress of her son. The cunning girl sought to snatch some solitary moments with Liana by boldly begging for her company to Blumenbohl. The company was granted, and even that of the mother freely offered, into the bargain. Liana led the way to Blumenbohl over the still-blooming churchyard of buried days. What a torrent of tears struggled upward in her breast when she parted from the still happy Rabbet. She had innocently left to the house one of the greatest apples of discord for the evening meal which the minister had ever plucked for his fruit dish with his apple-gatherer. Therefore he supped again en famille. That is to say, a silly word had escaped Rabbet about the Sunday's meeting at Liller. "Of that," said Frule in a very friendly manner, "thou hast not made one word of remark, daughter." "I did to my mother immediately," she replied, too fast. "I should be glad, too, to take an interest in thy amusements," said he, saving up his fury. In the pleasantest mood imaginable did this raftsman of so many tears and hewn-down blossoming branches, which he let float down thereupon, take his seat at the supper table. He first asked servants and family for his auxiliary ear. Thereupon he passed over to the French, although the plate exchangers found a rough translation thereof for themselves, a versio interlinearis on his face, by way of giving notice that the distinguished count had been there, and had inquired after mother and daughter. "With good right he asked for you both," continued the moral glacier, who loved to cool his warm food. "You are conspired, as I heard again today, to keep silence towards me, but why then shall I still trust you?" He hated from his heart every lie which he did not utter himself, so he seriously regarded himself as moral, disinterested, and gentle, merely for this reason, that he inexorably insisted upon all this in the case of others. With an abundant supply of the stinging nettles of persiflage, the botanical ones also come forward best in cold and stony soil, he covered over all his opening and closing lobster claws, as we keep brook crabs in nettles, and took first his tender child between the claws. Her soft, submissive smile he took for contempt and wickedness. How comes this soft one intelligibly by his paternal name, unless one assumes the old hypothesis that children are usually most like that for which the pregnant mother vainly longed, which in this case was a soft spouse? Then he assailed, but more vehemently, the mother, in order by his mistrust to set her at variance with his daughter. Yes, in order, perhaps, to torment the latter, by means of her mother's sufferings, into childlike sacrifices and resolutions. He very freely declared himself for the egotist finds the most egotists, as love and Liana find only love, and no self-love against the egotism around and beside him, and concealed not how very cordially he cursed them both for female egotists, as the old heathen did the Christians for atheists. The minister's lady, accustomed to live with the minister in no wedlock, so little as in that of souls as Voltaire defines friendship, said merely to Liana, "For whom do I suffer so?" "Ah, I know," she answered meekly. And so he dismissed both full of the deepest sorrows and thought afterward of his business matters. This general distress was increased by something which should have lessened it. The minister was vexed that he had daily, in the midst of his wrath, to consult the taste of the women upon his exterior. He wanted, at the marriage festival for the sake of his beloved to be a true bird of paradise, a parade d'or, a Venus a belles fesses. Of old he had loved to act the double part of statesman and courtier, and would fain, by way of monopolizing pride and vanity, grow into a Diogenes Aristippus. Something of this, however, was not vanity, but that tormenting spirit of the male sex, the spirit of order and orthodoxy, would not go out of him. He was a man who would flourish against his very livery the clothes switch wherewith the servant had let a few particles of dust settle on the state coat. Still more dangerous was it because he sat between two looking-glasses, the frizzling glass and the large mirror in the stove screenta lay the dust rightly on his own wool. And hardest of all was it for him to be satisfied with the fixing of his children. Liana, as artist, had now to suggest the proper color of a new surtout. Sachets or smelling bags he directed to be filled, and with them his pockets, and a musk plant pot placed in his window, not because he wished to use the leaves for perfume that he expected of his fingers, but because he wished to anoint his fingers by rubbing the leaves together. Patent pomatum for the hands, and English pressed ornamental paper also for the same, when they wished to use a billet-doux pen, and other knickknacks, excited less attention than the snuff which he procured for himself. Not, however, for his nose, but for his lips, in order to rub them red. In fact, he would have rendered himself quite ridiculous in the eyes of many a merry blade, if such a one had seen him draw privately out of his souvenir the hair tweezers, and with them the hair out of his eyebrows, just where the saddle of life, as upon a horse's back, had worn it white. And only the minister himself could look serious during the process, when he sat before the looking-glass, smiling through all the finest ways of smiling the best when he caught and kept her, when he tried the most graceful modes of throwing one's self on the sofa, how often he had to practice this. And finally, in short, threw all his operations upon himself. Fortunately for the mother, the good lector came. From the hand of this old friend she had so often taken, if not a Jacob's ladder, yet a mining ladder, upon which to climb out of the abyss. Hopefully she now laid before him all her trouble. He promised some help, upon the condition of speaking with Liana alone in her chamber. He went to her and declared tenderly his knowledge and her situation. How did the childlike maiden blush at the sharp daybeams which smote the scented night violet of her love? But the friend of her childhood spoke softly to this smitten heart, and of his equal love for her and her friend, of the temperament of her father, and of the necessity of considerate measures, and said the best was to make him a sacred vow that she would yield to her parents' wish of her strictly avoiding the Count, only until he had received from his father, to whom he himself, as attendant of the son, had long been obliged to communicate intelligence and inquiries about the new connection, the yes or no in respect to it. If it were no, which he would not answer for, then Albano must solve the riddle. If it were yes, he himself would stand security for a second on the part of her parents. At the same time, however, he must lay claim to her profoundest silence toward them in relation to his inquiries, whereby they might perhaps find themselves compromitted. Thereby he rooted himself only the more deeply in her confidence. She asked, trembling, how long the answer would tarry. 6, 8, 11 days after the nuptials at most, said he, reckoning. Yes, good Auguste. Ah, we are all suffering indeed, said she, and added confidentially and out of a weeping breast, but is he well? He is diligent, was the reply. So he brought her, burdened with 2 secrets, and for the present consenting to an interim separation, back to her mother. But she bestowed only upon the lector the reward of a friendly look. He desired, meantime, after his Carthusian manner, no other reward than the most good-natured silence toward the minister on the subject of his interference, since the latter might hold his deserts in this connection much greater than they were. The 8 days' improvement and abstinence was announced to the minister. He believed, however keeping in reserve a mistrust towards his lady, that he could carry the war farther into the enemy's country with his own weapons. Nevertheless, he contented himself, at the same time, with the new respite and Liana's disincarceration, for the sake of driving his daughter before him to his beloved at the nuptial festival, blooming and healthy as a sparkling peahen. Rockwell at this moment came back, and ushered into the house a cloud or two full of beautiful, bright morning redness. He delivered to his father tidings and greetings from the princess. To Liana he brought the echo of that beloved voice, which had once said to her, heaven, let it be. Ah, the last melody among the discords of the unharmonious time, he guessed easily, for he learned little from his mother, who neglected him, and nothing from her daughter, how all stood. When he was actually on the point of slipping Albano's letter to her, in the twilight of evening, into her work-bag, and she said with an ah, of love, no, it is against my word, but at some future time, Charles. Then he saw, as he expressed it, with crying indignation, his sister, in Charon's open boat, sailing into the Tartarus of all sorrows. About his friend he thought less than of his sister. The friendly, flattering minister he presented, as a proof of it, a valuable saddle to the captain, informed him of Rabette's visit, and gave hints about betrothment, and the like. Charles said, boldly. He postponed every thought of his own happiness, so long as his dear sister saw none before her. By way of drawing the old gentleman again into more interest for Liana, he suggested to him a romantic invention for the marriage festival, which Frulé did not dream of, when he already stood quite close to it. Namely, Iden, the sister of the bride, was strikingly like Liana. The princess loved her inexpressibly, but saw her only seldom, because on account of her strong character, which once refused a royal marriage, she lived in a village built and governed by herself, in a courtly exile from court. He now proposed to his father the poetic question, whether, on the illumination night, Liana might not for a few minutes, in the dream temple, which was entirely suited to this beautiful illusion, delight the princess with the image of her beloved sister. Whether it was that love toward the princess made the minister bolder, or he was intoxicated by the desire of brilliantly introducing Liana to her office of court lady. Suffice it, he found in the idea good sense. If anything supplied tobacco for the calumet of the ex-part piece which he had made with his son, it was this theatrical part. He hastened immediately to the prince and the princess with the prayer for his permission and her sympathy, and then, when he had secured both, he hastened on to his Orestes, Bouverat, and said, Il est venu une idée très singulière qui peut-être est trop. Cependant le prince l'a approuvé, etc., and finally for he must not forget her either to Liana. The captain had already sought to persuade her beforehand. The mother opposed the dramatic imitation from self-respect, and Liana from humility. Such a representation seemed to her a piece of presumption. But at last she gave in, simply because the sisterly love of the princess had seemed to her so great and unattainable, just as if she did not cherish a similar sentiment in her own heart. Thus she always regarded only the image in the mirror, not herself, as beautiful. Just as the astronomer thinks the same evening, with its red splendors and night shadows, more sublime and enchanting, when he finds it in the moon, than when he stands in the midst of it on the earth. Perhaps, too, there entered another element of secret sweetness into Liana's love for the prince's bride, namely, a stepdaughter's affection, because she should once have been the bride of the knight Gaspard. Women regard relationship more than we, hence, too, their ancestral pride is always several ancestors older than ours. Thus, then, did she make ready her oppressed heart for the light plays of the Shining Festival, which the coming cycles are to present on the New Year's holiday, as it were, of a new jubilee. End of Volume I. Cambridge, stereotyped and printed by Welch, Bigelow & Co.